Where's Crichton? The great Bungus bellowed echo throughout the crude throne room of the crumbling Piglin bastion. I need their smarts, and I need them now. As the leader of perhaps the largest and arguably the most powerful clan of Piglins in the entire Nether, Bungus liked to make demands, and to have them answered instantly. They hadn't fought their way up to the top of the heap to have people ignore their demands, no matter how ridiculous they may be. The fact that Crichton seemed to be avoiding them once again, if not outright hiding them entirely righteous wrath, made their blood boil, like the lake's lava that bubbled through the bastion's broken walls. You don't need them, Ugub grunted. You got me. Bungus side-eyed the massive piglin brute. You're not smart, just strong. The kind of trouble we got now, muscles can't help with. We need smarts to fix it. Crichton smarts. Ugub grunted louder, huffing with indignity at the idea that sheer brawn wasn't a solution to every issue. Muscle got you this bastion. Muscle can keep it. Bungus leaped up in the rough stone throne and backhanded Ugub across the floor. Did your muscle stop that, huh? Ugub wiped their jaw clean as they pushed to their feet. They glared at Bungus as their eyes could shoot arrows straight through the Piglin's boss's head. Bungus snorted at Ugub. There's too much out there in the Nether that could kill us. Too many other Piglin who want what we got. Muscle's not enough to stop it. The walls of this bastion can't last against it all neither. It's too much. We need smarts. Hearing now with Bungus needing their help, Crichton decided it might be not worth risking their wrath. The much smaller Piglin adjusted their robes, slipped out of hiding spaces behind Bungus's throne, and leaped into the light shining down through the battered bastion's broken roof. I got smarts, Crichton said, their voice bright and hopeful and only quivering to the faintest bit of fear. I just got the kind of smarts you need, right here in my head. I can help. Bungus spun around in the back hand of the over-eager Piglin in the other direction. Crichton, who was less than half the size of the towering Bungus and Ugub, rolled away in a chewed-up skull until they smacked into the room's far wall. They lay there, stunned for a moment, mostly unexpected reversal for fortune. Crichton shook their head clear. What did I do? Bungus talked toward them, thick hands squeezed into the massive fist. That's not what's wrong. The trouble is what you didn't do. Crichton towered, a long shadow of the leader loomed over them. I've been trying. You know I've been trying. Trying's not good enough, Bungus stomped their booted foot. I might try not to squash you. I might fail at that, too. I helped you take over the bastion, Crichton shouted up at Bungus, terrified but somehow still defiant. I'll help you keep it. You try to help us keep it? Ugub snorted. If we fail at that, some other Piglins will take it from us. Bungus gasped at the idea that Ugub had finally given voice to. The thought that Bungus's clan had grown so weak that some other Piglin clan might be able to kick them out of the bastion, or worse. It would be fair, thought Crichton. That's how Bungus got this bastion after all. Never, Bungus thundered at Ugub. That will never happen. We will not let it. Ugub snorted dismissively. That's what Gungert said too. Before you took the bastion from them this Piglin way, we are taken. Bungus refused to accept any of that. Not this time. Not from us. Not from me. Ugub snuffled at the slightly larger Piglin. What makes you so different? Crichton could see the seeds of betrayal slowly growing in the brute's thick skull. Bungus dabbed a sacred and meaty finger at Crichton. Because the smart one here will stop it. They will find a way to protect us. To keep the bastard nut for us. Us? Crichton shook their head, wondering if the traitor's thoughts growing in Ugub's head had begun to infect their own mind too. You mean you? Bungus chuckled. This is not about me. This is not just about me. It's about us. Ugub's brow creased and the brute struggled to understand Bungus's line of reasoning. The brute wasn't particularly practiced at anything. How'd you figure? If I fall, the clan falls with me. If we don't have enough Piglins to defend this place without me, not anymore. And when we don't have enough Piglins, Crichton finished the boss's sentence in a much quieter voice. The other Piglin clans will charge in and destroy whoever's left. Despite how soft Crichton's voice had become, those words echoed through the otherwise utterly silent throne room. Even Ugub realized that Crichton was right. That they only made the brute matter. They turned toward the smaller Piglin, their face contorted with rage. So that's what you're going to do about it, smart one? Crichton froze, their eyes darting toward the throne room, only exit. A pair of well-armed Piglin guards stood just outside of it, pretending they hadn't heard the entire conversation. Crichton could never make it past them. Cornered, Crichton leaped to their feet, instead squared off against Bungus, doing their level best not to tremble in fear, and failing at that too. The best they could hope for is the way that their shaking might come across as rage. You think I have been trying? I'm doing everything I can. It's not my fault. Bungus advanced toward Crichton, and the advisor hastened to clarify himself. It's not even yours. I studied what happened to the last 5 leaders in charge of the bastion. None of them could stop this from happening either. Bungus stabbed Crichton in the chest with a thick finger, pressing smaller Piglin against the wall hard enough to make their heart hurt. Maybe you're the problem. Maybe it's me. Either way, you got one last chance to fix this. And if I don't, and try to make taking a boost like this, and it worked alongside Bungus for a long time now, and it might be a good partnership. Bungus for a long time now, and had been a good partnership, one that benefited them both. It had gotten them in this bastion, something they had been working toward as long as Kitten could remember. But now that they achieved that, what would happen next? Bungus drew a thumb across their throat and jerked it over to their shoulder. Then you're out of here, into the nether, on your own. Kitten recoiled as far as the wall could allow, which wasn't much. That's a death sentence. The hoglins out there will eat me alive, Bungus startled. Then it's at least you'd finally do some good for somebody. Chapter 1. For the zoo. When it comes to being a zookeeper, I'm an absolute failure. Farnham thought as he hiked through the overworld, glad that no one could hear him confessing that he was really thought of himself. It was hard enough keeping up the appearances around his friends so that they couldn't abandon him. He just couldn't lie to himself. The sun hung high in the nearly cloudless sky, shining down on Farnham in the rolling landscape that tumbled toward the mountain range that outside the town he'd been born in and known all his life. All sorts of animals wandered around the place, gazing at the copious grass and swimming through the nearby river. He had studied them well and knew them all, perhaps a little too well. It's too bad, then, that being a zookeeper is my job. The trouble wasn't that Farnham disliked animals. When it came to the creatures in the zoo, he built habitats for them that were far better than anything they'd found out in the wild. If they had to give up the freedom to roam anywhere, after all, it seemed only fair that to make their new homes as wonderful for them as they possibly could. The trouble was making the zoo was small and only featured creatures like the ones he saw were not the hike, common and ordinary ones that anyone else could see in the wild by simply venturing outside town limits and their own feet. The only thing the zoo offered any of its visitors was convenience. Farnham knew that this place's biggest flaw, but he didn't know what he could do about it. He never intended to open a zoo, but he somehow found himself in charge of one. It had all started when he'd been out on a hike on a day very much like today and had stumbled across an injured fox, which such creatures were usually found in taiga biomes, so it must have wandered far from its home. He normally never would have been able to capture such a creature with his bare hands, but hurt as it was, it had allowed him to gather up in his arms and take it home so he could nurse it back to health. Once Reynard, he named the fox, was healthy again, Farnham had tried to release it into the wild again, but the fox didn't want to go. It just stuck around his home and begged for sweet berries instead. Eventually Farnham had relented and taken the fox in. Rather than let it run wild in the house, where it kept picking up his things and carrying them out, he built a large enclosure for it outside of his place. While the pen had been more to keep people out of the fox's designated area than keep Reynard in, once people realized that there was a fox living in town, they started coming around and get a better look at it. Someone eventually asked if they could make a donation to help pay for Reynard's upkeep, and it wasn't long after Farnham decided to make a zoo an official thing and build it around Reynard's home. Unfortunately, Farnham was terrible at finding rare and exotic creatures and bringing them back to the zoo. To date, the only other creatures in the zoo besides Reynard's are a cow, a donkey, a pair of sheep, a rabbit, and a turtle. The kind of creatures you could find all over the lands around town. Perhaps not surprisingly, no one seemed to care much about them. Despite that, Farnham had put a lot of effort into each of the creatures a wonderful home and keeping them well fed and sheltered. He hadn't considered this business decision as simply the right thing to do for these lost creatures, and he didn't have the heart to chase any of them out when they refused to leave. Still, if they weren't going to stick around, he felt obligated to feed them, and the donations for the zoo had mostly dried up. If he didn't get something new and exciting for the zoo soon, he'd have to start choosing between feeding the animals or feeding himself. The thought of making his stomach rumble. He adjusted the watertight pack on his back and wondered how long it would be before he would open up it for a snack. At least it's a beautiful day, he said aloud to no one at all. That's when he spotted a cave, or at least opening to it, a wide hole tucked away under an edge of a rolling hill. The sight of it turned his blood cold. Farnham would never travel all that far from his town, not since the incident in the underworld, as he liked to call it. When he was young, he liked his hometown. It was comfortable and safe and full of all sorts of people he'd known forever. Other than wanting to find new animals for the zoo, he had never had a strong desire to leave. Because he wanted to bring more and more unusual creatures into the zoo, though, he'd been striking out farther and farther on his hikes. He knew that finding real exotic creatures would mean having to explore much farther away, and he was working up to that. In the meantime, he figured scouring the lands around the town would make for a good start. But did that really have to involve going into a cave? Couldn't he just stick to the surface where he could see long distances and flee if anything dangerous came after him? Terrible experience he had as a youth that involved going underground, and he was not eager to repeat that experience. Still, he told himself, a cave's not really the underworld, right? It's not like I have to dig to get into it. It's right there, open to the rest of the world. He wasn't sure he believed that, but his curiosity about what he might find in the cave warded his fears, but what in the cave might find him. Without him willing, his feet drew closer to the mouth of the cave. It's okay to get closer. The sun is shining warm and bright out here. It's like the underworld can't just reach out of the cave's mouth and grab me, right? He did his best to agree to himself and crept closer and closer to the mouth of the cave, step by agonizing step. After what seemed like all day, he found himself standing at the cave's lip and staring into it. Sunlight slanted down through the opening, illuminating the first several feet of cave's rocky floor. Farnham couldn't make much beyond that, other than to see what the cave was much larger than he had hoped. If he wanted to know what might live inside of it, he was going to have to enter it. He just didn't know if he could make himself do that. He broke out a torch and lit it, holding it high over his head as he edged toward the cave he found, stretched back far back than the torch could let him see. He cocked his head to one side and tried to listen as hard as he could for anything that might be living in the cave. All he could detect was a faint trickling of water somewhere in the distance. He froze up there, unable to force his feet to move forward. No matter how hard he tried, the sound of the beating of his heart in his chest grew louder and louder in his ears, drowning out anything else. The urge to turn around and run back home tugged at him so hard that he didn't know how to deny it. He heard footsteps coming up behind him. Chapter 2, The Expedition. Farnham's first instinct was to run. Since the footsteps were coming from behind him, that would have meant charging into the cave. Still unable to bear the idea of plunging into the darkness, he spun around to confront what might be approaching him. "Is that you, Farnham?" a familiar voice called out. "What in the other are you doing all the way out here?" A laugh leaped from Farnham's throat. It wasn't a creeper, a skeleton, or some creature coming up behind him, which they wouldn't have done in the daytime anyhow, but fear had made him foolish. No, it was his friend, someone he hadn't seen in far too long. "Grinchard, it's you!" Farnham's fears fell away as he dashed toward the explorer, fighting back his tears of relief. "Who else would it be, you fool?" Grinchard laughed as Farnham reached them and threw his arms around them. The zookeeper was so relieved to see the explorer that he didn't notice that someone else was there too. "But he's not alone," Myskra piping up just behind Grinchard. She swept around his right side and joined in what seemed like a group hug. "I'm glad we found you." Farnham stepped back and smiled at them both, happy but confused. "Why are you looking for me?" "I suppose that's my fault," Grinchard confessed. "I just got back in time from my latest adventure, and the first thing I want to do is see my pals again. So they stopped by and grabbed me," Myskra interrupted. "And we went looking for you," Grinchard finished. Farnham nodded, instantly understanding. "But I wasn't home." Grinchard chuckled. "No, you weren't," which shocked me, of course, but it didn't surprise Micro much. "I told them how worried you'd been about your zoo," Micro explained. "How you would have been scaring their lands around here in the hopes of finding more creatures to bring into it." Grinchard craned their neck around when gazed at the familiar landscape sprawling all around them. "You're going to have to get a lot farther away than this if you want to find anything really interesting." Farnham flashed an embarrassed smile. He was still too happy about seeing his friend to make any comments like if it was the wrong way. "You didn't have to come looking for me." "Yeah, but I'm not all that patient," Grinchard said, "and it's going to get dark soon." "It's not like you wander outside of this town this late in the day," Micro said. "We worried that something might have gone wrong." An awful feeling struck Farnham in the gut. "You didn't form a search party, did you?" Micro chuckled over his shoulder. "Don't worry yourself. It's just the two of us." Grinchard rolled his eyes. "I told her that if we couldn't find you on our own, there wasn't much chance anyone else would manage it either." Richard's cavalier attitude toward his safety might not have upset Farnham if he hadn't been so relieved. The entire town had come look out for him when he'd gotten lost in the underworld as a kid, and he was still living that horrible incident down. The last thing he wanted to get the rest of the tongues around the town wagging about that again. Micro craned her neck, peering at the parts of the cave the torchlight reached. "Anyhow, now that we found you, we should start working our way back home. If we head out now, we could get back to the town before the dark. And I'd rather not be roaming around at night." Farnham gave Grinchard and Micro a grateful nod. "You really are the best friends anyone could ever ask for. Remember that the next time we need something from you too," Grinchard said with a cackle. The irony of Grinchard rarely needed anything from anyone. They didn't own a house. They usually slept out under the stars instead, or built a small shelter whenever they needed it. The only thing they owned or treasured was their sword, and they made their living by its use, offering protection to those who needed it. Grinchard often disappeared for weeks or even months at a time, but they always came back home eventually. Often they returned with a little more than stories in their travels, but those were amazing enough that no one ever complained. "I still don't understand how you found me," Farnham said with a side-eye at the entrance of the cave. "I've gone to a pretty decent tracker," Grinchard said, "which you know if you ever came out into the wild with me, you left a trail as wide as a road." "Is that a bad thing?" Margaret smiled at him. "Not if you want to be found." Farnham glanced back toward the cave of the mouse and sighed. He spent so long trying to get up his courage to explore inside it, and the moment had passed. "Maybe you didn't want to," Grinchard asked with a gleam of mischief in their eye. "You were eyeing that cave like you wanted to claim it." Micah arched a disapproving eyebrow at Grinchard. Have you forgotten the time Farnham got himself trapped underground when we were all kids? Stuck down below, surrounded by obsidian, unable to do anything but to dig himself out? She gave Farnham a concerned look. How long were you down there again? 2 days, Farnham said, the thought off the memories that threatened to swallow him. It was 2 days. I'm sure it seemed a lot longer, Micah offered. Imagine being stuck down there in absolute blackness for so long. No way to mark the passing of time. No way to know if you ever escape it. Her voice trailed off in a symphony of Farnham's plight. I don't have to imagine it, he said. I was there. You're right. It was awful. Grinchard put her hand on the hilt of his sword and scoffed. It was an awful long time ago. That drew Farnham up short for a moment. I still have nightmares about it, he noticed, the pity swelling in Micah's eyes, and he quickly added, and not every night, you know, just now and again. Ah, so that's why you never want to go exploring, Grinchard said. Or mining, said Micah, perhaps a bit too loudly. Farnham and Grinchard stared at her. What? It's the best thing in the world. He doesn't know about what he's missing out on. You really ought to give it a try, Grinchard said to Farnham. Oh, don't give him a hard time about it, Micah turned to Farnham to apologize. I'm sorry about that. I get overexcited sometimes. Then he turns back to Grinchard. Do you understand? Do you think he's such a homebody by nature? Do you think he started the zoo rather than try his hand at something that might take him out of town? Grinchard shrugged. You and I go off and have all sorts of wild adventures. We wandered all around over the place. We have exciting jobs that people praise us for constantly. I didn't figure he's just homebody, you know, just like most people around here. Farnham opened his mouth to protest, but Micah interrupted him. That's not fair. If you say so, Grinchard clearly wasn't convinced. He'd been stuck here for years, working in a so-called zoo in which the most exotic attractions are things you can find on nearly any farm. Now wait, Farnham said. That may be true, but it's all rooted to his childhood trauma, Micah said, defending him. That horrible incident that haunts him to this day. And you think he's just going to forget about that? Reach deep inside himself for some hidden scrap of bravery and charge off into the unknown? Now just a minute, Farnham spluttered, finally getting Micah to stop. Yes, maybe I was traumatized by the incident underground all those years ago, and yes, maybe it did make me afraid to venture out in the world like the rest of you. But that doesn't mean I'm a lost cause, does it? Grinch and Micah suddenly found that they were fascinating things to look at elsewhere, each of which had happened to be the opposite direction of Farnham. It took Farnham a moment to realize that neither of them wanted to answer him, which disappointed him even more. Well, he demanded. Of course not, Micah blurted out. That's not really up to us, Grinch said carefully. Well, who is it up to then? I have a zoo to run. I just can't take off drop off the hat. Grinch frowned, uncomfortable with the topic, but ready to forge ahead. I saw you staring at that cave when we strolled up here. You nearly jumped out of your skin when we said hello. Farnham flushed with embarrassment. So? Grinch shrugged. So, maybe you should go in there. The blood that had risen Farnham's cheek abruptly drained from them. What now? We're already here, Grinch forced an easy smile. No better time than the present, right? Farnham's mind cast around on some sort of excuse to get out of this. I thought you said we had to head back. It's getting late in the day. Grinch chuckled. Micah said that, not me. Farnham turned to the Micah for help, and she sucked at her teeth. As she peered up at the sky, I was trying to give you an easy way out of here. It's not that late, I mean, depending on how big the cave is and how far we want to go into it. Farnham went into disappointing to angry. If he didn't, I don't charge off on some crazy expedition into the darkest, deepest part of the world. I'm a lost cause then. Is that it? Forever? That hardly seems fair. Micah gave him a sympathetic shrug. That's not it. Not really. We love you either way, Farnham. I just came back here happy to see you, Grinch said with a smile that asked Farnham to forget all about all of this. Farnham considered letting this answer get away from him and marching off on his own right then and there. He appreciated them coming to find him, but he hated it when people treated him like this, especially his friends. He could have just yelled at them and demanded that they leave him alone. They'd leave and wander back to town, and he might never speak to them again. Worse yet, if he did speak to them again, would they still be friends? He glared at both of them in turn, and he didn't have a judgment he feared he might find in their eyes. All there was genuine concern. They really did care about him. If he didn't go with them, he knew they'd forgive him for it. But would he ever be able to forgive himself? He pursed his lips and wrestled with each other before he finally opened his mouth to speak. All right, he said with a deep sigh. They might have been the hardest words he ever uttered. He knew once they left his lips, there was no turning back. All right, Grinch said, confused, unsure if Farnham had decided to end their friendship or not. All right, what? Farnham cringed just a bit. Making a decision had been hard enough. Now they were just going to make him explain it to him. All right, let's go. He waited for a realization to dawn on them, but they were taking too long. I'm in. You're in, Grinch said in belief. You're in? Micah said in awe. I'm in. Part of Farnham was relieved to finally be doing something like this with his friends. Finally facing up to long-held fears. Finally doing something he was afraid of for once. The other part of him wondered what in the world he'd gotten himself into. Chapter 3. Heading in. Farnham wasn't sure if his friends were just humoring him or not, but the idea that they were taking him seriously about going into the cave gave him a bit of a thrill. They had all seen so much more of the world than he felt ashamed sometimes. But maybe his would be the first step toward rectifying that. It also terrified him. But he was going to ignore that. He had already stood outside of his cave for much longer than he cared to admit, trying to force himself to enter it. With his friends at his side, he felt confident he could finally do it. Grinchard reached into their own backpack, produced a torch, and lit it. Micro did the same, shooting Farnum a questioning glance as he did. He just stared at her, clueless as what she meant by it. "Do you have a torch?" she finally said. Oh, he did. He fished out of a pack as fast as he could. He fumbled a bit trying to light it, but he got it going fast enough and held it up in front of himself in triumph. As he did, he saw the others were long since ready to move. They glanced at each other, and Grinchard gave Micra a firm nod. "I'll lead the way." Farnum opened his mouth to protest, but Grinchard was already striding to the cave, the torch held high for them. Farnum hesitated only for a moment before following Grinchard in. He stopped once he was inside their cave to peer at their flickering lights pushed back in the darkness to see what they might reveal. One of the reasons that Farnum had been able to enter before, among many, was that he was worried that some dangerous mob might be set up a residence in the cave, turning it into his lair. He supposed that it would be inciting the probability of finding a strange new mob that he might be able to bring back to the zoo, but the fear of being eaten did a fine job tempering that. "Keep your eyes peeled for mobs," he called out to Grinchard. "Both good ones and bad ones. There's a difference. The good ones don't try to kill you." Grinchard laughed, entirely unworried. "But the bad ones would make fantastic additions to your zoo." The explorer had a point. Dangerous mobs could certainly get people more interested in visiting the zoo. He just didn't know if he wanted to take care of such beasts. Sure, it meant more money, but would it be worth the risk? A part of him thought all creatures deserved to be cared for, but even he had a hard time arguing that it's true things like zombies and creepers. The chance of studying them up close, though, was tempting. In any case, the cave seemed to be abandoned. No mobs were living in it, at least as far as the torchlight could reveal. It both relieved Farnum and disappointed him. "It's empty," he said. Micro came up behind him and gestured deeper into the cave with a torch. "So go on in." Farnum swallowed hard and did just that. It turned out to be much easier than his fears had told him it would be. Grinchard went before him, lighting his way, proving that there was nothing to be scared about. "See," the explorer said with a wide grin. "Nothing to it." Farnum had to admit to himself his friends had been right. He'd been letting his trepidation take control and keep him from exploring the wider world as he always wanted to explore. While he was terrified of the cave, having them there with him made all the difference. They wandered through the entire cave from one end to the other, but nothing jumped out to eat him at all. In fact, as far as Farnum could tell, the three of them were the only living creatures in the entire place. Despite himself, he heaved a deep sigh of relief, letting out the breath that he realized he was holding. The only thing they did spot in the cave were the plants in some far corners. Grinchard identified them immediately. "Hey, look, azalea." "That's lucky," Grinchard said. "You don't see any of these everywhere, you know." "What's so lucky about it?" Farnum genuinely wanted to know. "Azalea roots often grow in one cave down into another. If we follow them, we might find a whole other cave below them." Farnum felt his heart skip a beat as he considered the prospect of digging into what he called the underworld and moving even further away from the mouth of the cave where they were already in. "And that's a good thing?" "It is if you like exploring," Grinchard clapped him on the back. "We didn't find any animals for your zoo here, but it's probably not that far to the next cave. It can't hurt to look." "Are you sure about that?" Farnum could think of lots of ways that it could get hurt, right off the top of his head. Grinchard chuckled. "Can you ever really be sure about anything?" Micro saw the look on Farnum's face and came over to reassure him. "You're right about azalea. The roots often lead straight down into another cave. One that has been protected from the surface has been sealed in. It's amazing that you can sometimes find more down there. Metals, minerals, even creatures." Farnum knew that she tossed that last one in to hook him. He also knew that it worked. "You already come this far," she said softly. He gave her a reluctant nod. "I suppose it can't hurt to look." Micro grinned at him. She bounced with excitement. "May I do the honors?" She pulled out a diamond shovel. As a professional miner, she relied on her tools, and she invested in making sure she had the best. Grinchard chuckled as they waved toward her plant. "Be my guest." Farnum took a deep breath. He knew that Micro didn't really need such a fancy tool to follow the roots of azalea, but the fact that she was using professional equipment like that suddenly made it all seem much more real. Like she really was digging a mine shaft, and he was going to follow her into it. He wasn't sure what he'd been able to do such a thing on his own. Actually, he was positive he would have balked at it. The idea of digging his own way through the underworld still scared him, but he thought at least he could maybe follow his professional friend, who had tons of experience and knew what she was doing and would never ever abandon him, into a tunnel she was digging. Micro had led the way, then Farnum, and Grinchard bringing up the rear. She dug straight into the rooted dirt below, following the path of azalea's roots. With a little nudge from Grinchard, Farnum kept up the right behind her, giving her just enough room to swing her shovel without smacking him with it. Whether the others had attended it or not, their marching orders helped Farnum feel safe. With one friend ahead of the other, and one seemed protected against anything horrible that could happen to him. The underworld might fill him with all sorts of worries, but his friends helped him push the worries aside. As Micro worked, Farnum admitted to himself that he wished he'd tried doing this with them before, a long time ago. He wasted so much time being held back by his fears. But here he was now, at least having the adventure of his life. He couldn't help but smile, even though he knew no one else could see it. He was still smiling when Micro's shovel broke into a new cave below them. As expert of mining she was, she didn't fall through the roof of the cave like Farnum probably would have. Instead, she called a quick halt while she stuffed a lit torch through the hole. She dug and peered into the cavern beyond. "It's pretty big," she reported back a moment later. "It goes on much further than I can see." Farnum couldn't help asking a nervous question. "How are we going to get to the cavern's floor from all the way up here?" Micro gave him an understanding laugh. "We got lucky. It's not far down from it. It's a short drop. It should be easy enough." She saw down Farnum's eyes and made him a quick offer and reassured him. "I'll go first." Without even waiting for a response from Farnum, much less anyone else, Micro slipped down the hole she carved out and disappeared. Farnum listened hard, but didn't hear her hit the bottom. Frightened for his friend, he darted toward her, stuck his head through the hole after her. "Micro!" He heard a giggle, and a moment later Micro lit a torch and looked up at him where she landed on a bunch of azaleas clustered together beneath her like a bed. "Come on down," she called up to him. "It's fine." Farnum fell back and took a moment to steel himself. For a horrible moment, he worried that Grinchard might have pushed past him and leave him alone in the tunnel. When he glanced back, though, he saw his friend patiently gesturing for him to proceed down the hole. "When you're ready," Grinchard said. With a little nod of Grinchard, Farnum lowered himself slowly into the hole until his arms couldn't stretch any longer. He thought he was only a few feet above the cave's floor, but he still hung there for a moment, waiting for his fingers to get tired, before he let go and landed on the soft plants below. As he landed, the impact led him to expel a huge breath, and he began to laugh quietly at himself. A moment later, Grinchard landed right next to him and patted him on the back. "Just look at it," Micro said breathlessly. "It's beautiful." Farnum stopped chuckling as Micro requested. Instantly, awe overtook him as well. The cave was huge, much larger than the one they had just seen in. The walls and ceiling were covered in hanging vines laced with more glowberries than he had ever seen in his entire life up to this point. They lit up the place like a moon that had been smashed with smithereens and shining from inside the cavern's walls. Besides the patch of azalea they landed in, other strands of it appeared along the uneven floor that undulated beneath the arching ceiling. They would have plenty of choices for routes to follow from there if they wanted to. Maybe too many. Farnum turned to the others who apologized to them for dragging his feet about coming here. He felt bad about making so many excuses for them leaving down before. He should have gone with them on an adventure long before this, but they aren't paying any attention to him and apparently didn't share his worries. Mike was too busy gawking at everything around and too worried about Farnum and how he finally managed to overcome his long-standing fears. He didn't have the heart to interrupt their right then. Instead, Farnum turned to Grinchard and discovered that his friend, with a huge smile on her face, the explorer waved their hand and indicated the whole scene around them and how amazing it was. "What did I tell you?" Chapter 4. Keep going. "I know," Farnum shook his head at himself. "I should have done something like this a long time ago, right?" "You're absolutely right about that." Grinchard just kept grinning at him. Farnum started at their surroundings. The cave seemed to go on forever. "So this is the biggest cave you've ever been in?" Grinchard snickered at the thought. "Not even close. There's one a ways south of here that's at least 10 times as big as this one, if you can believe that." They stretched their arm as wide as they could make them. "Much bigger." Why are you smiling like that?" Grinchard ran across her teeth and smiled even wider. "Because it's still amazing, isn't it?" Farnum could only nod and agree. "On top of that, I get to share it with my two best friends. What could be better?" With that, Grinchard charged off into the cavern, their torch pushing back the dimness as they went. They cackled the entire way. "What are they doing?" Farnum said, shaking his head. "Are they okay?" Micro laughed at him. "Exploring and loving it." She shot Farnum a mischievous look, and then, "What are you going to do? Shrug?" Then she went racing after Grinchard before veering off the direction of her own, giggling as she went. Farnum hesitated for just the briefest of moments and then started after his friends. At about the point where Micro's path had diverged from Grinchard, she sailed off in the direction entirely his own. Farnum was so caught up in the moment that he didn't even occur to him to be scared. This was too amazing, and he could hear his friends laugh, echoing off the walls all around him. It felt like they were with him every step of the way. Not too far along, he came upon an underground river burbling right through the middle of the cavern. Perhaps the water was what carved the place out of the mountain in the first place, he thought. He wondered where it had been coming from, and he wondered where it might take him. Feeling free, he followed the current and wandering edges on the river, letting it guide his way through the cave. That's when he spotted them. Axolotls. He read about these amphibious creatures before and studied pictures of them in books, but he never come close to seeing one in real life. The moment he saw them, though, he immediately knew what he had to be. They were small creatures with damp skin, thick bodies, and long, spindly limbs. They had wide eyes and looked like they could see straight through you, and their wide mouths seemed like they were constantly smiling at you. He was smitten with them straight away. He knew right then he had to bring at least one of them back to show at his zoo. He picked into his bag and pulled out one of the water buckets he always carried with him just for an occasion. He hadn't had much opportunity to use it over the years, and he sometimes wondered why he still bothered with it. Some sense of obstinance or destiny had kept it there in his bag for the moment he needed it right now. All those doubts vanished as he charged toward the axolotls. The buckets raised over his head. As he reached the group of axolotls, he brought the bucket down, and with great astonishment he snagged one of the slippery creatures with it. He brought the bucket up with him and got the wriggling creature strapped inside it. His eyes even wider than his own. It stared back at him, unsure what to make of the person who just snatched up out of the river's chilly waters, and he instantly felt attached to it and started to comfort it. "It's all right, little fellow," he said to soothing tones. "Everything's going to be fine. I'm not going to hurt you. In fact, I'm going to bring you home to my zoo and keep you well fed and safe." The axolotl kept wriggling for a bit, more than a little suspicious of Farnum and his bucket, but eventually surrendered to the moment and decided to ride along to see where the strange person woke him. "Woohoo!" Farnum shouted, starting the axolotl and wiggling around the inside of the bucket again. "Are you okay?" Margaret called back. Her voice echoed off the cavern's wall so hard it was impossible to tell in which direction she stood. "Never better," Farnum sounded. "This place is amazing." "I told you so," Grincher shouted from an entirely different direction, or it seemed. Farnum couldn't say for sure. "There are you two, anyhow," Micah called, curious. "This place is incredible, but maybe we shouldn't lose one another in it." Grincher let loose a big belly laugh. "Live a little. Go explore for a bit. When we're done, we can meet back by the way we came in." That sounded fantastic to Farnum. He was glad that Micah had expressed some worry about it before she had, though he didn't like the spoil sport every time, and he was having far too much fun for the moment to give voice to such concerns. He looked at the axolotl swinging in his bucket and he grinned at it. He wasn't just sure how excited folks back in town would be to see such a creature. It would be the highlight of the zoo. Even something else in the river caught his eye. At first, he wasn't quite sure what it could be. It was just a flash of white against the midnight blue of the river. It was just enough to pique his curiosity. He had to get closer. Carrying the captured axolotl before him, Farnum moved further down the river, searching for another sign of what he might have seen, or at least thought he had. At first it eluded him, and he saw only the surface of the river, its swift current sending ripples undulating along it. Then he saw it again, sharper this time. Something almost a glowing white breached the surface, poked his head up, and then submerged again. The sight of it stopped Farnum's breath in his chest. He knew instantly both that what it had to be and what it was at the same time. Utterly impossible. A leucistic axolotl, living in caves far in the light of the sun, caused some creatures to lose all pigmentation, the color in their skin. It turned them ghostly white, the exact color Farnum had been moving in the water. Those axolotls came in pretty definite colors. Finding the leucistic one is such luminous skins incredibly rare, or so his biology books told him. To think that he might be within reach of one sent his heart fluttering. Realizing that he stopped breathing, Farnum drew in one large gasp of disbelief. Then he started moving toward the stunning creature he seen, hoping that he could spot it again. As he moved, he pulled out another water bucket. He wasn't sure how he'd be able to carry two axolotls back to the surface with him, but that was a problem he could solve later. Maybe Micah would carry one while he'd already caught. If Farnum managed to capture the leucistic one, he was sure he would never want to put it down until it was safe and sound in the zoo, but he had to catch it first. When he reached the place where he had been the creature swimming, it was gone. He was supposed to be expected. It looks like it was been moving deeper into the water, and the current would have carried it along. He would search for it farther downstream. He squinted hard and started for the river until it seemed to be staring back at him, but he couldn't see anything but the reflection of the torchlight on his water. He realized he'd have a better shot of seeing the rare axolotl skin without the light than with it, so he put the torch out. His eyes adjusted quickly to the dimness. It's still illuminated softly by the glowberries hanging throughout the vines that festooned the place. They helped, but it still wasn't quite enough. He decided to enter the river itself and get a better angle. The water was cold and clear, running over rocks instead of mud, and he found he could see it through if it were glass. The reflection of the glow berries still made it hard to see things farther away from him, though. he decided to try one more thing. He took a deep breath and plunged entirely under the water surface. The icy waters nearly shocked the air out of Farnham's lungs, but he managed to steady himself. He let his watertight pack float on the surface above him, which made it easier for him to hold his already filled bucket up out of the water. Farnham peered through the icy water, looking farther downstream. He'd been able to see the man before, and he spotted it. There it was, clear as day, the ballistic axolotl. The pale creature didn't seem to notice Farnham at all. There probably weren't many predators down here that would need to keep his guard up against, so it likely wouldn't pay much attention to Farnham even if he saw him. Farnham decided to use this at his advantage. He surfaced long enough to grab fresh breath air and then plunged down into the water and began swimming toward the creature, entirely submerged. The entire time the pale creature seemed to be getting closer and closer, making Farnham more and more determined to catch up with it. What a find it would be. But then it disappeared altogether in less than an instant. Confused, Farnham pushed forward, swimming faster, hoping that the creature would simply round the bend in the river. And in a way, it had. Farnham was too preoccupied with wondering whether the river bent left or right at the point to consider another option. He darted forward as fast as he could, determined not to let the ballistic axolotl get away. That's why he didn't see the waterfall until he was staring right over it. Chapter 5. Rescue Yourself. Before Farnham knew what was happening, the river's current grew more powerful than he could imagine. It felt like a giant had grabbed him and was pulling him along now. He turned around and tried to swim the other direction, but it did him no good. He was so desperate at this point that he even let go of the bucket in which he was carrying the axolotl he already captured. As precious as having a creature was to him, as much as it meant to his zoo, it wasn't going to be any help to him if he never made it home alive. Farnham tried swimming against the current with all his might, but the current only got stronger at the point and pulled him along faster. Terrified, he struggled to the surface and gasped for air. As he did, he turned back and saw that the ceiling of the cave was coming right down on top of him. Soon there wouldn't be a surface to return to. "Help!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Help me!" All he managed to get out before the current swept him beneath the surface again. He knew it would do him no good. The echoes in the cave would keep his friends from figuring out which way he'd gone, and it was already far too late. Despite his utter panic, Farnham decided that the only thing to do was to go through the current. In fact, he turned to swim with it. He only had so much air left inside him, and he wasn't going to waste it trying to fight the current. His last hope was the river would wind up in another cave again, fast. Otherwise, he could drown for sure. He had just turned around when the bottom of the river dropped out entirely and took him with it. If he could have, he would have screamed the whole way down. If he could only tell if he'd hit the bottom of the waterfall by the way of descent slowed almost to a stop. At that point, the water above him began pounding down on him mercilessly, keeping him pinned down. Exhausted, he realized he couldn't fight such power. The only thing he could do is go with the flow. He let the current push him down hard enough he could bounce off the rocks below. The impact scraped and bruised him, but it also knocked him out of the center of the waterfall, pushing him out of the way from its base. The moment later, Farnham popped out of the river like a fishing bobber. As he reached the surface, he instantly gasped for air, and he felt like he'd never tasted anything so amazing. The blackness had been rising around the edges of the vision retreated, and he saw he was in another cave. This one was a high ceiling covered with vines and glowberries. It's much like the ones he'd just left, but it wasn't nearly as lush, at least in the parts where it could see. The river widened here, and it current slowed to a crawl. After floating along the flow for a moment, just long enough to catch his breath and let his heartbeat return to normal, Farnham reached down with his feet and realized he could touch the ground. Better than that, he could actually stand. With his feet finally beneath him, Farnham stretched up to his full height and discovered the water was only waist high here. He stood against the current and surveyed his new cave. It seemed that river covered most of the cave's floor. It hadn't been as high as ceiling. Farnham likely could have drowned. By the light of the glowberries, he could see only a single patch of dry land of the river's left. He decided to make for it, being careful to watch for sinkholes or other hazards in the water. While he was at it, he kept an eye out for Blooket axolotl, but he didn't see it anywhere. His heart sank at that. He'd gone through so much, and he was honestly happy to be alive at this point, but finding that pale amphibian might have made an ordeal feel at least a little bit worth it. As he made it to the little land of the river's edge, though, he spotted the axolotl he'd captured before, and he still in the bucket, but despite that he seemed no worse for wear. It alternately swam about in the bucket's depths and stretched out on the water's surface as if sunning itself on the riverbank. Farnham sat down next to the captured axolotl and reached out his hand to pet it. To his delight, it brought up its head to meet his hand. While he didn't want to lose the creature, he decided that it didn't make much sense for him to keep it in the bucket if they had no way to cave anyhow. If something happened to him, he wanted the axolotl to be trapped too. He tipped over the bucket and let the creature out. The axolotl stared up at him for a moment, then it paddled over him and raised his head to him for more petting. Farnham was delighted to oblige him. "Don't worry," he said to the axolotl. "I'll get us out of here soon." He reached out for the surroundings. "I'm not sure how." Satisfied with the petting, the axolotl turned around and began to explore the new surroundings on its own. Tired and not quite ready to face the predicament, Farnham watched the creature wander off. It crawled its way across a small island before the far end of it. Something was just beyond the axolotl caught Farnham's eye. At first, he wasn't sure what it was. It seemed to be the blackness and the darkness, but a sharp, tall, and rectangular-shaped thing coming like the door. But that door be doing down here. Furious, Farnham pushed himself to his feet and staggered over toward the dark rectangle. As he got closer, he realized it was just a frame of a gateway standing there on the edge of the island. It had no walls around it. Not only did it not touch the cave's wall, it didn't have anything inside of it. He didn't understand why someone would have just put something there, or what he might have had. It was simply a piece of art. Had it been there, a building of some sort here once? A gateway, if that's what it was, seemed to have fashioned entirely of black volcanic rock. That was mysterious enough, but as Farnham gazed through it, he saw something that he understood even less. A cavern wall behind the gateway was covered with some kind of writing that formed a gigantic story of massive as a mural. He couldn't read any of it, and he wasn't even sure if the symbols he saw on the wall were letters. He stared closely at them and realized that many of them looked more like crude pictures instead. He'd never seen anything like it, and despite the fact he was trapped deep in the underworld and lost track of his friends as well, he wanted to take a closer look at it. The light from the globe haze, though, wasn't enough. He needs something better. That's when Farnham's stomach growled and reminded him of the other concerns of a person's life than just light. The fact that he was also shivering and being wet made him realize there's something he could build to solve a number of problems at once. Farnham reached into his pack and pulled out some logs, some sticks, and a lump of coal that assembled a nice, neat pile for a fire. Upon inspection, they all seemed like they'd stayed dry enough in his pack, even though he'd gone over the waterfall with them. He decided not to question his luck. He reached even deeper into his pack and pulled out his flint and steel. He wasn't experienced at using such things in his friends, and he knew how they worked. He just needed to strike them together enough to produce a spark to ignite the campfire. Simple, right? He tried it a few times, but nothing happened. The flint and steel produced sparks, and they didn't catch with the firewood. He decided he needed both hands to work the flint and steel. He could really use some sparks going. He knelt down next to the odd frame and struck the flint and steel again and again and again. Soon enough, he had a roaring campfire going, and the heat of the light threw it off and made the cave seem much cozier. He lit a torch with it and gazed up at the pictures on the wall as better look at them, but they still didn't make much sense. He set the torch down next to the odd frame and was about to dig into his pack to find something to cook for a meal. That's when he noticed the gateway had filled with a deep purpling swirl and started to glow. Chapter 6. Hello. You have failed me for the last time, Crichton. The great Bungus stormed out through the black stone chair, as they liked to refer to their throne, and drew their golden axe, brandishing it before themselves. No more words. All that's left for you is doom. Crichton cringed away, retreating back toward the back room. It seemed unlikely that Bungus would actually smack down on their most important advisors on the spot, but the Piglin ruler had done stranger things before. Keeping their temper in check was not one of Bungus' strongest traits. I did everything you asked. I tried everything I could think of. It's no use. Then we have no use for you. Get out of here, and don't ever come back. Crichton blanched at the prospect of being booted from the bastion, and having to make their way through the nether on their own. You should just squash me now. It would be faster and less miserable than wandering the waste alone. Bungus moved toward Crichton, keeping the axe between them and forcing them into a corner. As Bungus drew closer, Crichton eyed the guards at the exit, looking at the means of escape. They weren't looking at Bungus and Crichton at all. In fact, they were taking great pains not to look at them in fear of the great Bungus' anger coming forth at them instead. Come here then, Bungus said. I can help you get rid of that living problem if you have right now. Well, under normal circumstances, Crichton might have just stayed in his room with Bungus and taking their lumps. But the look in Bungus' eyes was absolutely furious. If Crichton wanted to go through this, they needed to leave, now. Crichton did the one thing that Bungus is expecting at all. They charged straight at him and kicked the brute in the knee. Bungus dropped their golden axe and clutched at their kneecap in a howl of pain. The guards rushed in the doorway to see what was happening. When they saw Bungus curled up on the floor and yowling, they rushed to the leader's side to see if he could help. Crichton took advantage of the moment and flee. An instant later, they knew they were through the doorway into the bastion proper, looking for somewhere to hide. A shadow alarm went up in the throne room, though, which meant that no entire complex would be safe. If they found Crichton, the best advisor would hope for was to be thrown out into the nether, something not quite as high as the Bastion's tallest tower. As much as paying Crichton to admit it, the best choice for their future would be to leave the Bastion via the front door. Under their own power, being banished into the nether to survive all alone would be bad enough, but trying to do so with broken legs would be impossible. Crichton strolled through the halls of the Bastion, stealing everything they could find and they thought might help them once they were on their own. Food for sure, a bit of wrapped fungus, which could be used to keep any roaming hoglins away, some nether wart, which had so many uses, especially for a piglin as smart as Crichton, a heavy sack full of gold, and a golden axe that they pilfered from Ubgub's private quarters. Not that they knew how to use one well. Crichton was managed to rise high among the piglins by being smart. Most piglins seem, to Crichton at least, to care only about power. They like to bully one another by means of raw strength and viciousness, and the biggest bully of them all got to be in charge, at least until a bigger bully came along. Brute force mattered to them more than anything else, but not to Crichton. The advisor was short and small, not at all good at even being the most popular piglin weapon, the crossbow. All of those things combined definitely ruled out Crichton using muscle to get their way. The only thing they left for them had been their brain, and they'd taken a great pains to study hard and guess them well to keep them sharper than any blade. Till today, that had seemed like a wonderful strategy. Since Crichton couldn't boss around the other piglins by force of their arms, they opted to find a way back a gigantic piglin instead. Before Crichton had fallen Bungus, a brute had not had any ambitions beyond beating up other piglins and taking their food. With Crichton's guidance, though, Bungus had gone from simple boy to the ruler of the entire Bastion and all the piglins in it. For a long time, Bungus had been grateful to Crichton for all the help. The brute knew that they never would have gotten so far without having such a clever advisor behind them, but now that they reached the top of the piglin heap, the responsibilities of leadership had started to outweigh the benefits, and Bungus' gratitude had faded fast. Bungus' thankfulness had morphed into suspicion, and now transformed into outright hostility. Crichton didn't blame Bungus for this. Instead, they took the blame for doing such a poor job in imagining how this could have happened. They should have predicted it and worked their way to the top to stop it from happening, or for replacing Bungus before it got to this point. That wasn't entirely true, though. There's one other piglin whom Crichton was responsible for Bungus' awful change in attitude, Ubgub. As Bungus' second in command, Ubgub has always been pouring poison into the leader's ear. They clearly wanted to get rid of Bungus and take over ruling in the Bastion instead, but Crichton has always stood in the way of that. While driving Bungus to fit with warnings and complaints, Ubgub has steered the blame for these issues straight to Crichton, even if Crichton was actually entirely blameless. Unfortunately, Crichton had figured out in time to stop it from happening. Now Crichton wondered if maybe Ubgub wasn't a lot smarter than he appeared. Maybe they, not in terms of book learning or research, but in regard to the base piglin cunning. Crichton was going to have to rethink their own strategy for how to deal with such things, if they managed to survive this. Having gathered everything they could manage to carry, if not everything they might actually need, Crichton made their way to the Bastion's front doors. Bungus' bellowing still echoed through the halls, and everyone that Crichton saw just pressed right past them on their way to the throne room to see what was the commotion could possibly be about. No one tried to stop them at all, at least not until they actually reached the gates. Ubgub stood there waiting for them, arms crossed in front of them. A massive piglin blocked the way out entirely, and then they saw Crichton and sneered at him and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm just following orders," Crichton lied, happy they tucked Ubgub's axe away in their pack. "I wasn't able to solve it every last problem with a great and powerful Bungus, so I've been banished from the Bastion." Ubgub looked Crichton up and down, checking out all the things they were carrying with them. "And Bungus gave you all the gear as a parting gift?" Crichton snorted at Ubgub for being stupid, and implied that the great Bungus has done exactly that, given an advisor all these things to get rid of him. "You think it's so simple, just to get rid of me? Like I don't know all these secrets that the great Bungus would rather not get out. Our great ruler might hate me right now, but that doesn't mean that they don't have to respect me." Ubgub raised his eyebrows, reluctantly impressed. "I didn't think you had it in you. I'm full of all sorts of surprises." Crichton pushed past Ubgub. The brute actually stood aside. Crichton wasn't sure if it was out of fear, respect, or just simple relief that they finally triumphed over the greatest rival with Bungus' attention and influence. Either way, Ubgub got out of the way of Crichton's pass. The advisors strode out of the Bastion like they owned the place, that would one day be back to reclaim for the piglins that were holding it for them. And when someone who actually knew the truth about how Crichton had left Great Bungus' presence called out for the rampers to stop his action. "Is that Crichton? Stop him! The Great Bungus wants him dead." Crichton didn't even glance back as he took on Ubgub's face. They started running like they were never going to stop. Chapter 7. On the Run. As Crichton sprinted away from the bastions, arrows arched out from the ramparts and fell around him. Whether by intention or luck, not one of them hit the advisor, although one of them came close enough to poke a hole in their pack. Crichton didn't try to dodge the arrows, which would have been next to impossible for him anyhow. They just kept their head down and their nose pointed forward and ran as fast as their low legs could take them. Not for the first time in their life, Crichton wished they were bigger. Being smart was wonderful, but they would have been willing to trade a bit of their brains for longer, faster legs at the moment. And the fact that Crichton was outside the bastion alone in the nether would normally have terrified them, but being inside the bastion with all the other piglins would have been much worse. It wasn't until they were well out of bow shot from the bastion that it even occurred to them that they should be afraid. Crichton needed to find some sort of shelter as fast as they could, and not just a place to hide from Bungus underlings. There were so many mobs in the nether that would try to kill them on sight. The best defense against them was not to be seen in the first place. The great Bungus's bastion, well, the one that they had commanded with Crichton's help, was one of the best bastions in the area. This was situated in the Crimson Forest, which offered it more protection than the open plains of the nether wastes could ever manage. The towering blood-red fungi that made up the bulk of the forest gave Crichton lots of places to hide from arrows, and the soft glow of the shroomlights high up in the fungi made it easy to navigate through the dark red fog that pervaded the place. The only trick was to make sure that nothing was hiding behind those gigantic fungi to pounce out at them too. Unfortunately, Crichton had taken the time to scout the area around the bastion long before this. Back in the idea had been to figure out what kind of threats might reside close to the bastion so that the piglins could figure out how to get rid of them. In the back of their mind, though, Crichton had also been plotting out possible ways to escape from the bastion should everything go bad. To their shame, Crichton had actually not thought that the great Bungus would ever turn against them. After all, Crichton had engineered Bungus's rise to power. The leader depended on an advisor like Crichton, and wasn't entirely lost without them. In the end, though, Bungus hadn't seen it that way, had they? Perhaps Crichton had let their ego get in their way. They gotten too comfortable with the chambers of their bastion, too used to the life on top of the piglin heap. They spent too much time watching for the threats outside the bastion that they did not bother looking for the threats from within. At least Crichton had spotted a good hiding place all those months ago, a place that was both outside of the bastion and offered at least little protection from other non-piglin threats. Now all they needed to do was reach it. Doing that didn't turn out to be hard. The commotion at the bastion was attracted the attention of most of the other mods in the area, and they had come to mill around the place to see what was happening. From long practice, they stayed just out of bowshot of the ramparts, but that didn't stop Piglin stationed there trying their luck with a few arrows anyhow. That worked in Crichton's favor, as it kept attention of those mobs in the bastion while the advisor scrambled to find their hidden hiding spot. Hoping that it was still there, when they found it, a hole in the ground hidden by a large square of giant fungus stumps. They dove into it at not a sigh of relief until they made sure nothing else had decided to claim it as their den in the meantime. It wasn't until then that Crichton unclenched enough to feel their heart trying to beat through their chest. They'd been too much in a panic to worry about anything but imminent death, till just now. The effort with keeping their head together the whole time had been exhausting. They closed their eyes for what they told themselves would only be a short moment. While they rested nestled in the golden gear, the Crichton started to plan out what the next steps might be. They couldn't just move out this little cave and live here. Eventually they ran out of food and water, and they'd be forced to go into the open. When that happened, they would be better off if they had a place to go. There were other piglins out there in the nether. Crichton knew some of them had bastions too, ones that had been entirely destroyed by the mightiest of roving mobs. Maybe Crichton would find one of them and ask them to take them in. Most of the piglins in the area, especially the leaders, knew that Crichton was the great Bungus's advisor. Crichton wondered if they'd be able to trade on for the big kindness for those piglins. The great advisor grunted the idea of the piglins being kind. They wouldn't do it out of the non-existent goodness of their hearts. Crichton would have to offer them something in return, something of value, a lot of value, like an entire hill's worth of gold, which they would then just steal from them. The nearest clan seemed fond of tossing up poorly built structures and then watching them fall down. Maybe Crichton could help them keep those places standing, but the advisor wasn't sure the clan would appreciate that. The next closest clan had taken such a shine to the Crimson Force's gigantic fungi that they almost seemed to worship them. Unfortunately, the part of that worship involved never cleaning themselves, and Crichton's nose was too sensitive to tolerate that. Another clan roamed through the region, riding hogless through the forest and place to place like nomads. The real trick would be finding them, and even when Crichton had grown used to having real roof overhead, piglins were greedy creatures. But the moment they saw Crichton, they would know exactly how desperate the advisor had to be. The things Crichton just swipe on their way out of the great Bungus bastion wouldn't be enough. The gold Crichton was carrying might get them an audience to plead their case, but it would be little to buy them a home. They would have to offer that prospective piglin leader something more. Something like the Great Bungus. Crichton knew Bungus backward and forward, their strengths and weaknesses, every last bit of their bastion. If some ambiguous piglin leader wanted to attack the bastion with an eye toward taking it from Bungus, the information Crichton would offer them would be invaluable. Instead of just offering a sack of gold, Crichton would be able to provide them with all of Bungus's gold, every bit of it. In fact, Crichton might be able to parlay that information into becoming the attacker's advisor, which would mean being restored to place of honor and power in Bungus's very bastion. Crichton would then return the rightful place that they had earned through all their hard work and cunning. The only difference would be that there would be someone other than Bungus in charge, and that time around, Crichton would make same mistakes. They would be the lookout and the treachery from within. They take steps to make sure that no one else could take their position away from them ever again. All they had to do was the right piglin to make it happen. They nodded off with the warm and comforted thought of their head. They were awakened not much later by someone grabbing them by the front of their shirt and hauling them bodily into the hiding hole. The attacker threw them as boulders that had hidden in the place of the casual view, and the impact of the ground knocked the wind out of Crichton. As they lay in the dirt, struggling to catch their breath, the attacker vaulted on those same boulders and landed right in front of them, looming over the advisor with a shadow blocking out the sky. It was Ugub, and they were laughing. The brute leaned in over Crichton and stabbed a thick thing into the advisor's chest. "You think you're smart, don't you? Smarter than any other piglin? Smarter than the Great Bungus? Even smarter than me? No, wait. Ugub wasn't done talking. Well, maybe you are, but you're stupid too. If you were smart, you wouldn't have run all the way away, not stopped here. Please." Crichton had more to say, but Ugub scooped them up in the brutal grass and started hauling them away while continuing to berate them. "If you were really smart, you wouldn't have left the trail that led me right here, and you wouldn't be so weak that I drag you back." Crichton didn't believe that Ugub was a tracker of any skill. In fact, the brute had a hard time figuring out how to get around the bastion on most days. If it was enough to shock that Ugub had even left the bastion to go out to Crichton, much less the brute having actually found them. But how? Ugub shook the rest of the words right out of Crichton's mouth, and then turned the advisor upside down so that he could see the brute had met. With their head hovering right over the ground, the advisor couldn't help but see a long pieces of netherwort dribbled into the dirt that ran right over the path they had taken in their highway. Crichton still didn't quite understand how the line had gotten there. What had betrayed him? The thought had taken measures to be careful. They certainly hadn't left such a trail behind them, right? That's when the bit of the knife trembled out of Crichton's punctured back and into his face, and the advisor realized what had happened. The arrow that pierced Crichton's back as they were fleeing from the bastion had punctured the sack of netherwort they had swiped. Pieces of the netherwort had spilled out behind them, and they raced away, leaving a trail behind them that even someone as thick-headed as Ugub would follow. Crichton wanted to smack the hand into the forehead for not having noticed this before it was far too late, but they were too discombobulated to manage it. That's only worse once Ugub heard Crichton gasp in revelation. Laughing out loud, the brute swung Crichton around them like their ankles between the drag and the advisor along instead. He means to take extra care of the light and thumping. Crichton's head over every rock, bump, and fallen log that he could find in Crimson Forest. "What an idiot you are," Ugub said. "The problem isn't that you're smart. Next to most of us piglins, you might be a genius. The funny part is that you think you're smarter than you actually are." The brute chortled at that, but Crichton couldn't summon up enough wind to respond due to the constant thumping of their skull against the ground. They couldn't only listen to that awful laugh. Eventually, Ugub came to an abrupt stop. "This should do. What's happening?" By this point, Crichton had been battered near a sentence. "Where are we?" It didn't look like the bastion anywhere near it. Crichton had expected Ugub to track them back in front of the Great Bungus to hear the leader pronounce the punishment. At this point, Crichton would have just been surprised if it meant execution. After all, if Bungus would have only wanted Crichton banished from the bastion, the advisor's escape from the place had already taken care of that. "I'm not giving you another chance to calm down, Bungus, and talk your way out of your punishment," Ugub said. "You got away that too many times. Not today." With that, Ugub hauled Crichton up over his head. From this vantage point, the advisor could see that they stood on the edge of a pit where the edge of Crimson Forest where it began to give away, a sprawling horror of the nether waste. Darkness swallowed the unseen bottom of it, but it seemed deep enough to falling would be fatal, much less throwing into it. "Today this all ends," Ugub said, "and so do you." "No," Crichton shouted. "No, no, no." They kept shouting it all the way down. Chapter 8. Finding the Portal. Crichton had no idea how much later it would be when they awakened. They only knew in the dark where they were, which was unusual for the nether. There was most place and continually lit by the roasting glow of lava. Crichton got up to their elbows and looked around. The last thing they remembered was sailing through the open air into the pit that had Ugub's horrible guffaws echoing after them. Most of the thing was that Crichton was still alive at all. They had entirely expected to die then and there. The fact that this hadn't happened seemed like a miracle. They decided to take the time to take an inventory of their injuries and evaluate whether or not there was a chance that they might be able to crawl out of this pit. if that there were still were, under their own power. Crane discovered a number of bumps and bruising on their body, including a nasty knot on the back of their skull. If they had a number of cuts and scrapes as well, but the advisor's relief their bodies seemed to be intact. The most stunning thing Creighton found was a creature on which they had apparently landed. It was a broke in their fall, and if that was the case, the incredible accident would probably save Creighton's life. On the other hand, it hadn't done the creature nearly as much good. Creighton rolled off and see if it survived, and well, was surprised to discover that, whatever it was still breathing. Creighton gazed upward and saw the shape of the hole high above them. That must be the rim of the pit into which Ugub had hurled them. Not much light came down through it, which meant Creighton had to strain his eyes to see anything. Fortunately, it turned out that Ugub hadn't stripped Kitten of their pack before tossing him into the pit. That had gone flying while they had tumbled into the pit, but it lay on the ground only a few feet away. Creighton crawled over the pack and fished a lantern out of it, then lit it. In its illumination, they could see that they were in a pit so much of a cave. The walls of it were too far away to be seen. There wasn't anyone, or anything else in this place, with them. At least as far as they could tell. Just the creature they landed upon. Creighton moved back to the creature and saw it was a strider. The Piglins loved striders, if only because they were the only mobs in there that didn't seem like they were about to kill everyone around them. Also, you couldn't climb on top of them and ride them anywhere, even across the hottest lava. On top of that, striders often shed strings that Piglins could use to help build crossbows and other handy things. Creighton didn't know how this particular strider had gotten down here in the pit, apparently all by itself. Maybe it had fallen in. Maybe Ugov had tossed it in here to first see how deep the pit was. In any case, Creighton was grateful that it had been here, and perhaps a little sorry for the unceremonious tumble into the pit that had injured it. They wondered how they might help the strider. Maybe they could somehow nurse it back to health. But first they had to figure out a way out of the pit, or they would wind up dying there next to the strider anyhow. Creighton stood up, feeling every ache and bruise in their body, and they held their lantern high. The walls they would see around them were tall and steep, and they didn't seem to have an easy way out. It looked like an awful place to starve to death. Creighton walked toward one wall and decided to fall into the darkness. As they went, they saw the wall curved around them to the left, which they noticed not only because of the purplish glow that emanated around the bend. Not wanting to alert whoever might be on the other side of the bend, Creighton extinguished their lantern and waited for their eyes to adjust to the darkness. They imagined a glow. They hadn't imagined the glow. They could see it more strongly now, and they crept toward it as quietly as they could manage. As they drew closer, they heard something around the corner as well. Creighton couldn't make it out as well, but it sounded like someone talking to themselves. Creighton peered around the bend and wall and suppressed the gasp of surprise that would have certainly given them away. A purple glow was emanating an obsidian portal. Creighton had seen such portals in the past, but they never seen one actually functioning. They always stood empty, hollow inside, waiting for someone or something to activate them. Some mobs, including a fair number of piglins, liked to hang around obsidian portals, hope that they might light up so they could attack whatever came through them. But Creighton had always been too busy at other duties, simply hoped that something might happen at some point. Word was that an active portal led from the nether to a whole new world that worked differently from the one that Creighton knew, but it had always seemed like a ridiculous fantasy. But there now was one that was actually working, and someone was standing in front of it. Creighton knew the opportunity when they saw it. Hard was it not believe Olga might have actually gotten them a favor by tossing them down here. Now the advisor meant to take advantage of it. They were an ex-advisor now. Perhaps a great bungus point of view, but Creighton hadn't given up their choice of career just yet. They'd find something else to take them in as advisor, or maybe they'd set themselves a new rule in the bastion themselves ahead. If only they knew how. Ugub was right. Creighton was pretty smart, but smarts weren't enough to put a piglin in charge of bastion. Brute strength was usually a lot more helpful in that regard. Creighton drew Ugub's stolen axe in their pack and crept up behind the lone figure as quietly as possible. The advisor's feet didn't make a single sound, and they held their breath as well. Their heart pounded so hard, though, they were surprised the person standing there was starting to swirling purple inside the obsidian portal didn't hear it. The person had their back to them. Creighton could not believe their luck. This advisor within reach of the person, though they turned around and bared their teeth at them. Creighton knew that they might get another chance, so they struck. They leaped out and tackled the person to the ground. Creighton had never seen men much of a fighter, especially not compared to the brutes like Elgo and the Great Bungus. So they were shocked when their victim bowed backward so easily. Going to the momentum grip and scramble up the person's body, put the blade of their axe in the person's throat. The great Piglin warrior would have been simply dispatched the person in a few quick shots and looted their body. But Creighton had never liked to hurt someone else, much less killed them. They hesitated instead. When they saw the person they attacked wasn't a piglin at all, it was an overworlder. Chapter 8. What a bargain. The terrified outworlder threw their hands up and made a pitiful noise that was perhaps the least threatening thing that Crichton had ever heard. They kept their axe at the creature's throat, though, just in case, and shouted, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Tell me now." The overworlder whimpered and said something in unintelligible tongue. As far as Crichton knew, no one had ever been able to talk to an outworlder. But that didn't seem to stop his terrified person from trying. Crichton hadn't spent much time with the overworlders before. All they knew about them was that it came in two kinds. The first were tremendously powerful people who rampaged across the nether, taking whatever they wanted and beating up anyone that got in their way. The Piglins understood these overworlders. If the Piglins could be nearly as strong and amazing as such invaders, they would do the exact same thing. If anything, the Piglins are jealous, and if jealousy often sent them into a frothing rage. The second kind of overworlders were weaklings who somehow managed to stumble through the portal and find themselves quickly overwhelmed by the nether's vicious mobs. Lots of times they never even saw a piglin before they met their end. This one beneath Crichton's blade was nearly of the second type. Most of these weakling overworlders didn't stick around long enough for anyone to know them. They either were beaten down within minutes or they fled. Maybe it was because the particular overworlder seemed pathetic, or perhaps it was due to the fact Crichton had feared their own life not so long ago. But the overworlder's plight moved them to pity it. More than pity, though. In the back of the Crichton's head, they wondered the overworlder might be able to help them get out of this pit. Rather than steeling himself to put the end of the person, Crichton crawled off of their chest and spun around and back off a few feet. The advisor wasn't trusting, though. They still brandished their axe before them. If the overworlder was shamming and trying to pick them, lowering the guard, they would be sorely disappointed. For their part, the overworlder took a moment to try to recover the dignity, if they actually had any in the first place. Once they seemed to have control over themselves again, they sat up with their hands up, showing Crichton had intended them no harm. The advisor wasn't sure they believed them, but they were willing to give this situation a chance to see where it went. The overworlder backed up a while, still on their rump still. They were still outside the reach of Crichton's axe. Even at the point, they made a huge show of being harmless, asking permission to stand. Being magnanimous, perhaps a little more intimidating than usual, Crichton gestured to the head of the axe. It would be safe for the overworlder to rise. The overworlder glanced longingly over Crichton's shoulder, and the advisor saw the intruder had noticed they had intentionally put themselves between a stranger and the obsidian portal. The piglin wasn't quite ready to let the intruder race off yet. Crichton pointed the axe at the overworlder with purpose, and hoped that they could figure out what they wanted. "Give me what you got." The intruder gave Crichton nothing more than a confused look and a helpless shrug. They didn't understand at all. Instead, they pointed themselves and said something. Crichton cocked their head on one side, listening to them carefully. "Farnham," the overworld said. "Farnham." Farnham. Crichton realized that must be the overworld's name. They pointed at their own chests with their free hand, never letting their axe lower for the moment. "Crichton, Crichton." The overworld mimicked the name, angling only slightly in an attempt. "Crit-N. Close enough," Crichton said. "Now, give me everything you got." The overworlder, Farnham, Crichton corrected, shook their head and was unable to understand anything else the advisor said. Crichton sighed with desperation. They didn't have the patience to teach this fool how to speak properly. They considered talking to him before and then and there, if only to keep things simple. But Crichton was tired and aching and didn't know exactly where they were. Now, how would they manage to get out of here? And how would they find some place safe to go if they actually pulled that off? Crichton, killing Farnham seemed to be a waste at the very least, and Crichton had a little left to them that didn't feel like they should let anything go to waste. Frustrated, they sat down in front of the obsidian portal and glared at Farnham as daring the overworlder to try to escape. And it was around the strider came limping around the bend. Crichton saw it before Farnham did. They instantly wondered what the overworlder would think of it. They hoped that Farnham wouldn't try to attack such a harmless beast, but if what happened, Crichton wasn't going to stop it. Let the overworlder exhaust their strength on useless things. Crichton reached out with their axe and pointed it at the incoming strider. It took Farnham a moment to figure out the gesture meant, but eventually they followed the line of sight of the weapon's handle indicated, the spot of the strider coming for them. To Crichton's surprise, Farnham didn't scream or bolt in terror. Instead, they leaped up and down, clapped their hands in delight. Crichton didn't understand this reaction at all. They just gaped at the overworld as they walked over to the strider and attempted to introduce themselves to it. Oddly, the strider seemed to respond in kind, just as curious about the stranger as it is to them. The two of them circled each other for a bit and grew closer in every rotation. Soon enough, the overworlder realized that the strider was pale and shivering, and let loose a wild exclamation of sympathy, something that was short supply in Piglin society. Farnham came over to Crichton, their eyes wide and pleading. Despite the language difference, it was hard to misinterpret that the overworlder wanted. Crichton gestured to the strider and the axe, and then Farnham, indicating the overworlder would take possession of the strider if they liked, even though the creature wasn't really Crichton's to give away. Farnham particularly squealed with glee. They were so excited that Crichton worried that they might burst. They spun about again and again until they were dizzy with delight. When they were done, they fell over, collapsed on the ground, and laughed themselves silly. The strider approached to lean over the overworld to see if they were dead, which Farnham off laughing again. Once Farnham managed to recover their joyousness, they began rummaging through their pack. They got Critten's attention, and the advisors stood back and brandished their axe at the overworlder, warning them not to try anything stupid. Farnham just put up their hands and smiled at Critten until the axe was lowered. Then they went right back to picking through their pack, although much more gingerly this time. A moment later, they produced something surprising and reached out to Critten with it. The advisor looked suspiciously at a glass flask filled with violet liquid storped with a cork. They glared at it and shook their head. The overworld sensed Critten's misgivings. To allay any fears the advisor might have, Farnham uncorked the flask and took a low sip of the fluid himself. After a quick swallow, they opened their mouth to lose a dramatic ah of refreshment. Then they offered the flask to Critten again. Still suspicious, but feeling a little less cautious than normal, Critten accepted the flask from Farnham. They put it to their lips, watching the overworlder's reaction for the entire time. Farnham didn't seem to like someone excited about tricking a foe into drinking a bottle of poison. Instead, they seemed entirely delighted. Critten took a sip of the vicious fluid, and then it went down slowly, but it tasted delicious. It felt like something wonderful sense of warmth that kept permit from them all with their fingertips and under their toes. A moment later, Critten gulped down the whole thing without meaning to. It was so good, it made him feel incredible. Farnham gestured toward the bruises they had on their arm. Then they glanced down to see that they had disappeared. They were so surprised that they put down their axe so they could roll up a sleeve and get a better look at their arm. There was no longer any sign of injury on it at all. Critten gasped at the overworlder. They had heard about potions of healing like this, but the ingredients were hard to come by in the Nether. Apparently that wasn't the case wherever Farnham was from. The advisor gazing up at the smiling overworlder and realized that they had flinched toward attacking him. Even though they were completely vulnerable, Critten found it hard to believe. In a gesture of goodwill on their own part, they lowered their axe and bowed their head to Farnham to say thanks. The overworlder sighed in relief, and their smile grew even wider. Meanwhile, the Strider had become fascinated with the obsidian portal and walked within a couple feet of it, staring at it the entire time. Farnham moved to intercept the creature, unsure how it would be allowed to depart. But Critten gestured toward the swirling portal, asking them both to leave. Perhaps it was foolish of the advisor's part, but they didn't see anything good coming from Farnham getting mixed up in the troubles of the Nether. Critten couldn't defend them, other Piglins, and had nothing to trade with them now either. Better to send the overworlder back home where the mobs would find a safe predations and places hostile mobs, and maybe they would return with more potions and other incredible things. In an effort to encourage that, Critten reached into their pack and produced a lot of warped fungus, something that the advisor knew that Striders were fond of. They handed it over to the grunt, and the overworld accepted it graciously. Farnham followed the Strider over the portal cautiously, clearly not wanting to give Critten the impression that they were trying to flee. The overworld even gestured to the advisor to join them on the other side of the portal. For a moment, Critten considered going with the overworlder, but that, from what they had been told, it was impossible for Piglins to survive in the overworld. If that wasn't true, Critten felt sure that the Piglins would have invaded the place and conquering it long ago. Many Piglins misspoke such of great battles, and they all somehow skipped over above how the Piglins had gotten into such places and what might have what had driven them back. Instead, Critten simply waved goodbye to Farnham and wished them well. The advisor was determined to figure out a way out of the pit, but they didn't think Farnham would be much help to them in that regard. They didn't gonna have to manage it on their own. Farnham gave Critten a well, I tried shrug, and led the Strider through the obsidian portal. With a spin of purple energy swirling them, they were gone. Chapter 9. Celebration. As Farnham emerged back on the underworld with the Strider by his side, he was awed but had been far away, and the most amazing thing that had ever happened to him. He never in his entire life thought he would somehow wind up in the Nether from something he heard about. It was the last place he ever wanted to be. When he walked through the obsidian portal, he'd been despairing that he would find his way back to the overworld. Now, after braving the Nether and coming back with a creature even more blazing than an axolotl, a sense of determination watched over him. If he could survive that, and apparently even make a new friend while doing it, then he could certainly figure a way out of here. As he gazed around the place, though, he realized that no idea how, for the moment, despair threatened to overwhelm him again. Then the Strider nuzzled up next to him, knocking him out of his darkest thought. Even there, outside of the Nether, it seemed pale and shivering, but he didn't know what he could do to help that. Instead, he gave the creature a friendly scratch along its top and looked at the moment and enjoyed its company. Now, wild and found such a creature, it would be a hit of the zoo if he could get both of it and himself back there. Farnham sat down and decided to go back to his pack and see what resources he had with him. Richard had insisted on putting the pack together for him, and Farnham had been all too happy to trust in his well-traveled pal's judgment. He tossed some favorite food and some other odds and ends in before they stared out, but otherwise he wasn't entirely sure what might be in it. He looked everything out a piece at a time and laid out in front of himself in the glow of the city and portal. He found a torch, always handy, especially in the dark. A set of flint and steel, which he apparently made a good use of. A bundle of food, still pretty full. A bottle of water, which he topped off in the river. A couple more potions of healing, just in case. A couple more buckets for capturing axolotls or other water-loving creatures. A bed, in which he hadn't bothered to use during his nap previous afternoon. An iron sword, which he didn't really know how to use that well, but Grinch had given to him long ago. A crafting table, because hey, you never know what you might have to make yourself on a long trip. A wooden pickaxe. Barnum stared at the last item in shock. He knew for sure he hadn't put that in there. Micro must have slipped out of his pack at some point without telling him. Maybe weeks ago. Otherwise, he would have objected for sure. After all, the thing he most was afraid of was a tunnel through the underworld. Micro wouldn't have seen it that way, though. As an experienced miner, she wouldn't understand how Farnham could possibly go off wandering in the wilderness without at least a cheap pickaxe on his back. For her, that would have been like going for a hike without boots. You could do it for sure, but why? Even touching the thing made Farnham shudder. He knew he didn't see another way out of here, not unless he could turn into a fish. Still, he was determined to exhaust every other possibility first. He reassembled his pack, leaving out the torch and the pickaxe. He gave the strider a bit of food, hoping to keep it too busy to wander off, and he lit the torch. Then he walked around the entire edge of the cavern, just to make sure he actually was trapped in there. Nothing would have pleased him more than finding another way out, at least one that was safe and dry. He did figure out that the river left the cavern, but he did so by flowing out under the surface of the water. After having nearly drowned going under one underworld waterfall, he didn't feel like attempting another particular fate again, especially not with the strider in tow. Now that the Farnham got a bit better look at the strider by torchlight, he realized that the creature had been hurt. He supposed he should have been noticing limping before, but he didn't astonished by everything in the nether, including Crichton, who had seemed like they were going to kill them on the spot, but had slipped by him. He wasn't sure how the potion of healing might work on the strider. After all, it was the nether, and things seemed to work differently there. Of course, the potion had worked on Crichton, so maybe it would help after all. He decided to risk it. He gave the strider a sip of one remaining potion's healing. It seemed to perk the creature up. Throwing the caution out of the wind, Farnham fed the strider the rest of the bottle and chugged the entire thing down. Only a moment after the potion was gone, the strider was galloping around the island in the cavern as if it had never been hurt at all. The sight of it made Farnham laugh with joy. He hated to see animals suffer. He always tried to help them if he could. Once the thrill began healed off, so well wore off, though, the strider came back with the Farnham and nuzzled up against him again. For a moment, Farnham flattered, and then he realized the creature was shivering. It must have been trying to get close to him to get warm. It was chilly in the cavern, much colder than it had been in the nether. Farnham realized that if he didn't get the strider up to the surface and warm it up soon, he would have to send it back to the nether for its own good. There was only one way he could make that happen. He hefted the pickaxe in his hand. He was pretty shoddy one. For just the emergency, he supposed. And he looked exactly like the emergency to him. If it broke, he'd be stuck down here. Maybe for good. But if he didn't try, the same thing would be true. No matter how much it scared him, he had to give it a shot. He walked over to the closest edge of the cavern, right next to the island. He started digging upward as fast as he could. Chapter 10. Through the Portal. Crane sat and stared at the obsidian portal for a long time. They knew that they should have just leave it alone and go find a way out of the pit. The fact that there had been a strider down here, which now seemed like it had been uninjured until the advisor landed on it, implied that there might be some sort of escape. Besides, the one that they spent on staring at, of course, curiosity had always driven Curtin throughout their life. Other piglins like to call Curtin smart, but the truth was the advisor was insatiably curious. They wanted to know everything about everything. To Crichton, knowledge was power. To most piglins, muscle was power. But Crichton had seen the short change in that category. Knowledge was the only way they knew to get ahead. And the best part was that they could always find some more of it. Eventually, you couldn't get any stronger, but nothing could stop Crichton from learning more. Obsidian Portal represented the most incredible source of knowledge that Crichton had never encountered. They also seemed like the most dangerous. The overworld was reputed to be toxic to piglins. As far as Crichton knew, they might die the moment they stepped through that swirling purple field. But really, there was only one way to find out. Eventually, Crichton got tired of trying to talk himself out of doing it and just gave in. They stood up, squared off against the portal, and willed himself to walk through it. The fact that their feet refused to move toward it surprised him. Crichton hadn't realized that they were so attached to living. They'd taken a lot of risk earlier in life. They helped Bungus rise through the piglin ranks. Apparently, they got too comfortable living in the bastion. That was going to have to change. Crane forced his feet to move forward, grudging one step at a time, until their nose was just inches away from the obsidian portal. The swirling purple field the whole of their vision, so it seemed like there was nothing else in the entire world. As much as their body rebelled against moving forward, Cretan forced it to lean forward, inch by inch, until the tip of their nose finally brushed up against the smithing field. And then they were somewhere else. Cretan stumbled, nearly fell, and they appeared on the other side of the obsidian portal. But they managed to catch themselves before tumbling into the river beyond. It was a very sight that too much liquid made Cretan gasp, though, as they fell their knees to gawk at it. In the nether, liquid simply didn't exist. The potion of Farnham had fed the advisor been the most liquid than any had ever seen in one place in their life. The idea that there could be so much of it, enough to fill an entire cavern like this, staggered Cretan. What an amazing world. To think that the Piglins might be able to come here and conquer even this single cavern. What would that mean to them? To be able to have such a liquid whenever they wanted. The thought made Cretan dizzy and began to curdle their stomach. They tried to stand up, and they possibly concluded there had been wild possibilities of this world making them feel ill. It was the world itself, or something lacking in it. This was the problem that Cretan had read about. The overworld was not meant for Piglins like them. If they didn't return to the nether soon, they would succumb to illness and might even die. As incredible as the place was, it wasn't worth Cretan's life. They turned around and headed back through the obsidian portal before it was too late. In the purple glow of the purple portal's field, though, Cretan saw something even more amazing in the water. Ancient markings. Images left there that seemed to tell a story of the Piglin invasion. Someone at some long-forgotten point in time had been there from the nether. Probably through the very same obsidian portal, and scratched some diagrams in the caverns in a series of high-footed pictures. The images covered the wall of the blocks in the other direction. Cretan couldn't take it all in at once. From the bits that they could see from where they stood, the images showed several similar figures, the Piglins perhaps, charging towards the landscape, attacking a strange collection of foes. Cretan could pick out at least 4 different types of defenders, including some that looked like skeletons that roamed the nether. Some of them all stood like a lone hero, maybe an overworlder like Farnham, only far stronger, of course, holding aloft some sort of weapon and leading the defense. A large block in the prize that they were fighting over hung over the entire scene, radiating power. Was this the story of the mighty Piglin army that had once invaded the overworld? Well, just as had been spoken in the Piglin legends? Cretan couldn't be sure. Did it tell what happened to those long ago Piglin warriors? Did it explain how they managed to invade the overworld without the poisonous environment taking them ill? The swirling questions made Cretan wonder if they might be able to put the answers to use. They didn't know. They bent over and threw up instead. They had to get out of there as soon as possible. The knowledge of this world or the nether wouldn't be any good to them. Cretan staggered through the obsidian portal. This time, they plunged through without any hesitation whatsoever. As Cretan emerged into the nether, a relief washed over every inch from head to toe. The feeling of impending doom vanished, although the queasiness in their stomach remained. Exhausted by the experience, they lowered themselves to the floor of the pit, sprawled out across it, and simply focused on breathing air meant for their lungs until the awfulness of the whole experience began to leave them. The moment that Cretan felt better, they sat up and gave the obsidian portal a hard stare. The field inside it didn't respond at all. It just kept swirling like nothing had ever disturbed it. While the portal might not have been changed by experience Cretan had, they didn't care how sick a trip through the portal made them. They were going to go back through and decipher the Piglin message left on the wall, no matter what. As long as Cretan didn't stay on the other side for too long, it seemed like they could recover from such ventures. If they were careful about it, they could go back and forth between the 2 worlds as often as they liked. With little worry about other than temporarily tender belly, they vowed that they would continue to do this over and over until they managed to crack open the mysteries of the ancient images held. And then, armed with the incredible knowledge, they would figure out what just to do with that. Chapter 11. Striding Home. Farnham wasn't quite sure how he made it to the surface. He was so terrified the entire time he wasn't sure he wouldn't just stop breathing at some point. Instead, he kept digging and climbing until he felt the sun on his face once more. The strider came along behind him every step of the way, as if it had been his pet since birth. Farnham wasn't sure if it was because it's something become so attached to him or because he didn't want to be trapped in the underworld anymore like he did. But he felt better having it along, despite how much the creature shivered. He wondered if the strider would have been better off back in the nether. It hadn't looked all that healthy there either, though. He supposed if it wanted, it could have turned back to the portal at any time. But it stuck with him instead. He felt incredibly grateful for that. The worst part of Farnham being trapped in the underworld when he was young and being awful solitude of it all, the feeling that he was trapped there all by himself and would die there all alone, that no one might ever find him and he'd be entombed in solitude like that for all time. Having the strider by his side helped push those resurgent fears away. In fact, they helped spur him on. He couldn't just stop and feel sorry for himself at any point in the process of excavating himself, as that would have meant watching the strider suffer with him. And he couldn't stomach that. When Farnham made it to the surface, the first thing he did was bring the Strider up after him and bring it a big hug to celebrate the victory all over that rock and dirt had stood between them and freedom. The creature wasn't able to hug him back, of course, but it nuzzled up to him, still shivering. "We need to get you to the zoo right away so I can figure out how to help you," Farnham said, and he set straight out to do that. Fortunately, it seemed like he had come out of the underworld at the same time of the mountains, in which he and his friends had started, which meant all he had to do was figure out which direction was town from there. He set out directly from the mountains. As he receded behind them and began to recognize landmarks on their face that seemed familiar, he realized he was a bit farther south than he needed to be, so he corrected course. When he came upon a set of minecart tracks that ran directly away from the mountains, he literally cheered out loud. This close to town, he knew they had to lead back there. He had to do this point was follow them. He wondered what happened to Micro and Grinchard. Had they somehow become trapped in that cave too? Did they realize that he'd gotten swept around the river or not? Were they still looking for him? He didn't know about any of that, but he did know the Strider was suffering. He needed to take care of it first, and then he would go looking for his friends. Maybe he could even rally a search party to help them find him before they got into much trouble as he had. The idea of him having someone else for once heartened him. He told himself he'd probably worrying about nothing. The others were experienced travelers, and there were probably nothing out there the two of them couldn't handle, with or without them. Farnham's big mistake was getting separated from them in the first place. If they all got stuck together instead of wandering off separately, he could have been fine. They all would have. Next, the night was falling as Farnham finally made it into town. As he approached, he saw some sort of gathering happening in the main square. He intended to head straight for the zoo to get the Strider settled in and taken care of, but he's too curious about what was happening in the square just to ignore it. So many people were gathered in the square that Farnham couldn't see who was in the center of it all, what they were talking about. He stood on his tiptoes, craned his neck to try to figure it out, but too many others blocked his way. As he stood there, though, the Strider began letting a low moan and people nearest to Farnham could not ignore. They sat at the strange creature in Farnham and settled away to give them ample space. Farnham took advantage of this by edging forward a bit more, and the process repeated itself for a fresh group of visitors. Moments later, Farnham found himself standing in front of the edge of the crowd, with the Strider next to him. As he emerged just behind the last row of town folks blocking his view, he saw that folks in the center of the square were not other than Micro and Grinchard, and they were trying to convince the village mayor to help them gather a search party. "It's crucial that we find him before the sun sets again, or he may suffer or even die of thirst," Grinchard said. "Let's just hold on for a moment." The mayor put up her hands and asking for calm. "It's not like people who don't wander off into the wilderness to explore from time to time. There's no reason to panic." Despite that, Micro wasn't having any of the mayor's excuses. "Do you have any idea who you're talking about? He's been avoiding the chance of being trapped in the ground since we were kids. This is Farnham we're talking about." Grinchard gave Micro a gentle elbow in the ribs. "Do you mean that Farnham?" The explorer pointed right over the zookeeper. It was an amazing animal he brought with him. And Farnham gave his ghoul-eyed friend a half-embarrassed wave. Micro gasped, and the entire crowd gasped with her. The mayor clapped her hands together and dusted them off as she completed a long day of work. "See?" she said. "Nothing to worry about, and no reason to panic." Most of the crowd dispersed at that point, heading back to their homes and shaking their heads at the commotion over nothing at all. Others flashed understanding smiles at Farnham and his friends, relieved that Farnham was back safe and sound, looking a little worse for wear. Micro and Grinchard stormed over to Farnham and looked him up in the massive group hug. Micro grabbed him by the shoulders and inspected his injuries. "You had us worried," Grinchard chuckled as a rueful shake of head. "We almost had the entire town ready to dig up half the mountain looking for you. We're just glad you're okay." "What happened to you?" Micro seemed satisfied that Farnham was physically okay at least, but she was terribly concerned for him. "We heard you shouting the nothing. We scoured the entire cavern looking for you." Farnham braced himself and launched into an entire story, but the Strider interrupted him with a deep shudder and a low moan. Farnham reached out to comfort the creature and told the others, "I'll tell you the whole thing when we get this guy to the zoo." The others agreed in a round of nods. They all hustled over to Farnham's place. As they strode along, Grinchard stared at Farnham's new friend. "Is that a Strider? Where did you find them? I thought they were native to the Nether." Farnham liked the respect he saw in his friend's eye. "It's a long story," he said with a nod. Despite that, it didn't take them too long to tell it. By the time the three of them, plus the Strider, reached the zoo gates, Farnham had told his friends everything about the inadvertent adventure. Grinchard blew out a long, relieved sigh. "You're one lucky zookeeper. You could have died at so many points today." Micro kept shaking her head in disbelief. "Going over an underground waterfall, activating obsidian portal, entering the Nether, meeting a piglin who didn't try to kill you, and bringing back a Strider alive." Grinchard clapped Farnham in the back. "Good on you." Farnham grinned as he escorted them all to the zoo. He wasn't used to getting such praise from a far braver than those accomplished friends. and he liked it. "Thank you," he said. "I'm sorry I put you in so much trouble, what with gathering and search party and all, and I really appreciate it. I knew you wouldn't abandon me." "Never," Micro said. Grincher gave Farnum a fair nod in agreement. "I'm just happy to be home." Farnum turned and regarded Strider. "Now, we need to figure out what's wrong with my new pal here." The Strider shuddered again. "His time for much longer. He seems cold," Micro said. "Let's light him a fire." Farnum escorted the Strider in an empty pen, and Grincher built a fire next to the creature. Soon it was roaring and kicking off a searing heat. The Strider edged closer to it until he was almost touching the flames. Instead of moaning like he had been in grunted improved comfort. "That seems to help, but he looks cold," Farnum said. "The fire not be enough." Grincher stuck a finger into the air and the idea struck him. "The nether's full of lava. Striders like this one here can actually walk across it without being hurt, much less getting incinerated. We should probably build him right on top of this fire." Farnum looked back at the Strider and saw that this creature had already worked up his way nearly on the top of the fire. Trouble was, it was starting to smother it. He seems to be happy enough for now, and that's not going to last for long. We need a more permanent solution if he's going to stay here. "Or what?" Micro gazed at wide-eyed Farnum as he babbling and utter nonsense. "You're going to bring him back to the nether to set him free?" "I think I know that would work," Grincher said. "Lava." Farnum cocked his head in confusion. So I should bring him back to the nether?" Grincher laughed. "The nether isn't the only place you can find lava, you know. There's plenty of it underground, if you know where to look." "Ooh, and I do," Micro started for the exit. "I'll be right back." While Micro was gone, Farnum tried to get the Strider to eat something, but it turned up his nose that most of the food he offered, but it begrudgingly ate some mushrooms he found in the corner of the zoo's feed shed. Watching the Striders munching the mushrooms reminded Farnum that he wasn't eating far too long himself. Grincher followed him to the kitchen and insisted that he sit and rest while they cooked up a delightful dinner. The two of them were settling down to eat when Micro showed up, dusting her hands. "And that's that," she said and sat down beside the table. "Dinner looks great. How's the Strider?" Farnum asked, concerned. "Much better now," she grinned at her friends. "I bet him a fireproof tub and hauled up enough lava to fill it to the brim. He's wallowing in it right now like a pig in mud." "Thank you," Farnum raised his glass. "To friends who are always there for you, no matter what." "To friends," the others said as they all clinked their glasses together. Chapter 12. The Discovery. It took Crichton more time than they cared to think about, but eventually they figured out what the ancient Piglins had carved into the wall in the mysterious cavern, and it stunned them to the core. Deciphering images like these weren't an exact science. The drawing to mean different things and match with other things, and Crichton didn't understand much about the historical context necessary to interpret that. At best, they could tell there had been three factions of invaders that seemed like they had been unstoppable. Together, they had conquered everything in their path. The only thing the advisor could understand was if they had in fact been Piglins, how they'd done it, or the mighty force of the Piglins to invade the overworld. They might just have been the first to figure out the cure of poisoning that affected them, and that when they left the nether to plunder this ripe and wonderful place. The drawing showed three different hordes of what Crichton believed were Piglins. These images are the first featured motion lines that show the moving around at top speed, able to race past the others and dash around even their foes. The drawings of the second horde showed them clustered around half-finished structures that looked a lot like the Piglin bastions crumbled back in the nether. The way some of the invaders were hauling blocks up to the others, it would seem as though they were building these bastions fresh and new. In Crichton's mind, this confirmed that these creatures were Piglins, as no other built such places, at least that the advisor knew about. Squiggly lines that arose in the members in the last horde. The advisor couldn't be sure what these represented, but from the way the horde foes, and even friends, fled from those squiggles, they had to stand for something powerful. Perhaps those Piglins had incredibly smelly, to the point where their stench drove their foes from their presence. Crichton wasn't quite sure they'd gotten to the part right, but they couldn't come up with a better guess. In the section of the mural, Crichton spied an image of what seemed like a massive Piglin carrying an incredible weapon, a spiked block swinging about the end of the chain. The drawing sat near the bottom of the mural, and someone had drawn an arrow that pointed straight down toward a lump in the ground. Curious, Crichton dug up the lump and discovered a chain. They kept digging and following the chain, so they unearthed the entire thing, a vicious weapon that looks much like the one on the wall. For Crichton, this discovery reinforced the story the drawing seemed to be trying to tell. This might not be some fanciful tale, but an actual legend. They inspected the weapon and discovered that the block at the end of the dark metal was the kind of weapon that any Piglin could covet. The advisor tested it out, swinging it around, and nearly hitting himself in the head. They decided that such an unwieldy weapon might not be for them. At least, not yet. For Crichton, The mural combined the weapon scene to confirm several such legends that they had heard before, but they also brought up more questions than they answered. If the Piglins had once conquered the overworld, how could they have fallen so low? And what had kicked them out of the overworld and back into the nether? They had been driven out by some powerful force, or had somehow turned on one another instead. Had the cure for the overworld poisoning failed them, or had something else been at work? Something that had driven the Piglins permanently from that land? Those last questions plagued Critten's every thought. Had something gone wrong with the ancient Piglins' solution for that awful poisoning? Or could Critten replicate their solution? Or maybe find another way to avoid it? There was only one way to figure all this out. As distasteful as it seemed, they didn't have the resources they needed there in the pit to survive for much less than doing deep research. Because of that, they had no other choice. They were going to have to sneak back into Bungus's bastion. Getting out of the pit didn't turn out to be nearly as difficult as Critten had feared. It turned out the Strider would simply walk down into a place in the passageway, hidden behind the obsidian portal. To Critten's embarrassment, it had taken them a while to figure this out. The active portal had blocked the side of it, and for the longest time the advisor had not thought to look behind it. Instead, they set out to follow the wall of the cavern, just like they had before, and they got all the way around the entire place before they saw what they'd been missing. Perhaps the ancient Piglins had used the passageway as a means to get to Bungus Bastion and the Obsidian Gate from there the other world. It seemed lucky that the Strider hadn't accidentally wandered through the portal itself. Maybe the portal hadn't been activated when the Strider entered the cavern. Or maybe the silly animal had wandered into a portal and back out again. Unless they returned to the nether and suddenly developed the ability to talk, Critten would likely never know. Putting that question aside, the advisor followed the passageway behind the obsidian portal up and around and through many blocks of rock, until it eventually came out into the open nether, but into an underground room that Critten couldn't recognize at first. After a bit of exploration, though, the advisor confirmed their suspicions that this was in fact the chamber in the basement of the Great Bungus Bastion. Of all places for Ugub to hurl Critten into, it turned out that it featured a secret passage back into the bastion. The ancient Piglins had been much smarter than Critten could have imagined, which met with much greater foresight than Critten thought about how Piglins like Great Bungus and Ugub were now in charge for their people. It almost broke their heart to think how Piglins had fallen so far. That made them even more determined to do something about the injustice. If Critten didn't know of the secret basement room, chances were good that the few Bastion's current residents did either. With a bit of luck and cunning, the advisor might be able to sneak around this place without anyone being the wiser. After all, Bungus' soldiers were looking for Critten outside the bastion, not inside it. Critten drew their axe and went looking for what they needed. They found their way into the vast storehouse under the bastion where the Piglins kept their food. They refilled their pack this time with the best food they could find, and they stuffed their pack with plenty of other supplies. As they were doing this, Critten heard one of thing they had really been hoping for, snoring. Critten knew that some of the lowest, laziest Piglins in the bastion liked to shirk work by hiding out in the storerooms. Bungus often railed against these slackers and ordered Ugub to root them out and exile them into the nether, just as they'd done to Critten. They were generally too clever for Ugub to find them, though, but not too clever for Critten. They moved aside a loose chest, and a stack of them slipped past it, makeshift hideout on the other side. There, Critten found a pair of greasy young Piglins who had likely never done an honest day's work in their lives. The shocking part was that Ugub hadn't been able to find them with the stench alone, surrounded by what were rotting scraps of food and filthy clothing and bedding. The two Piglins appeared to pass out on overdrewing and stolen food. Critten nudged one of them with a boot and got nothing from them more than irritated and irritating snore. Critten finished a length of rope out of their pack and put the edge of their axe against the neck of one of the Piglins. When they jabbed the sleepy pigling in the throat with it until they woke up with a squeal. Critten handed the wide-eyed, trembling piglin length rope. Tie your friend up with this. If you wake them up while you do it, that will be the last mistake you ever make. Terrified piglins nodded silently and tried to stifle their snuffling as they followed the advisor's orders. In mere moments, they had their companions' hands bound in front of them and their ankles knobbled together. Critten handed them another length of rope. Now your ankles. When they were done, Critten inspected their work and made them do it over, properly this time. The advisor wasn't sure if the slacker was trying to prepare for eventual escape or was just lousy at tying knots, but they supposed it didn't matter in the end. After some potentially painful, well, not for the advisor, negotiations, Critten managed to get the slacker's hand bound too, and inspected all the knots on both the Piglins. They should do for now. When they woke up, the sleeping slacker, who was shocked and discovered the new situation, and led a pair of prisoners out of the storeroom and into the basement room and the secret door. Soon enough, they made it back to the bottom of the pit, where the obsidian portal had swirled at them, beckoning them to enter. The prisoners had been trembling in fear the entire march down here, but now their legs gave out underneath them. This suited Critten just fine. They took one of the piglins and bound them in an outcropping of the rock next to the obsidian portal. Then they took the other one, hauled them to their feet, and gave one end of the good length of rope. Cretan jabbed the hapless prisoner in the end of their axe. Now go through the portal and stay there on the other side. If you come back through there before I tell you to, I'll chop you in half on the spot. No, the piglin bound in the rock said. Don't do it. Cretans kept their axe and eyes on the piglin in front of them, but spoke to the other one. If they refuse, I'll get rid of them and send you in there instead. The other piglin gasped in horror and then spoke their friend. Their cackling ever sound. Well then, what do you have to lose? The piglin with the axe in their chest scowled with their faceless friend, then nodded Cretan. Fine, I'll do it. With that, the piglin turned to face the obsidian portal, and without any ceremony or further hesitation, walked right through the purple field, trailing the length of the rope behind him. Cretan grabbed the loose end of the rope and held it off the ground. To their amazement, the other end of it remained hanging in the middle of the portal's purple field, even though the rest of it now in the other world. Cretan waited for a good long time to see what would happen next. They figured that the piglin in the cavern would eventually get scared by the poisoning and come back through the portal, at which point the advisor would have stabbed them to prove the other piglin that they meant what they said. To Cretan's amazement, the rope remained hovering in the portal, right up until they abruptly sagged downward. Frowning, Cretan put down the end of the rope and followed through the portal, keep their axe ready before them. On the other side, they found the piglin collapsed on the island. They were unconscious but still breathing. Not wanting to spend any more time in the poisonous world even if they had to, Cretan returned to the nether and hauled on the rope until the unconscious piglin slipped over the nether as well. Oh no, the other piglin began to snuffle in horror at their friend's fate. What are you doing? Cretan bound the knocked up piglin and turned their full attention to the other. Learning. Chapter 13. The Zoo Star. Welcome, 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 Farnham said to the crowd as they gathered inside the zoo's gates. After all the preparations that he and his friends had made for the Strider's habitat, it was finally the day to open the part of the zoo to the public and give the people a chance to meet the Strider for themselves. Even with his friend's help, it had taken Farnham more than a week to get everything in order, and he had to shut down the zoo for that entire time. Meanwhile, in their off hours, he'd gone around to every public place in the entire town and told people about the wonderful things they'd been doing and how amazing the Strider would be to see. He hoped he'd be able to drum up some interest by talking it all up. But until he came out of that morning to open the gates, he hadn't realized how successful he'd been. There had never been so many people who wanted to enter the zoo at once. For the first time ever, Farnham's had to say the words, "Would you please make a line?" Normally, he'd just let people in as they wished, but so many of them wouldn't fit in the place at once. Not without potentially scaring all the animals. He didn't want to risk that, especially not when it's Strider's first day to be introduced to the public. Come on, one at a time, please. Stay to the left and follow the wall to the right. You will be able to see all the animals and spend plenty of time with them. He shaded his eyes and looked at the people who had potentially lined up the request. They maybe didn't speak the same language, but they seemed to have understand him all the same. There were a few of them that didn't recognize at all. He wondered if they actually come here from outside of town to see his zoo. Had the zoo become this tourist attraction? This is amazing, Farnham said to Micah as he approached him and patted him on the shoulder. Look at all these people. Congratulations, she favored him with a proud smile. You worked hard at this. We all did, thank you. And gratitude. I couldn't have done any of this without you. Maybe you should thank us after you go check out the Strider's pen, Micah said with a small wince. She didn't need to say another word. She just shooed him away over watching the door for him. He trotted over to the new attractions pen. He and his friend had done an amazing job with it, he had to admit. Not only had they reinforced the pen to both keep the Strider from wandering off and protect it from outside mobs, they built a pool of lava in the Strider to enjoy at all times. They had taken lots of work. Grinchard had helped find the source of lava, and 3 of them had then brought it to the zoo, bucket by bucket. Farnham had worried that bringing lava to the zoo might be dangerous, and he wasn't convinced that it was actually safe, but it made the Strider happy. The creature had been so excited Grinchard had volunteered to help train it so it could work off some of its excess energy and become happy in its new home. Farnham hadn't been able to argue against logic like that, or against the results. He had never seen the Strider in such a good mood, and it seemed healthy as it could be, thriving even. And when he walked in the Strider part of the zoo and found Grinchard riding the creature, the adventurer had somehow come up with a saddle and strapped on top of the Strider like it was a mount. And now they were riding across the surface of the pen's lava pool. So at the saddle, Grinchard didn't seem to have any control in which way the creature trotted. But it wasn't like there was a massive amount of room in the pen anyhow. The explorer just grinned as they rode the Strider all around the pen at random. The zoo's visitors all stopped and gaped at the sight, which helped explain why traffic had backed up to this part of the zoo. Farnham opened his mouth and yelled at Grinchard and ordered him to get off the Strider and back to the side of the fence's pen, where they belonged. And then something shut him up. He couldn't actually exactly have what stopped him. Maybe it was the way the visitors goggled at the sight. Maybe something he rarely seen happen at a zoo till that day. Maybe it was how content the Strider seemed to be the rider on his back. encouraging the trips back and forth across the lava in whatever direction pleased it. Or maybe it was a goofy smile on his friend's face. They're having a ball out there. Farnham turned to find Micro at his shoulder, watching the wild show in the pen, laughing around the cloud, and nodded toward Grinchard. Don't you think? I wasn't sure if you meant the strider or the person riding it. Fair, Micro chuckled. You know, if Grinchard had a fishing rod with a warped fungus dangling at the end of it, I bet they could get that strider to go anywhere he wanted to, rather than just having it wander around at random. Actually, I have some of that. The piglin I met in the nether gave it to me. Maybe for the exact purpose. I have to mention that to Grinchard when they're done, Barnum said, laughing. Not just quite yet. Maybe we should get the two of them up to do this sort of thing in the regular schedule. Give the visitor something to look forward to, and maybe spread out the crowd a little too. That's not a bad idea at all, Farnham scratched his chin. And it might keep Grinchard around a bit longer too before they get bored and wander off again. Margaret put a hand on his shoulder. They always come back. We both do. Do you know why that is? Farnham shrugged. Not right getting where this is leading to. To resupply, I always figured. Sure, that's part of it. You want food and drink and fresh clothes and equipment and all the other things that survive out there in the wild world. But after many days and nights alone, that's not what draws you back. Not really. Farnham narrowed his eyes at Micro, who never let her gaze wander from Grinchard having so much fun atop the strider. Not for an instant. It's the need you know you're not alone, even when you're out for days and weeks or months at a time. Not really. Farnham finally got it. You're always welcome back here. I'll keep a home fires burning for you both. Micro laughed gently at that. It'll be a lot easier to manage that now that you've got all the lava right here. That it will. Chapter 14. Discovered. Creighton's experience had borne fruit. After sending the two captured piglins through the portal time and again, the advisors had determined the rough amount of time the piglin could survive in the poisoned world before succumbing entirely. It wasn't long. Fortunately, neither of the piglins had perished, and both of them had recovered quickly once returned to the nether. Creighton wasn't sure it was because the nether had some sort of healing property for piglins, or the other world lacked something the piglins sorely needed. But they supposed that was a matter of definitions. The next step was figuring out some way to protect the piglins from the effects visiting that other world. Creighton had a scant few leads to go on. The ancient legend scrawled on the wall in that cave on the other side of the portal seemed to indicate the nether ward played an important role in the solution. But it didn't seem like those drawings ever showed exactly how that worked. Neither of the piglins who had forced to walk through the obsidian portal had lasted nearly as long as Creighton had during the research visits. While Creighton had decent enough ego or intelligence, they didn't think that there was anything about them physically. The other piglins would have been able to withstand the sickness over there much better than the advisor had. So what was the difference? Creighton suspected it was a lingering effect of the potion of healing that Farnham had given to them. Perhaps the potion had imbued them with some sort of protection that kept the illness away. Reluctant to endure such experiments on their own person while they already had other perfectly decent subjects at hand, Creighton nevertheless returned through the portal to see how long they lasted now. It had been days since they had been back there, and any residential effects of the potion should have long ago faded away. Despite that, when Creighton walked into the cave, they didn't get sick. Not right away, not like the other piglins at least, but faster than before. Had the potion of healing only partly worn off? That seemed likely after so much time. Maybe there was something else at work, something that Creighton had been paying attention to. The advisor took off their pack and emptied their pockets, laying everything on the ground before them. Nothing there looked like it would be particularly effective as proof against what the Outworld did to the piglins, but Creighton knew that they had put aside their assumptions and gave it a shot anyway. They took a deep breath and walked into the overworld again. It turned out their theory was correct. They became sick almost instantly and were forced to return to the nether in record time. While that felt horrible, it was good news. It meant two things. First, if a potion of healing could offer a residential bit of protection from the illness for a short while, then perhaps something else, one concocted specifically to counteract the poison effect of the world, might offer longer-term protection, perhaps even permanent. That seemed unlikely, though. If piglins could be made to tolerate the overworld permanently, why would the ancients who scrawled the pictograms on the cave have never felt like the softer, easier world behind? Second, whatever the protection against the overworld's effect, it seemed Creighton had been carrying at least a little bit of it with them if they had gone through the overworld for the first time that day. Inspired, they separated out everything they put down before and began to pick up the things one at a time, and carried them into the overworld to see what would happen. At one point, they went through the overworld and felt fine for a good few moments, much longer than normal. It didn't last. When Creighton returned to the nether, they looked down at what they were holding in their hand, a chunk of netherwort that they stole from the Bastion's basement. Somehow the strange fungus, which grew all over the Bastion, had offered Creighton some protection. Maybe it had been the ingredient in a potion that Farnham had fed him. The only trouble was that Crichton couldn't make a potion in the nether. Liquids never lasted long in the nether. If brought there from the overworld that left unbottled, they evaporated almost immediately. The advisor would never be able to fashion such a thing there, but they might be able to manage it in the overworld. Of course, to do that, they have to stay in the overworld long enough to brew the potion, and they weren't quite sure how they'd manage that. Still, Crichton now had some new information and something new to strive for, and 2 subjects to experiment on until they found the answers they sought, or the need for new subjects arose. Crichton snuck back into the bastion and made off with the crafting table, several empty vessels, as much nether wart as they could carry, then they set to work. Nether wart was clearly the key. Fortunately, the great Bungus bastion was plentiful supply of that. What they didn't have were a lot of bottles. There wasn't a whole lot of demand for such things in the nether after all. Where would you find any liquid to put them into? Despite that, Crichton managed to find a new hidden chest in the basement. Things that might have once held potions long ago. Had they been used by those ancient Piglins in the drawings? The ones who maybe had built the bastion too, or had someone bartered with overworlders for them long ago, had thrown them down here once whatever had been inside them had been drunk. Crichton was sure they would never know, but they were happy to have found it either way. They also discovered a bucket stored with bottles, and they swiped that too. To start their experiments, Crichton made a frame of nether wart and hung it around their neck. To their delight, it gave them a good deal of time in the overworld before they began to feel ill. Then, much slower than before, using this, they were able to haul the crafting table into the overworld and get to work. The first thing they did there was the stolen bucket to scoop up some water in the river, which was surprisingly heavy. But Crichton managed to get it back to the crafting table where he could work with it. Then they did something that no other Piglin had ever done before, as far as Crichton knew. They began brewing potions. First, Crichton made a supply of basic potions using nether wart. Then they began adding other elements to the potions one at a time. When they had a wide assortment of potions ready, they hauled them back to the nether, lined the bottle up, sat down in front of the Piglin prisoners, and made them a proposal. As you might have realized by now, I'm trying to figure out how Piglins could be on the other side of that portal. 2 Piglins stared at the advisor, scared and confused. Why would you want to do that? One of them asked. Because the creatures over there are weak. The only thing protecting them from us is the way we get sick over there. If I could figure out a cure for that, we could storm right in and conquer the place. That's impossible, one of the others scoffed. The first one wasn't so sure. Do you really think that you can do that? Crichton nodded. If I do, the Piglins who helped me figure it out, they're going to be heroes, right? The first one nodded and began to smile. Right. So will you help me? I'm not going to force you to drink this stuff, but it would help if you try it. The second one squinted the potion bottles. Are they poison? The first one sneered at their friend. Those are cure the poison, stupid. I'm not stupid. You are if you think those are poison. Then I'll drink them. No, I'll drink them. They both turned toward Crichton. Me first. No, me. Crichton smiled at them. You'll both have a turn. The advisor loosened the bonds on both the subjects and handed each potion to test. Once they drank it, Crichton prodded them to go through the obsidian portal. First few trials didn't produce much success at all. The subjects managed to tolerate the time in their overworld for longer, but not for any real length of time. Still, this gave Crichton hope that they were on the right path, and they kept experimenting despite the subjects' complaints of sour bellies and general exhaustion. Eventually, after countless tries, Crichton came upon a formula for this vital potion they believed was, well, if not correct, at least, the best they could do in the time with the material at hand. But the subject had become progressively sicker throughout the week, and they weren't nearly as happy about all of this as they had been when Crichton had launched this project with them. The smart thing to do might have been to head back into the bastion and procure a new subject or two, but Crichton worried that they might have already pushed their luck too far with the previous visits. As many things that they'd taken, not to mention the 2 current subjects themselves, someone was bound to notice. The advisor didn't want to increase the likelihood of that to happen. Instead, Crichton decided the time to test the potion personally had finally come. They were healthier at the moment than ever of either of the subjects, and, more to the point, Crichton needed to confirm the effects of the potions were more than a simple timing data would permit. Stay here, Crichton told the subjects while making final preparations and experiments. I shouldn't be gone too long. Hoping to take that statement a lie, Crichton drank down the entire potion they had pinned all their hopes on, steeled themselves for a moment as they felt a rush through them, and then stepped through the obsidian portal swirling purple field. The cavern looked exactly how they left it. A river ran through it from the waterfall at one end and the point of the disappear into the rocks again at another. The pictograms on the wall loomed overhead, promising knowledge to those who could unlock their secrets, and the place felt far too cool for someone used to the nether's relentless heat. But it did make them feel ill. Crichton sat down on the island and waited, monitoring their own body a sign of sickness. The only thing that they felt was a rumbling deep in their stomach that reminded them that they forgot to eat for far too long. That happened when they were engrossed in something like this. The needs of the body sometimes came after the needs of the mind. Crichton wondered idly if that was perhaps part of the reason the subject had deteriorated so much. They were used to stealing as much food as they wanted whenever any appetite struck them, and the advisor only bothered to feed them when they need become too much for them to ignore. But that was a problem that Crane couldn't address once they returned to the Nether. That was no reason to cut short this particular experiment, not when it was going so well. As they sat there, they noticed some movement in the river, and they froze. Could some kind of predator be swimming under the water? If so, how could it not drown? There was a lot about this world that Crane didn't understand yet, and they didn't intend to let it be the end of them. They tensed their muscles, getting ready to flee. Then the creature emerged from the water. It was maybe at least anything Crane had ever seen. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and it wasn't even half as long as the advisor's axe. It squalled about on spindly legs that seemed far better suited for water than it looked like a strider could have been taken out a single stomp. Crichton laughed at their fears. While there is certainly much to learn about the strange world, not at all of it was likely lethal. Farnham, for instance, had actually shown the advisor some kindness. Crichton lay back on the island and closed their eyes for just a moment. It had been a long week, and they were tired. They pushed themselves hard to develop the potion that might be the answer to all their troubles, and that had taken its toll. The advisor wanted nothing more than to be restored to their chambers in the bastion, to sleep in their own room. Maybe this potion worked as well as they hoped. They thought could find a place to live in the overworld instead. Maybe they'd even run in a farm room again someday. They woke in the start without any idea of how long they'd been asleep. They cursed their mistake as they realized how lucky they were they hadn't succumbed to the poisonous effects of this world and slumbered through their own death. They checked themselves and realized they eventually were feeling the effects of the world now. It wasn't much, just the start of things, but that had probably been enough to waken them. They needed to get back to the Nether fast. They stood up and took a glance around to see if they had forgotten anything. They noticed that the pale creature had come up to greet them and the water was gone. But it was probably for the best. When they strode through the obsidian portal, reminding themselves to feed the subject, or shouted them if they had caused a trouble during the advisor's absence. The first thing Crichton noticed as they emerged in the Nether was the subjects were gone. The advisor had left them sitting in front of the portal together, and they were no longer there. Crichton started to wonder if the two hapless piglins had finally managed to escape of their own, or if someone had helped them, and what it might mean for Crichton. That's all got cut short before advisor could ponder much further, and the second thing Crichton noticed had leaped out of the shadows, knocked their axe from their hand, and plucked them out of the throat. Well, Ubgup said with an evil chortle. You've been busy, little piglin, haven't you? Chapter 15. Thinking. Business had never been better at the zoo. Visitors came to check out the strider from all over the area. It seemed like everyone in town had been there at least once, if not twice. Farnham's friends had been so helpful at every point and proud of them and so happy for his success. But if he was honest with himself, the zoo's new sparkle was already starting to fade. He recognized it in the face of the visitor who had seen everything that Farnham had to offer there and yearned for something new, and in the size of his friends, and they took a moment every now and then to gaze toward the horizon with wistful expressions, thinking of the adventures that still awaited them out there. Farnham that lived with the zoo being a failure for a long time, and he wasn't eager to go back to those days, nor did he want his friends to leave for greener pastures again. Not yet, at least. He had to do something about that, and he knew just what it must be. He had to return to the Nether. There he could find something new for the zoo. Maybe he could even find those axolotls he'd been chasing after on the way. It didn't really matter, as long as he could bring something different back to his place and refresh the novelty of the zoo once again. He thought about just sneaking out of town on his own and not telling anyone as he was leaving, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. First of all, he couldn't just abandon the zoo and to his friends like that, not after everything they'd done for him to help make it into what it is today. Second of all, the underworld still scared him, and the Nether was actually worse. If he was going to go back there, he needed some help. He waited until the zoo was closed that night and they had finished eating before relaxing. He brought the subject up. I've been thinking, he started. Oh, Mike recovered a smile and laughed. I know that look. Although, I don't know if I ever seen it before on you. I knew you had it in you, Grincher said with a crafty smile. It was just a matter of time. Farnham furrowed his brow and his lens, confused. What in the overworld are you talking about? Micro pointed at him. Ambition. The word shocked Farnham. What? She's not insulting you, Grincher said earnestly. She's just pointing it out. I have ambition. Farnham opened his arm and encompassed the entire zoo. I mean, I built all this, right? You did, Grincher said. I mean, we helped. but we all help each other in all sorts of ways. It's just yours, all yours, but until you brought that strider back with you, you always seemed kind of, humble? Barnum wanted to make the adventurer explain himself, but he already knew exactly what Grinch meant. He had some same thoughts himself. He let his fears of the world beyond the edge of the town keep him there and keep him focused only on the animals he could find in the area. He had wanted to bring them back and feature more exotic animals, but he hadn't wanted to go find them himself. Sometimes his friends had come back to the travels and reported see all the sorts of amazing creatures to him, but had all done what whet his appetite. After never going looking for them or even asked his friends to try to bring anything back to him, now though, having finally had a taste of such things, he wanted to go back out and try it again, even though the first time had nearly got into a fatal disaster. Maybe that's why he still didn't feel good about venturing forth on his own. He wanted his friends by his side. He decided to start over. "I've been thinking," Grinch had opened his mouth to interrupt, but Mike required him a steely glare. "That the strider only represents the beginning of what I'd like the zoo to be. If I'd like to bring all sorts of new creatures to share with our visitors, to that end, I'd like to return to the underworld to see what kinds of creatures we can find. I'd love to explore that cavern we found before I swept up into the waterfall, and even the nether beyond that. If anything stopping us is me, then, well, there's nothing stopping us." The smiles of the others' faces dimmed when Farnham mentioned returning to the nether. "You're not thinking of going back over the waterfall, are you?" Grinch had asked. "Even for seasoned pros like us, it's wildly dangerous." Farnham knew that the us in the case meant the well-traveled friends and did not include him. "As far as I know, that's the only way to get back to the nether, right? So, I think we'll have to get back there eventually. I did dig a passage all the way back from the surface. I would hope to find the top of the end of it again." "Did you mark it somehow?" Micah had hopefully but doubtful note in her voice. Farnham blushed. "I didn't think of it. I was just so relieved to be back in the overworld." Grinch waggled her head from side to side. "That makes it harder, but not impossible. There's a much easier way, though, to get to the nether, I mean." "How's that?" Farnham didn't know much about the nether outside of he'd read in books. And the odd story there. Micah goggled with the explorer. "Seriously? You have to be kidding." Grinch laughed off the concerns. "Why would I kid about something like that? I mean, just think about it. Look around the zoo. It would be so easy." Farnham still had no clue what they meant. "What was easy?" "Easy?" Micah arched an eyebrow. "To set up? Sure. But once you got it going?" She grimaced. "I don't know." Farnham slapped his hands on the table to gather his attention. "What are you talking about?" "Building our own obsidian gate." Grinch said the same way Farnham might have suggested putting up a new animal enclosure. "You can do that?" Grinch gave him a firm nod. "Can do. We could even put it right here in the zoo." Farnham realized why Micah had been staring at the explorer in shock, but he felt himself doing the same thing. "Is that wise?" Grinch chuckled. "I don't know about wise. It's probably wiser than hauling yourself back down to the so-called underworld to find the gate you already know about, though." "How?" Farnham realized the getting too excited took a moment to study himself. "I mean, how do you build something like that?" To Farnham, the portal he passed through seemed like one kind of monumental magic that had been built in ancient times by mysterious people who long since been lost to history. The idea that anyone could just build one whenever they want seemed ludicrous. "It's right here in the name," Grinch explained. "Obsidian portal. It's really just a doorway made out of obsidian. You set it up in the night of the fire, and boom, a portal to the nether." "But where are we going to get that much obsidian? I've never seen that much of it in one place before." Micah sighed. "That's because you've never gotten far out of town before. If you spend as much time mining as I have, you'd probably know it's not all that rare. I come across it in my job all the time." Farnham felt his hopes rising. "So we just need to go out and gather enough obsidian to build a portal's frame. We can do that, right?" Grinch gave him a non-committal shrug. "Sure, you could do it that way. If you want to do it the hard way, well, it's the easy way." Micah laid it out for him. "You can make your own obsidian right here." Farnham found it hard to swallow. "Obsidian is volcanic rock. It's formed when lava cools quickly, like when it runs into water. And we have a steady supply of lava right here in the zoo." "Right," said Grinch. "So we just add water and presto, obsidian." Farnham sat back in a chair, stunned. "And that's it? Why doesn't everyone have an obsidian portal in their backyard then?" Micah scrambled in their seat. "Well, it's not that easy as Grinch makes it seem. For one, you can't mine obsidian without a diamond pickaxe, and those it can be hard to come by. But if you have one... But you have one." Micah's lips curled at the ends. "Of course I am a professional. So that's not stopping us. What else? If you build a gateway to the nether, you be careful with it. If you can go through inside, things can come over from there too, and you can imagine how badly that can go. But if we're careful with it, if we shut it down when we're not using it, Micah shrugged. It's safer, but safe. Nothing's safe when it comes to the nether. But for what we want to do, it's safe enough, Grinchard said. We could build it right here in the zoo and make sure no one comes by and activates it by accident. Farnham scratched his chin. But it sure sounded a lot safer than trying to find that other obsidian portal. A lot more convenient, too. Alright, let's do it. Chapter 16, Salvation. Ugub hurled Crichton to the floor in the great Bungus' throne room, bruising the advisor's knees along with their pride. I found this lava chewer skulking around the pit at the end of the secret passage from our storeroom. They've been stealing from us since they fled from our righteous anger. Bungus didn't look nearly as mad as the last time Crichton had seen him. Having had time to cool off, the piglin leader seemed more curious than anything else. You always were a cunning little piglin. What have you been doing out there in the nether? Crichton took a moment to stand up and dust off the clothing. Ugub immediately lost patience with them and shoved them back to the floor. I found the little traitor coming back through an obsidian portal. Yeah, that got Bungus' attention. The leader sat back in his chair and marveled at the advisor. Even after all this time, you never failed to surprise me. What did you discover on the other side of that portal? Crichton considered keeping the results of exploration experiments private, but they knew that it wouldn't lead to. If Ugub had their way, they'd throw Crichton off the top of the bastion this time and watch to make sure the vicious mobs in the nether made a meal out of his results. I got to continue my work on the project that I know will be the most important to you, and I will complete it too if this fool hadn't interrupted me in the most possible moment. Enraged, Ugub smacked Crichton across the back of the head, preparing to do much worse to them, but the great Bungus held up his hand in order to stop. Let him keep talking. Crichton snorted at Ugub and got up to dust their clothes off again. The obsidian portal leads to a long-forgotten cave in the other world, and the wall there covered in images that record the story of the legendary piglins who invaded that world so long ago. Bungus cocked their head at the advisor, intrigued and suspicious. Which legends? You know the ones. We heard them when we were little. About how the great piglin warriors invaded a strange, bright land filled with easy battles and endless gold. The leader grunted in approval. I do remember. A whole new land that we're banished from. And you found a way to reach it? It was Crichton's turn to be suspicious now. But there was no way about for them before. They knew. Yes. Bungus' eyes grew wide with excitement, and he began to drool over the possibilities this news brought him. Yes, this is just what I've been looking for. The statement threw Crichton off just a little bit. But when they said the researcher was important to Bungus, they'd just been trying to buy a bit more time. But now it seemed like they might have been more right than they knew. Rather than revealing their ploy, they waited for the great Bungus to continue. This could be just what we need. We already conquered every piglin clan we can find around here. Now we're just sitting here getting fat and lazy and waiting for someone to become strong enough to rise up against us, or for someone to betray me. We need new things to conquer. If we can't find them in the nether, then we could just leave the nether behind. Crichton had to admit that Bungus had a point. The advisor had been thinking that sort of thing too, but they didn't expect the leader to be so quick to uptake. It was even better, though, as Crichton could even explain the lure of it to Bungus at all. Ugub tried to cool off Bungus' excitement. It's not that simple. The world beyond ours is poisonous to us, the brute stabbed the finger Crichton. This one kidnapped 2 of our people and forced them to enter that world over and over and over until they nearly died. Crichton turned about and saw the 2 Piglins they drafted into the research program were standing behind Ugub, looking a lot less ill than they had before. Rather than recoil from the advisor in fear they were doing all week, they sneered at him instead. With a snort, Crichton confirmed Ugub's accusation. I couldn't run all the experiences on myself. I used those 2 as volunteers to test my theories, and come up with ways for us to tolerate being in the overworld. I suppose Ugub would have volunteered for such tests and died on their first try. That certain image put a smile on Crichton's face and scowled on the brutes. They lie, Ugub said. They do nothing but lie. The great Bungus considered everything they had heard. As Crichton knew, the leader couldn't be relied on to trust them fully anymore, no matter how much history they had between them. But the notion that Crichton had figured out a way for Piglins to escape from the nether and a whole new world ripe their plunder, it was simply too tempting to just throw aside. The great Bungus stood up and glared down at Crichton. Show me. Crichton privately sighed in relief. At the very least, this could buy them more time before Bungus decided to have them executed. Ugub couldn't have made a move against it without the leader's blessing, or so Crichton hoped. With Bungus and Ugub in tow, and Ugub's axe pointed at the advisor's back, Crichton led the way down to the bastion storeroom. From there they showed the entrance to the secret passage to Bungus, who grunted approvingly. The 3 of them proceeded down the passage until they reached a pit where the obsidian portal stood. As they entered the cavern, Crichton moved off to one side and allowed the great bungus to marvel at the purple field swirling inside the doorway of polished black stone. Ugub, who had already seen all this, kept a close eye on the advisor instead, watching and waiting for them to try something funny. For their part, Crichton moved carefully, not wanting to give Ugub an excuse to smack them around or even put an early end to them. They glanced around and saw that the brute had left the remaining stack of potion bottles untouched. That meant Crichton still had a chance. This is the portal that leads to the overworld, Bungus asked it suspiciously. It does. It brings you into a cave in the underground portion of the world, and from there you can reach the surface. You just have to dig your way out. Show me. Crichton moved toward the portal, but Ugub cut them off. They're not telling you the whole truth, Great Bungus. If you go into the other world, it makes you sick. I already said that, Crichton protested. Were you not listening, or are you just stupid? Bungus cut them off and chopped his hand. But you have been working on a cure for the sickness? Crichton nodded. I finally cracked the secret. It works well. Do not drink anything they give you. It'll be poison, said Ugub. You cannot trust them. You cannot trust Ugub, Crichton said to Bungus. They've been undermining me ever since we took the bastion. They only want to get me out of the way so they have a clear shot at overthrowing you and taking your power. Enough, the Great Bungus roared. Crichton, you will take this cure of yours and divide it in half. Then you will take your portion of it first. Ugub, you will shut up. Crichton frowned. Cannot make the cure here. It requires water. You lie, Ugub said. There's no water here. Crichton pointed at the portal, but there is over there. No more water than any of us had ever seen. And I can make all the cure we need with it. You cannot trust him, Ugub protested. Bungus backhanded Ugub across the chops. Shut up. The group clamped their mouths shut and let their fury at their humiliation shine through their eyes. The leader glared at Crichton, suspicious. You will do this here. I cannot. The cure evaporates almost instantly in the nether. You have a bottle of it ready here? Crichton nodded and pointed at one of the bottles sitting in front of the portal. Just this one. We could both drink from it. It's a trick, Ugub said, although the brute clearly did not figure out how. They were just absolutely sure that Crichton could not be trusted. When it came to protecting Crichton's life, they had to admit that Ugub was right. If they could have figured out a way to poison Bungus while drinking the same bottle from them, they would have done it for sure. You go first, Bungus said to Crichton. The advisor hefted the bottle in front of them and then offered it to Ugub, unless you'd prefer to try it. The brute growled at Crichton, but said no more, as they annoyed the Great Bungus enough already that day and didn't need to press it further. Go ahead, Bungus said the advisor. Drink. I will, but it would be better for us to go through the portal first, so that you can feel the sickness for yourself. Why would I do that? If we drink the potions before we go through the portal, you will not feel the sickness at all. You might think the potion is pointless. Bungus nodded, understanding. They squinted the smaller piglin. And you want to show me what I needed, and by extension need you? Crichton smiled in agreement. While their long-lasting alliance with each other had frayed, they had followed each other well. I should go through first, or would one of you prefer the honor? Crichton knew that the job when leading the three of them should go through the advisor, but they also knew that if they insisted on the others would dig their heels in against it. Bungus gestured toward the obsidian portal with the back of their hand. You may lead the way. Without further comment, Crichton strode right through the portal. The others came fast behind the advisor. Bungus didn't want to be left behind with such an amazing world to explore, and Ugub didn't want to let Crichton out of their sight for any time at all. Crichton had been in the cavern countless times by this point, and knew what to expect. They stood back and watched the other two marvel at their new surroundings instead. Ugub glanced around everywhere in the other's suspicion, just waiting for something to attack them out of nowhere. The greedy Bungus looked like they might fall over in sheer amazement at the possibilities this opportunity presented. Crichton was relieved to discover that the crafting table was still there. It wasn't like they couldn't have found another, but they had been working so hard at it that they were worried that someone might have happened to it. While we're waiting, let me show you how I make the cure. Crichton, no tricks, Ugub snapped. Bungus, who was too busy being astonished at everything, simply waved for Crichton to go ahead with it. Under the watchful eyes of Ugub, Crichton set out to make another bottle of the cure as quickly as they could. When they were finished, they corked it up and presented it to the others. It's that simple, Bungus said, trying to appear as they understood everything Crichton had done. You just need to know how to prepare all the ingredients in the right proportions in the right order. Bungus gave them a nod of approval. Ugub just grunted, sure that Crichton was preparing some type of trip. The three of them stood there and waited for a long moment of uncomfortable silence. This last sense of the poisonous effects of the world took hold upon all three of them. Ugub glared at Crichton, wanting to accuse them of somehow causing this problem. Bungus winced into the illness and pointed at the bottle in Crichton's hand. That seems like enough. I believe you about how this place affects piglins, even ones as mighty as me. So shall we drink? Crichton allowed themselves a savage grin, then put their potion in the bottle to their lips and drank the whole thing in one gulp. Then they were done. They threw the bottle on the ground, smashing it to pieces, and smacked their lips. Delicious. Algo groaned out loud, wanting to smack Crane again, but too ill to make the effort. It's a trick. Bunga scowled at the advisor in dismay and apparent betrayal. What have you done? As the others began to clutch their bellies in pain, Crane stuffed the other bottle of a cure in their pack and turned to flee. They sprang straight for the passageway to the overworld that Farnham had carved out, but they kept running as if the Ender Dragon itself was on their heels. Chapter 17. If you build it. To Farnham's delight, his friends had agreed to help them with building the obsidian portal on the zoo's grounds. Despite many misgivings they might have had, he had to admit to himself that he was a bit nervous about it himself. The idea of creating a portal to the nether right there where he worked and lived and unnerving, but he was ready to give it a shot. Once he'd given a strider back to the zoo, everything had turned around for Farnham. He was on his way to building the place he'd always dreamed of but never done much actually to create. He wasn't about to back down from that now. Despite the surprising and growing bravery that he displayed recently, Farnham nearly screamed when, late one night while the others had already left for the day, the piglin he met in the nether showed up at the gates to his zoo. Okay, he had to admit to himself later he had screamed, but only a little. What are you doing here? He asked the piglin once he'd managed to recover the shock. How did you find me? The piglin, their name was Crichton, as they reminded him, couldn't even understand Farnham, of course, much less answer him. Despite that, Crichton did their best to explain how, what, and why they arrived at the zoo, using a complex and nearly incomprehensible series of gestures and meaningful grunts. From what little Farnham could decipher, the piglin had come through the obsidian portal by which they met each other. How else would they have managed it, right? And then they must have followed them all the way back there. Finding the tunnel he carved to the surface made some sense, but he was stunned that the piglin had managed to track him all the way back from here to the zoo. He wondered then if they had in fact done that, or if they just wandered around aimlessly until they stumbled upon him. Maybe they followed the strider here. The animal did have a distinct smell that Farnham found slightly unpleasant, but it might have been enough for someone with a nose built like a piglin's to follow. It made as much sense as anything else, which was to say, not much. Of course, now Crichton had gotten here wasn't nearly as important as why. What were they doing here? Why had they sought him out? What did they want from him? These were simple questions, but apparently complex answers that Crichton was unable to communicate with grunts, snorts, and squeals. Of course, it was impossible to tell or understand what Farnham was asking him, or if they were simply ignoring him and trying to tell their story. The most that Farnham got out of them was that the piglin had really wanted to find him, for whatever reason that they were overjoyed that they actually made it happen. It was around then that Farnham figured out why Crichton seemed to be such a rush about it. The piglin stared in a little green, and a rush of energy they had been running on began to fade. The look in their face turned from excited to desperate. Crichton took a pack and pulled out a glass bottle. They uncorked it and tipped it over their face and tried to shake the last dregs inside it into their mouth. They set the bottle down and stared at it in despair. Very little had come out of it, and they seemed like they badly needed whatever had once been in there. What was that? Farnham asked. How can I help? The idea struck him, and he guided Crichton over to the crafting table he had in the back of his quarters. The piglins thanked him for the effort and kind nod and turned the bottle upside down over the table to show that it was empty, but not that they had the proper ingredients to fill it. What do you need? The piglins' correlation had gotten worse. Whatever they wanted, they were going to be able to ask for in simple gestures. Then they stuck a finger in the air as if they got a fantastic idea. They reached into their pack again and found a stick of charcoal. They took it and began to draw something in a blank wall over a crafting table. So Farnham stared at the object, watching someone scrawl on his wall with a bit of charcoal, but he stopped himself and waited as patiently as he could for the piglin to finish. When they were done, they stepped back, flung their arms wide, and pointed at both of them toward where they had just drawn, an obsidian portal. You want me to take you back to the obsidian portal? Crichton couldn't have understood their words, as they began snorting and nodding vigorously in agreement. What else could they have said, right? Farnham swallowed hard. He had already told himself he'd never go back to the underworld to find that portal, but now there was Crichton, pleading with him to do exactly that. All right, he said, trying to get the overexcited Crichton to calm down the moment. I just need to get some things together and see if I can get my friends to come with me. He brought them to the table of his kitchen and sat them down. Wait here, I'll be right back. With that, he ran off to gather his friends. He ran as fast as he could, promising each of his friends that he would explain the longer way. It didn't seem like it had taken much time at all, but when he turned to the kitchen with Micah and Grinchard awake, he found Crichton slumped over on the table. Grinchard actually took a step back. It's a piglin! Micah rushed to the piglin's side. Were they like this when you left? Grinchard stopped himself, reaching for his sword, but if Crichton had been unconscious, Farnham had no doubt the explorer would have drawn it. Didn't I mention that? Farnham said as by way of apology, although he wasn't quite sure how it mattered. Grinchard squinted Crichton, making sure they weren't going to leap up and attack them at all. Piglins are dangerous. They usually just attack people on sight. The explorer looked over at others. Are either of you wearing anything gold? The greedy things see gold and they seem to lose all sense. Apparently satisfied that no one in the room was wearing anything that might trigger an attack. Grinchard crossed their arms over their chests and staring very eyes on the suffering piglin. Farnham opened his mouth to leap in Crichton's defense, and then remembered how the piglin had attacked them the day they first met. Maybe it was just all a big misunderstanding, or maybe they're not all bad. This one here is the one I met when I was in the Nether, and they were decent to me, eventually. Grinchard gave Farnham an I'm impressed look. You did better with them than anyone I've ever heard about them. Lots of people who meet them on the first time they never survive to tell anyone about it. Farnham glared at his friend, exasperated. Now, if that was the case, how would anyone know that? You just find them full of piglin arrows. Micro prodded Crichton on the shoulder, shook her shoulders, but then get any response. Whatever their intentions, they don't look like they're much of a threat at the moment. Grinchard peered into Crichton's face, pulled back their eyelids for a moment, and then stepped back. Now that's out cold. They're still breathing, but not partially well. Farnham glanced around the kitchen. What could have happened to them? Do you think they drank or ate something that didn't agree with them? Actually, they were looking all that good when I left. Piglins are allergic to our world, Grinchard said flatly. They can't take it over here. What, seriously? Farnham found this hard to believe. That's why we don't have to worry about them following us over here. If you ever encounter a piglin in the Nether, all you have to do is run back to the obsidian portal, and you're in the clear. They don't even try to chase you after you. Grinchard cocked their head and stared at Crichton, mystified. Well, not usually. The ones that are foolish enough to try and turn into zombified piglins long after. Anyhow, this one sure took a sweet time coming after you. They're not a threat. They helped me in the Nether. They gave me a strider. Then, all that time later, managed to track you back here and collapse in your kitchen. Wild. Just wild. Micro rubbed the back of her head. Maybe Grinchard's right. Maybe it's something to do with the overworld that's making them like this. Farnham pointed at the bottle Crichton had left on the crafting table. They tried to drink something out of that, but it's all gone. Maybe it was some kind of medicine. If it's all gone, it doesn't matter. That won't help us at all. Well, if we don't figure out some way to help the piglin, they're going to die on us, right here. I have a solution, Grinchard said. In fact, we already started on it. The others stared at him, waiting for them to continue. We need to get them back to the Nether, right? It's too far back for the gate, Farnham protested. We'll never make it. How long would it take us to finish the one that we started here? Everyone turned toward Micro now. She looked flustered for a moment, and she tried to figure out how to answer the question. Not long, she finally said. I don't know if it'll be soon enough for the piglin, but it could be worth a shot. Then let's do it, Farnham said. Crichton's breathing already seemed shallower than they had walked in and found them like this. Now, Chapter 18. Let's make a deal. The last thing Crichton remembered was sitting on the table in Farnham's kitchen, doing their level best to stay awake. The potion they drunk that had finally worn off entirely, though, and they had no more defense left against the poisonous effects that the overworld had on their kind. It seemed then that the sickness was even worse on the surface than it had been in the cavern, but maybe that was just because they were exposed to it all for so long. They knew when they reached Farnham's house that they needed help fast. They just didn't know if they could make the overworld understand in time. When they woke up back in the Nether, at first Crichton was terrified at how they somehow wound up back in the Great Bungus Bastion, where now awaiting execution at Ugub's hands. Then, they saw Farnham and two other overworlders leaning over them. The advisor wasn't sure what to feel. Relief, sure, at least about still being alive. They had no idea how long they had been back in the Nether, but they are perfectly fine now, and there isn't another piglin in sight. What did this mean now? They hadn't really planned all that far ahead. They only wanted to get away from Bungus and Ugub before they put an end to the advisor. It's hard to think too much about a future when you weren't sure you were going to have one at all. Farnham reached out of the Crichton to their feet, and they accepted the assistance. As they glanced over the overworld's shoulders, they saw a brand new obsidian portal right there, and they realized that Farnham had brought them into a whole different part of the Nether. Instead of a crimson forest that Crichton was used to, they found themselves standing in the middle of a wide expanse of netherrack spotted with rivers and lakes of lava that seemed to sprawl and forever under the relentlessly reddish roof. They had to be in the Nether waste. Crichton had rarely felt so exposed, and they instantly longed for the relative safety of the crimson forest. They had no idea how far they might be from Bungus Bastion. Hopefully it was far enough. One of the other things that Crichton had learned from deciphering the pictograms in that cave in which they first met Farnham was how obsidian portals work. You just need a lot of obsidian and a bite of fire to get it going. The trouble, of course, was that there was no water in the Nether, so it was impossible to make obsidian. It didn't occur there naturally either. The only source of it would be from obsidian portals that could already be built, or had somehow been ruined, but even then Crichton figured you could just need something to mine it or you couldn't do anything with it. The advisor didn't have any such tools and never had seen them. In fact, that Farnham, someone like Farnham and his friends, who clearly were not powerful figures in the overworld, had managed to construct an obsidian portal, gave Crichton an idea. If they could manage it, why couldn't someone as smart as the advisor give it a try? Crichton used his gestures to express their internal gratitude for Farnham and his friends for saving their life. If the overworlders hadn't gone to such extraordinary measures, the advisor would assuredly have died in Farnham's kitchen. Farnham's friends hung back and allowed him to deal with the piglin, which pleased Crichton. It was hard enough to try to communicate with one overworlder, much less 3 at a time. On top of that, none of the others seemed to trust Crichton much, although the advisor was used to that. In Piglin society, no one trusted anyone anyhow. After Crichton finished thanking Farnham, the overworlder still seemed concerned about the advisor's health and safety. He pointed out his pack and to theirs, asking if there's anything that Crichton might need from him and his friends. Crichton made a show of not wanting to bother the overworlders any further, but as they had hoped, Farnham insisted. The advisors reluctantly decided to take him up on his offer. Now they only needed to figure out a way to communicate what they wanted to him. Crichton pointed at the obsidian gate, and Farnham nodded at them, apparently confirming that this was the way that had brought the advisors back to the Nether. Crichton waved all off, trying to make it clear that he misunderstood what they had meant. This time, Crichton pointed at the obsidian portal and mimed the holding of a pickaxe, chopping at the black rock and made it the frame of the portal. Realization drawn on Farnham's face as he understood what Crichton wanted, or so they hoped. Farnham held up his hands and asked Crichton to wait while he conferred with his friends. The 3 of them moved away and be able to speak to one another without Crichton listening, even though it would have been pointless for the advisor to try. When Farnham explained to the others that Crichton wanted, they shook their heads, some harder than others. They weren't all that excited about giving Crichton anything, and seemed to think that they'd done enough for the piglin by saving their life. While Crichton found it hard to argue with that kind of logic, it wasn't going to keep them safe from the piglins in the great Bungus Bastion. And if they weren't going to give the advisor what they needed out of the goodness of their hearts, which Crichton had never expected anyhow, then the advisor would have to offer them something they wanted to trade. Crichton didn't know of the other overworlders at all, but having walked through Farnham's Bastion, or whatever he called the place he lived in, they had identified that he wanted animals and more of them. Crichton drew a crude image of a strider on the ground, then beckoned Farnham over to see it. Despite the advisor's lack of artistic talent, Farnham immediately recognized that they had drawn the game excited. He pointed at it over and over and barked out some unintelligible words to his compatriots. This seemed to fully pique their interest, too. When Farnham pointed at the drawing of the strider, he tried out a number of different gestures until Crichton figured out what he meant. More. Not just more. Different. Farnham wanted new creatures for displays in his place. A new strider might be okay, but something different would be even better, and that something was Crichton thought they would deliver. The fact that the mobs they needed to capture might feel differently about the problem that the advisor would solve later, they hoped. The advisor had no idea what seemed exotic and unusual to an overworlder. The creatures of the Nether were all far too similar to Crichton, but they were willing to keep bringing them creatures until Farnham got something he liked. All they wanted in return was obsidian and a diamond pickaxe in which to shape it. The others gazed at Crichton with suspicion. Clearly they wanted to know why the advisor desired these things and what they proposed to do with them. Explaining this without any common language was tricky, but what choice did Crichton have but to try? The advisor tried to focus their attempts to communicate on the fact that having away access to the overworld from wherever they happened to be in the Nether would make them safe. Crichton would not be sure where the place they were at right then was, and using the first obsidian portal, the one through which Farnham had originally met them, was too dangerous. They wanted to be able to build another one close to where they lived. Crichton did not, of course, share the fact that they had been exiled from their current home and that, from a certain point of view, any one place was probably good as another. Glancing around the area, though, Crichton could see that this place, which was somewhere in the Nether Waste, was not safe to live in, and they hoped the overworlders would agree with the advisor on the salient point at least. It seemed to take forever, but eventually Crichton and Farnham managed to get the other overworlders to agree to their deal. Farnham would have Crichton a diamond pickaxe and the remaining obsidian that they had on hand, and Crichton would go out and find creatures to put on display in Farnham's expeditions. On top of that, the advisor agreed to toss in plenty of netherrack to help the mobs feel at home in the overworld. Farnham and Crichton even shook their hands on the deal, which Crichton had once been told a weird sign of deep respect between the overworlders. The Piglins didn't care much for such things. With them, any bargain was only good for as long as both parties cared to keep it up. And the end of either side to the agreement. On the surface, the deal Crichton had struck with the overworlders seemed to be good for everyone involved. The advisor didn't really understand why Farnham wanted animals, whether to show it off to overworlders or as the subjects for experiments of his own. But he was willing to hand over things that were incredibly valuable in the Nether. They weren't going to argue with them. In fact, Cretan had already coming up with ideas for him for things that they could do in the ability to build an obsidian grate, or better yet, obsidian gates. Once the overworlders returned, they shut the obsidian portal down behind him. Cretan didn't blame them for that. They would have done the same. After all, you never know what might come creeping out of the nether after you. It was just one thing to leave an open portal to the bottom of the pit in an abandoned cave that few people could ever reach. It was another thing entirely to leave that same passageway between worlds open in your home. Of course, Cretan would have reactivated the obsidian portal at any point they wanted. Most creatures in the nether wouldn't have any notion of how to manage that, which was perfect in the advisor's mind. That made them that much more valuable to others who might want to use the portals, others like the Great Bungus. Chapter 19. Tricks and Treats. This time, when Cretan entered the bastion, they went in, although the front gates were held high. They informed the guards that they were here to see the Great Bungus, and they chuckled as they watched one of them scurry away to alert their leader of the fact the advisor had returned. Cretan had no doubt that the guard would also track down Uggub and let the brute know the advisor's arrival as well. That didn't bother them in the least. They just signaled for the other guards to lead the way to the throne room. By the time Cretan entered the throne room, Bungus and Uggub were already waiting for them. They did not look pleased. More to the point, Uggub seemed furious, steaming, and already draw their axe, and put an end to the advisor in a single nod from their leader. Bungus, on the other hand, seemed ready to listen, at least for the moment. "Hail the Great Bungus," Cretan called out as they swept into the room. Normally, they wouldn't stand on such ceremony with Bungus. They'd known each other far too long for that, but they felt like making an impression on everyone else in the room. The advisor hadn't shown up for the beg for their life. They were here to deal in earnest. "Hail Cretan," the great Uggub responded on the throne. "Hail nothing," Uggub growled as they stalked toward the advisor. "You got a lot of nerve showing up here like this. How about I save us all some time and kill you now? Then you would prove that you're just as much a fool as everyone thinks." "You're right, Wait, what?" Uggub couldn't believe that Cretan was standing up to him. Not so long ago, the advisor had been Uggub's prisoner, and they had only escaped through trickery. To come back here as if nothing had happened at all was a massive insult to the brute, just as Cretan had intended. Uggub drew their axe and brandished it at Cretan's head. "You can't trick me again. Not with your feet, and not with your tongue." If the two of them had been alone, Cretan knew that the brute would have cut him down right then and there. But they weren't alone. "Stop right there, Uggub." The Great Bungus remained seated in their chair, showing the brute and everyone else in the room that they didn't need to rise or put Uggub back in the proper place. As Bungus intended, Uggub froze, their axe hefted halfway in the preparation of a vicious strike. The brute didn't look back at the leader for confirmation, but simply stopped, waiting for the next orders. Cretan allowed themselves a smile when they knew they would make Uggub angrier. They had been ready to leap out of the way if the brute had actually begun a swing at them, but it pleased them at no end to watch Uggub squirm under Bungus' gaze instead. Bungus cut straight to the heart of the matter. They'd never been one for banter. "What's your grand plan, old friend?" The term dripped with sarcasm. "Given how you left us, it had better be a good one." "It doesn't matter," Uggub bared the teeth of the advisor. "I'll put an end to you either way." Cretan laughed out loud. Even you aren't that short-sighted. I understand if you want to kill me, but I only did what I did in order to get away. None of you could have done any less. None of us were about to be put to death. I respect the Great Bungus and his flawless judgment." Cretan wondered if they were laying it on too thick. But then it came to matters like this, it was hard to overdo it. "And I'm sure that judgment will turn in my favor as soon as I can explain myself. Words are cheap. Words are tricks. The time for words is done." Bungus snorted that. They weren't about to let Uggub dictate what happened here. "Speak, advisor. Tell us what you came here to say." Uggub glanced back at the leader, stunned at Bungus with giving Cretan such a leeway. But other than acting offended, Uggub didn't do anything to stop it. "I ran away because I needed to implement my plan." Cretan spoke out just to Bungus, but to anyone else in the bastion who might be listening in. "The walls inside this place are terribly thin. I figured out the solution to all of our problems." Uggub scoffed at them. "Does it involve all of us putting our tails between our legs and running away like you did? It involves us invading the overworld." Cretan watched his guard in the corner drop the jaws in awe. Uggub shot the advisor through the suspicious glare, but Uggub motioned for them to continue. "You saw the pictures that lie inside of the cave in the overworld, Great Bungus. They tell a saga of when the ancient Piglins civilization stormed the overworld and conquered the weaklings there with our crossbows and our axes, and all sorts of other fantastic weapons too, like the monstrous mace, back in the days when our bastions were new and our people knew nothing but victory." The Great Bungus nodded at this, as if they both had seen the images on the wall and understood them, which was unlikely. Bungus and Ugub had probably fled for safety in the Nether shortly after Crichton had left them, but Bungus wasn't likely to admit that, or admit that they didn't understand the images, especially not in front of everyone in the throne room. As proof of the tales told on the wall were true, after this ancient weapon, known as a flail, Crichton reached into their pack and drew out the amazing weapon they found in the cave and laid it in the great Bungus' feet. Everyone over in the room gasped at the flail, and Bungus snatched it up and began to swing it about with a mean grin forming in the ruler's face. "So what?" said Ugub. "It was long ago, and we can't just walk into the overworld whenever we want. Your little trick proved that. Does the fact that you returned to us prove that your cure didn't work so well?" Bungus asked until he let the weapon's block smack into the ground next to him with a satisfying thud. "Otherwise, why would you come back?" Crichton smiled. It was exactly the question they wanted to ask. "Because I had concocted a grand new plan." Ugub rolled their eyes at this. "Just like you always do. And like always, it's only talk." Frustrated by the interruption, Bungus motioned the brute to shut up. "What exactly do you mean?" they asked Crichton. "My cure didn't last longer than I hoped." "For how long?" "If it was a permanent cure, they'll still be hiding out there," Ugub snapped. Crichton didn't let that fact that the brute was right slow them down. "Long enough for me to make it from the cave all the way up to the settlement in the overworld." The Great Bungus scratched their chin. "So we could invade the overworld. All we need are crates full of that cure. Can you make that for us?" Crichton bowed their head to the leader, showing their proper deference. "I can," greet Bungus. Ugub grunted in disbelief. "This sounds like a trap to me. We bring our entire army up there and then run out of time. Even if we win that battle, we could lose the war." "This is true," Crichton admitted, which Ugub shocked. The brute narrowed his eyes at his advisor, fully expecting another trick. They didn't know how right they were, but it was a great trick that Ugub couldn't possibly see coming. Crichton relished in the thought of the moment before they continued. "We could be stuck there, unable to return to the Nether in time, but I convinced the overworlders to build another obsidian portal." It took a long moment for the others in the room to understand quickly what that meant. The Great Bungus was quickest on the uptake. They narrowed their eyes at the advisor. "You managed to speak to an overworlder?" Crichton nodded. "And you could make sense of that nonsense they jabber? Enough to trick them into making a portal right in the heart of their settlement." Bungus nodded along as they puzzled out just what they meant. "So we can invade them, conquer them, and then return here our overworld poison us?" "Precisely." The Great Bungus clapped their hands together with glee. "Wonderful! Then we can do it. We can actually do it, like they did in the old days of old. We can invade this strange place of theirs and make it our own. Soon the overworld and all of its riches will be ours." "Ha!" Ugub snorted decisively. "That's good, this one little settlement to us. Are we then to live there and just wait for the creatures on the other settlement to rally to their cause and attack us?" There had been far more than a single settlement in the overworld, Crichton knew, and once word of the Piglin invasion reached those other places, the creatures there would not ignore the threat of an army of well-armed Piglins would present. They would arrive in force to drive the Piglins back into the Nether, which would leave them right where they started, only weaker and fewer in number. The one settlement will be but the first, and that would be the beachhead from which we will conquer the whole overworld. Ugub hefted their axe. They were getting tired of this argument and ready to put a swift end to it. And if we only tolerate being there for not a full day at a time, how will we manage that? Because we don't have to stay in the same settlement forever. Instead, they can strike at all of the overworld settlements and destroy them one by one. Ugub scoffed at the thought. "And you think that they will wait patiently for us to do this? They won't have a choice. We will take the battle to them. From that one little settlement?" "Ha!" Ugub snorted so hard they nearly lost their balance. "No, we can strike at each of their settlements from the Nether through the obsidian gates. 2 gates are not enough. One in the settlement and one that comes out in a cave? That would never be enough." Crichton smiled at this. Now they had them. "Believe it or not, you fool, I agree. But I'm not talking about one portal, even 2. I'm talking about having as many portals as we need. As many as we could possibly want." The Great Bungus actually stood up on the throne and leaned toward Crichton, more confused than ever. "What is that you're saying?" "I'm telling you that I figured out how to build obsidian gates. And once we had enough obsidian, we can put new ones wherever we want." The hurt of Ugub's axe dropped and clanged to the floor. The urge to fight with Crichton, to kill him, had drained right out of him. In this room at this moment, the advisor had utterly defeated him. The Great Bungus, on the other hand, leaped down from the throne and charged straight at Crichton. When they met, the leader picked up the advisor up in the air and swung him around. "You did it! I knew you would do it! I never doubted! I always knew!" Crichton kept their mouth closed, not wanting to ruin the moment by pointing out that Bungus had entirely lost faith in them and exiled them from the bastion. If the advisor had been so rude as to mention this, the leader would have certainly claimed that they did this on purpose to encourage Crichton to come up with this exact solution. So this amazing result was actually the direct result of the way Bungus had treated them. In a way, Crichton admitted this was true. If they had not been kicked out of the bastion, if they had not been desperate that they fled to Farnham's home and escaped Ugub's wrath, they might have never figured out that they needed to do to allow the piglins to invade the overworld, but Creighton wasn't about to tell the Great Bungus that. Chapter 20. The New Zoo. The deal that Farnham had made with Creighton had turned out even better than he could possibly hoped. The two of them had met in the Nether several times since, and the animals that the piglin had brought for him had all been amazing. Farnham didn't like to keep the obsidian portal open all the time, so he ignited it every evening to see if Creighton had brought him something new. If not, he shut it down and tried again the next day. Most days Creighton wasn't there, but when they were, Farnham always had plenty of obsidian ready to trade with them. One of the first things Creighton had found for Farnham was the Lewistic axolotl, just like the one he'd been chasing when he first met. In fact, he wasn't at all sure if it wasn't the exact same creature. The piglin could easily have gone back from the Nether into the cavern and captured it, assuming the rare axolotl still been living there, of course. But then Creighton had brought him all kind of other things too. The most interesting of the fears so far was a creature called a hoglin. It looked a lot like a pig, but it had a fan of fur sticking up from its spine and a pair of tusks jutting from its mouth. Was a lot meaner. Farnham had taken care of pigs before, even had them in his zoo, but he had a hard time getting the hoglin to stop attacking him, even though he lined the enclosures for all the nether mobs and netherrack to help them feel more at home. Fortunately, he and his friends had been prepared for this, and Grinchard had reminded Farnham that all sorts of dangerous creatures lived in the Nether, so they would be prepared if Creighton brought home one of them to the zoo. To that end, they built a number of reinforcement habitats that could keep even the meanest creatures captive. After all, Farnham had such vicious beasts breaking loose and terrorizing the town. If that happened, they'd have to kill the offending creature, and to Farnham that was entirely opposite of the whole point of having a zoo. The place was meant to show people all sorts of amazing animals, and to keep them safe from the people and people safe from them. The first time Creighton brought a hoglin, though, from the Nether, Farnham was excited as he could be. The creature fired his imagination and set him wondering how many different kinds of stunning beasts they might be able to introduce to the zoo. Unfortunately, the hoglin didn't do well in the overworld. While the strider had been perfectly fine once it got warmed up, the hoglin reacted to the world much more like a piglin did, like it had been poisoned. Farnham supposed he should have spotted that before Creighton had left the mob with him, but he'd been too excited in the moment to notice. Farnham had wanted to hustle the hoglin back to the Nether before he became too sick, but the beast attacked him any time he got close to it. It hasn't been able to get close enough to pick it up and hustle it away before it died. That had been sad enough for Farnham. He'd fallen to his knees and cried over the poor animals, which hadn't done anything but deserve such a horrible fate. And then the dead animal stood up and attacked him again. The transformation from a hoglin to zoglin, a zombified hoglin, shook Farnham so hard he almost didn't escape. The zoglin took a large bite out of his leg. He was climbing out of his pen, and he had made Micro patch him up. While Farnham lay there on the other side of the fence, injured and watching the zoglin throwing itself against the fence as it kept trying to get at him in dead ferocity, he said, "Maybe this isn't the kind of animal that belongs in a zoo." Grinchard laughed at that, trying to put their friend at ease. "Are you kidding? It's perfect. It's already dead, so you don't have to worry about killing it. And you don't have to feed it anything either. Just make sure it doesn't take another bite out of you," Micro said as he pounded Farnham's wound. Farnham had just glad that Micro was talking to him. They'd had a bit of an argument over her diamond pickaxe and had led to her avoiding him a lot of the time. To be fair, it was less an argument over Farnham pleading for Micro to give up her diamond pickaxe and her saying, "No, it's mine," she said, "not yours, mine, and I need it for my job." "Can't you just make another one? They don't seem all that complicated." Micro scoffed at him. "Making one is easy enough. Finding the material you need to make one is the tricky part. Diamonds are rare and expensive. A pickaxe like that is even rarer." Farnham had known that she'd quite a deal with Creighton, but he figured that he could talk to Micro, seeing it his way. So far, he had not any luck on the count. "But I need for the zoo. I promised Creighton I'd get him one. Just keep giving him the obsidian, which they want so badly. Also, for who knows what reason, you already have the source for that right here in the zoo. They seem happy enough with it. Eventually, they're going to be tired of all that and want a diamond pickaxe. Why not just trade them one right now?" Micro rolled the eyes with him. "For one, it's not yours. For two, you should hold out a bit. They just started bringing you animals. You really want to give them everything, then just hope they keep coming back with new creatures for you? I trust them. We made a deal." Micro gave Farnham a sad shake of her head. "That's sweet. I suppose that's one of the reasons I like you so much. But you really shouldn't trust people you don't know that well. Yet," Farnham added. "I don't know them that well yet, but we're getting to know each other better all the time. And so far, they've held up their end of the bargain. I just want to make sure I can hold up mine too. Then you better start saving up for a diamond pickaxe for your own and give it to them." That had put an end to the conversation then, but Farnham was already looking for an excuse to restart it. He just didn't want to do so while Micro was taking care of his leg. For the meantime, Crichton seemed to be fine with accepting as much obsidian as Farnham could make for them, and they continued bringing them all sorts of new animals. After the incident of the Zoglin, Crichton showed up with a fresh hoglin. Hostile, but still alive at least. I don't think I can accept this one, Farnham said. It's not that I don't want to have such a wonderful creature in my zoo, but I just don't want another one of them to die on me. If I can't take care of it, I'd rather it went free. The explanation was more for his friends who were listening to him than for Crichton, who couldn't understand a word of it. Then the piglin gave him a confused grunt, and he pointed a new hoglin over at the Zoglin and gave Crichton an emphatic shake of his head. The Crichton understood this and disappeared back into the nether with the hoglin. The next day, though, Crichton returned with the same hoglin in tow and a chest filled with old bottles. Then they presented the hoglin to Farnham. Crichton uncorked one of the bottles, which was filled with an odd liquid that smelled like old dust. Then Crichton fed the contents of the bottle to a hoglin and slurped up in an instant. Afterward, Crichton hung around for several minutes to observe the hoglin. The creature seemed absolutely fine. Clearly delighted, Crichton offered both hoglin and the bottle to Farnham with a humongous smile. I just have to feed it some of this? Farnham held the bottle up in front of him. Crichton nodded vigorously. Farnham tried to ask the piglin how often he needed to give the hoglin medicine, but he couldn't work out a way to manage it. He wondered if time in the nether ran differently than in an overworld, but he supposed it really didn't matter. He and his friends would have kept an eye on the hoglin and give it the medicine whenever it started to look like it was feeling ill. They figured out a schedule for it eventually. Most of the other animals that Crichton brought to the zoo, thankfully, didn't require as much maintenance. The only trouble was building enclosure for them fast enough to accommodate them all. But Micro and Grinchard pinched in with what Farnham knew, and he wouldn't be able to manage such incredible expansion without them. One night, while the three of them were relaxing after a long day's work, Farnham offered up a toast. I just want to thank you all for everything you've done for me and my zoo. Without you, I'd probably be clapped somewhere under a feeding trough. Or maybe the Zoglin would be feeding on you, Grinchard cracked. Farnham's leg had healed just fine, but the memory of what had struck him, it served as an object lesson that couldn't be too careful around wild animals, especially ones from the nether. Yet another reason that you all deserve my thanks. It would be our best interest, Micro, if you got turned into a zombie yourself. I am sure you would be trying to eat us forever. It's okay, though, Grincher said. We'd sure be put in one of the zoo's cages, too. Watch after you for all eternity. Farnham cackled at that. Always said the zoo is my life. I just wasn't planning beyond being in my death, too. Later that evening, Farnham and the others gathered near the obsidian portal back of the zoo, and he would night it like he normally did. Activated just as usual, and the purple field swirling through it. When Crichton had something to trade, they often bounded right through at the point, hauling something wriggling with them that could bring a huge smile to Farnham's face. This time, nothing appeared, at least not at first. Micro clapped Farnham on the back. Well, try again tomorrow. It's been a while, Farnham gazed at the portal, worried. Do you think anything might have happened to Crichton? Well, it can't be easy trying to gather all those beasties for the zoo, Grincher said. Maybe they caught the wrong end of one of them. Micro scoffed. That horrible thing to say. Now he's going to worry all night. He turned to Farnham. I'm sure they're fine. They're probably just looking for something really special for you now. They really brought you all those easy animals. It takes a while to get the tougher ones, I'm sure. Farnham sucked at his teeth. He wasn't sure what to do. He couldn't really go hunting for Crichton in the nether. It was far too dangerous to be there for long. And anyhow, it was a deal he'd made with the piglin. They provided the animals, and he provided the obsidian. You just have to wait until tomorrow. If we don't hear from him soon, we'll have to go and have a look around for them, he said. But not tonight. The others nodded in solemn agreement. Just as Farnham was about to give up tiredly, shut down the obsidian portal for the night, a purple field flickered. Farnham's hopes rose like a rocket. He couldn't wait to see what Crichton had brought him for him this time. But it wasn't Crichton who came through the portal. Instead, it was the biggest piglin he had ever seen, and a legion of well-armed piglins following in the massive brute's wake. Chapter 21. Wanton Destruction. It's a whole army of piglins, Grinchard shouted at the top of their lungs as they drew their sword and steeled themselves for a battle. We need to shut the portal down now. Micro grew her sword too, and was ready to fight. Farnham cursed himself for not bothering to bring his own blade along that night. He'd come to trust Crichton, so he never armed when he went to meet him. He always figured that if something went wrong during one of their trading sessions, he and the others would just place him with the minute piglin back through the obsidian portal and shut it down behind them, permanently if necessary. He had never imagined that other piglins could come snarling through the portal instead of Crichton, nor would they have twice the piglin's size. It's too late, Micro shouted as he backed away from the horde of piglins rushing through the portal. There's too many of them already. Farnham hoped that his friend was wrong, but he didn't see how. A dozen large, ferocious piglin warriors had already stormed into the zoo and blocking off any approach to the obsidian gate. They seemed to be daring Farnham and his friends to give a shot anyhow, so they can cut any such foolhardy souls down. The first of those would be Grinchard. He have to try or we'll never have another chance. Of them all, Grincher was the best with a sword. Then they dove into the massive piglins, swinging their blade left and right. The brutes gave way before them. Heartened by Grincher's success, Micro leaped into the fray with him, weaving her sword about herself and formed a shield that none of the piglins dared charge. Weaponless, Farnham stood back and shouted his encouragement to the others. He admired the way they burst into action in less than a moment. Notice, and that were already pushing the piglin invaders back. You got them. Go, go, go. As Farnham's friends drew closer to the obsidian portal, the flowing piglins stopped. It looked like it might be all of them. Hope soared in Farnham's chest, and then came crashing right back down into the dirt. The rush of piglins had only slowed, it turned out, to let an even bigger piglin stomp through the portal. They seemed to be so large they barely fit through the portal, and Farnham's cheers strangled in his throat, and no one he saw them. The massive piglin held a large flail in their hand, the biggest Farnham had ever seen. And when they brought the business end of a slamming down on the ground, Farnham could feel the earth shake. Then a gigantic piglin let loose a roaring snort and chilled Farnham's blood. It's a trap, he shouted to his friend. Run! Despite the obvious danger, Grincher refused to retreat in his face of piglin onslaught. Instead, they forced their way through the smaller piglins until they came face to face with the brutal giant who had just forced their way through the portal. To their credit, Micro followed in Grincher's wake, never hesitating to make sure they kept the other piglins off the explorer's back. The piglins gave way before her, swinging their blades at her and not offering much of a way of a challenge. At least, that was right up until Grincher came up against the massive piglin standing between them and the obsidian portal. The moment that happened, the towering brute held up their mighty weapon and let loose an even louder snort than before, and the piglins closed in around the zoo defenders like a vice. A big piglin... Biglin? Farnham thought. His mind was always trying to classify the things he encountered, but brought that massive flare down on top of Grincher. The explorer might have dodged out of the way, but smaller piglins would pin in on both sides. The best way he could now hold up their sword and try to parry the incoming blow. Grincher did just that, holding the weapon's hilt in one hand and under the blade in the other, bracing himself behind the best he could. The golden flail head came hurtling down like a meteor arcing out of the sky, though, and snapped the blade in two. No, Farnham shouted, which did much good as anyone could have expected. The impact knocked Grincher flat on their back, and they disappeared under the horde of piglins swarming over them. Micro leaped forward then, laying about all her own blade and trying to drive the piglins off Grincher's fallen form, but the other piglins leaped between them, separating the surrounding each of them. That was the moment that Farnham knew it was all over for them. His friends were some of the best and most experienced fighters they had ever met, and even they couldn't stand against the many foes. They were outnumbered, overpowered, and flat-out doomed. Stop, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Stop it, we give up, we surrender. He wondered if one of his friends considered him a coward, or worse yet, a traitor for trying to stop the fight like that. He didn't know or care at that point. He just wanted them to survive, and he had a sword of his own, and somehow knew this was better than any of his friends. He couldn't have done a thing to turn the tide. It would have been like battling an ocean with a spoon. The piglin reader, if that's the gigantic one, Snortle and Farnham cries, they didn't go do a thing to stop the other piglins from utterly overwhelming the others. Grincher and Micro disappeared beneath the waves of piglin that hauled them down beneath the surface of them, and as if to drown them. Stop it, Farnham shouted. Stop it. The piglins ignored his cries, and Farnham wondered if his friends had really been killed. He charged forward a few steps, and still yelling at the piglins to stop, but the ones in the back turned around and brandished their weapons at him. Farnham realized when the problem was much bigger than just his friends at the zoo. Many of the piglins could destroy the entire town. He had to warn everyone. He spun on his heels and sprinted to the zoo's front gates, shouted the entire way. The piglins are invading! Help! The piglins are invading! Then Farnham got to the front gate. He realized he shut and locked it when he closed the zoo in that evening. As he reached out to undo the lock, the first of the piglins began behind him, caught up with him, and bonked him in the hilt of their axe. Farnham spun around and fell to the ground. He couldn't see anything but angry piglins coming at him. He thought this would end. Mercy, he shouted, flung his arm over his head. Mercy. Chapter 22. Betrayal. By the time Crichton strode through the obsidian portal and into Farnham Zoo, the initial assault was over. The great Bungus had given Uggub the honor of being the first through the portal, leading the attack against the overworld. Then, he had to come through himself. After the vanguard of the best piglin fighters had joined Uggub on the other side, Crichton spent the entire time making sure that each piglin was heading for battle, first drank an entire bottle of the potion that Advisor had whipped up to protect them from the illness of the overworld, would otherwise inflict upon them. They had taken the time to craft chests full of the stuff, and those sat in the stack next to another stack of chests filled with the obsidian. Farnham had traded with them. The piglins guzzled down the whole first chest full of potions quickly, and Crichton had been forced to open a second chest just to make sure that every one of them were properly protected. The potion wouldn't last forever, though, so the Advisor had hustled every one of them through the portal as soon as they chugged down their first full dose. The fighters needed to make most of them that they had. Once the last of the now protected Piglin warriors dash into the overworld, Crichton closed up the second chest of potions and fall right after them. Privately, Crichton had hoped that Bungus's warriors wouldn't kill Farnham and his friends. The overworlders had been kind enough to Crichton during all the trading sessions. It seemed a shame to put that such useful trading partners might pay for their lives. Crichton knew better than to try to appeal to Bungus's kindness. The brutal leader didn't have any, which is partly now why they managed to ascend to their current position as leader for the Bastion. Instead, the advisor pointed out that they'd made great strides in learning to communicate with Farnham and that Farnham could assert a perfect guide for them as they explored the overworld. Killing the zookeeper would only slow that process down. Bungus had grudgingly seen the wisdom in that and ordered their warriors to spare Farnham's life. The trouble, of course, was that the Piglins, one overworlder, looked pretty much like any other. Only Crichton would really tell them apart. Bungus couldn't depend on the aggressive battlers to make a decision among their opponents during their initial assault, so instead the others went out for the overworlders inside the zoo would all be spared. How are we supposed to do that? Ugub had wanted to know. When we hit them, they need to go down. They can't have them running off to warn anyone. Bungus had smacked Ugub across the snout for being kind of fool that would dare to question the leader's orders. Bring them down fast as you can. Once they're down, haul them to me. Ugub glared at Bungus as he stood back and answered the Piglin leader. We might wind up killing them anyhow. Bungus had raged so hard at them insolence that Ugub had flinched away. So they get killed. This is war, and the overworlders are going to die. But if you kill these ones, you'll be next. That had seemed a settled argument, but Crichton was still worried the Piglins would accidentally kill Farnham or one of his friends. That's too easy to make that kind of mistake when you're attacking someone with a weapon. And the Piglin who followed Bungus tended to be prone to such errors. So Crichton was relieved and perhaps a little surprised when they saw Farnham and his friends had been tossed into one of the simply still empty animal enclosures. One that the advisor had yet to fill with the new creature they were supposed to bring them from the nether. That opened up all sorts of possibilities for them that would otherwise have been cut off permanently. Farnham seemed like he'd been watching Crichton from the moment they arrived in the overworld. When he saw the advisor glancing in his direction, he waved at him, trying to get their attention, rather than ignoring them entirely, which had been Crichton's first impulse. They gave him a firm nod of recognition and dismissal. They would talk to him eventually, but they had other things to deal with at the moment. Crichton looked around the zoo, and saw that the Piglins had masked the zoo's front gate, rattling their weapons with anticipation. Ugub stood at the entrance, blocking the others from leaving quite yet, while the great Bungus loomed over them. Bungus barked out orders of the Piglins, instructing them as to how they would overwhelm and defeat the settlement, following the advice Crichton had often given in the past. Bungus kept orders short and sweet. That made most directions hard to misinterpret and mess up. Although Crichton knew that some of the Piglin warriors would figure out brand new ways to screw things up and would surprise them all. This was just the first battle in our new war. The great Bungus' voice was loud. Crichton figured any world in the neighboring buildings must have already heard the shouts. If so, they would be ready for the Piglins when they stormed out of the place. But it was too late to do anything about that. From here, we will loot the settlement after settlement, land after land. Soon all the riches of the overworld will be ours, and no one will be able to stop us. The Piglins let out a raucous cheer in unison, and the great Bungus bared all their teeth at them in approval. Crichton figured that anyone in the settlement who already know the Piglins must be aware of it now. Not that knowing about the doom would prevent it. The great Bungus pointed toward Ugub at the gates and shouted louder ever than cheering. Now unleash the Piglins of war, and let the overworld tremble in fear. At that cue, Ugub threw open the gates of the zoo, and stepped aside as the Piglin warriors started charging into the settlement. Like a swollen river breaking through the floodgates. The noise grew, deafened crescendo for a moment, and drifted off into the settlement proper like a rolling thunder. Well done, Crichton said as they marched up the great Bungus to congratulate him and follow his operation so far. We should have this time looted to the walls in no time. Ugub scoffed at them. We? You should not include yourself in that number, traitor. Traitor, Crichton glared at much bigger Piglin. If not for me, none of you would be able to stay here long enough to loot a single building, much less the whole place. Ugub loomed over Crichton, reminding the advisor that the brute could stomp him flat with bare feet. Serve the great Bungus out of fear is not loyalty, it is cowardice. Says the Piglin who led a surprise attack against the weakling overworlders. Who's the real coward here? Enough, the great Bungus boomed. We have triumphed today by working together. Together we can loot the whole of the overworld. Or I could put an end to both of you here and now for arguing with each other, then go loot this place by myself. Both Ugub and Crichton allowed Bungus's outburst to cow them. Neither of them was about to apologize to the other for speaking plainly about how they actually felt, but they were wise enough to shut their mouths for now, at least while Bungus was watching over them. Now allow me to enjoy our pillaging in peace. The great Bungus strode out of the zoo after rampaging Piglins to the sounds of the clash of weapons and the cries of the fallen, a massive smile carving below their chunky snout. Ugub and Crane watched their leader swagger off into the night-shrouded settlement, looking for doors and bash in and homes to loot. Soon enough, Bungus spotted something that looked like their kind of friend and lumbered off toward it. And head of their golden flail spinning high overhead, an ear-splitting snort risen from their throat. Ugub turned to Crane and glowered at them. Stay here, traitor. The glory of the battle like this is not for the likes of you. Crane knew that the smart thing would do have been to follow Ugub to have the last word before charging into the battle, but they had not resisted needing the brute one last time. If it wasn't for me, it wouldn't be the likes for you either. Ugub had been halfway through the game when Crane spoke. They stopped dead and they spun around. What did you say? Again, Crane was sure Wise's curse of action would have apologized there, or at least pretend they said something entirely different instead. They doubled down in their insult. You heard me, or is there nothing but muscle between your ears? Maybe that's one of the side effects of my cure. Ugub stepped forward and backhanded Crane into the ground. With a blink of an eye, as the advisor waited for the star to clear from their eyes, the brute growled at them. You had better earn your pace. The great Bungus may be in charge of me, but I am in charge of everyone else. But defy me and you will pay for it. Crane shook their head to clear it. You need me. Ugub strode with advisor bravado. Bah, we need your cure. Yes, but you? Crane leaped to their feet. No one else knows how to make it. That's the problem. I can solve myself by beating the secret out of you. You wouldn't dare. The moment the words left their lips, Crane knew they were wrong. Ugub would not just dare to wrench the formula cure out of them. They would enjoy doing it. Why not? Ugub said. Who's going to stop me? If you hurt me, the great Bungus will make you pay. Ugub chortled the desperation. Bungus is not your friend. Not anymore. Who do you think ordered me to get the cure from you? Crane's eyes grew wide in fear. They looked for some place safe to run. Ugub stood between them and the gates. But maybe they could make it to Farnham's kitchen, where they're out the back door. Just as Crane's feet started to move, Ugub's arms lashed out, and the brute caught the advisor with the scruff of their neck. From there, the brute hauled the hapless advisor up the air, heaving their aims sternly, uselessly below them. Put me down, Crane screeched. Ugub snorted at them. Oh, I'll put you down all right, just not here. With that, Ugub carried Crane's at arm's length away to the pens in the back of the zoo. Then the brute reached in with the piglins and imprisoned Farnham and his friends. They grabbed a hold of Crane and put one hand in their neck and the other in the seat of their pants and hurled them over the top of the fence. Pain shot through Crane as they landed inside the enclosure and howled in agony and curled up into a ball. Now stay there until this battle's over. We will be time to finish you later. I'm not going to miss out on all this looting. Ugub turned and stormed off, viciously laughing out loud until long after they disappeared through the zoo's front gate. Once the pain started to subside, Crane got to their knees and crawled away from the closure's fencing. It ran high over their head and was stunned that Ugub was actually managed to toss it over them. There didn't seem any way to climb over the bars and squeeze them between them. In short, they were trapped, and trapped good. As Crane tried to figure out how to solve this brand new problem, something cleared the threat behind them. The advisor turned around and see Farnham standing right there. Chapter 23. Strange Bedfellows. Farnham had never imagined that someone might use the enclosures in this zoo to imprison him and his friends. When they had built these environments, they had concentrated both on making them excellent habitats for their guests and ensuring that those guests could not escape. The last thing they needed was something like a wild zoglin on the loose again. Now that disgrace was working against them. The Piglins who invaded the zoo had handily defeated them and tossed them in here, locked them up, and walked away with the keys, which they had taken from Farnham the Bell. Fortunately, the Piglins had left the rest of the animals alone, including even the zoglin. All of the animals were safe in the pens, would be just fine, at least until their next feeding. Farnham's first concern at that point had been to make sure that his friends were all still breathing. Grinchard had gotten the worst of it, and he was still unconscious. Margaret seemed mostly alright, although it didn't take Farnham a while to revive her. Those invaders crushed the air out of my lungs, she said, when she finally woke up. When I passed out from it, I thought I was gone for sure. I'm so sorry. It took everything Farnham had to not dissolve into tears. This is all my fault. Don't be silly, Margaret said to test herself for broken ribs. It's not your fault. Blame the Piglins. Speaking of which, have you seen your Piglin pal throughout all this? Farnham shook his head. Then it might not even be their fault either. We don't know, and assigning blame doesn't help us right now anyhow. Our first priority is taking care of each other, so you made a good start there. Let's see how Grinchard's doing. Working together, Micah and Farnham managed to get Grinchard stable. The explorer was still too weak to stand, much less throw himself back into the fight if they wanted to, but they're also grateful to be alive. You need time and rest, Micah told the Grinchard. That'll give you the best chance to recover. The explorer was too beat to argue with her, even if they wanted to. As Micah finished up and Grinchard, Farnham spotted Crichton coming through the obsidian portal. By that time, he had started to worry about them. As it seemed to flow, the Piglins coming through the nether had already stopped entirely without Crichton joining them. Had they been captured and tortured? Even killed? When Crichton strode through the portal, though, snorting like they were on a mission, Farnham's feelings for them turned from worry to fury. Not only was Crichton unhurt, they looked proud of all the damage the other Piglins had inflicted upon the zoo. Farnham leaped to his feet and waved at Crichton, determined to demand an explanation from him. He saw them look right at them, they even nodded at him, then ignored them and continued on their way. They didn't even slow down. Don't worry about them, Micro said. Shouting at them won't do you any good. It's better if they and the rest of the Piglins just continue to ignore us. We can't just let them get away with this. They're going to attack the rest of town, and there's nothing we can do about it from here. The whole town was heard of commotion of these Piglins arriving already. They'll be as prepared as they can be. Farnham fumed at Crichton's betrayal, and partly at how pragmatic Micro could be about everything. He wanted to do something, anything, to save the town. He was the one who put the obsidian portal and allowed the Piglins to invade, so he felt reasonable for it. It did not escape him that he built it to save Crichton's life, and that the Piglin whom he come to think of as a friend had used it to betray him. If he had never done that, he'd never moved here, never started a zoo. Everyone would be fine, the town would be intact, and Richard wouldn't be hurt. This is all his fault. He had to do something to fix it, anything. We need to figure out a way out of here, Farnham insisted. I have some ideas about that, Micro said as they sat down next to Grinchard. The miner wasn't moving all that well either, and Farnham was worried she was pushing herself too hard on his behalf. But you're not going to like them. Farnham wanted to argue with her, but the gigantic Piglin leader, who seemed to be named Fungus, as best Farnham could make out, was giving terribly loud, obnoxious speech at the gates. The cheers from the rest of the Piglins drowned everything else out, so Farnham decided to just shut up for a moment and watch them. Farnham gasped in horror when the Piglins charged out of the zoo and launched their assault on the rest of the town. He worried for all the neighbors' lives and homes. Even if they survived, he wondered how they could ever forgive them for opening a portal that monstrous invaders could storm through. Once all the other Piglins had left, though, Crichton fell into an argument with a gigantic Piglin group, and the little trader apparently lost a grunting match as they wound up being thrown into the same pen with Farnham and his friends. Farnham's first instinct was to run over to kick Crichton in the ribs. If he could take out his given frustration on Fungus and the rest of the Piglins, then Crichton would have to do. Before he could, though, Micro put a hand on Farnham's arm and asked her to wait a moment, and he complied with her wishes. His own judgment had turned out to be terribly suspect for so far that day, so he was content to rely on hers. As Crichton dusted himself off, Micro released Farnham's arm. The zookeeper walked up behind Crichton, who was still crumpled in a pile on the ground. When his patience evaporated, which didn't take long, he crowed to alert the Piglin to the presence. The Crichton raised their eyes to face them. When the little Piglin rose to their knees in front of them, the Crichton began to snuffle and weep. After a moment they stopped, seeming astonishingly at their own tears, as if they'd never seen such a thing before, and then they went back to weeping again. At first, Farnham was entirely unmoved. He was too angry about the Piglin invasion or even think about forgiving anyone associated with it. Then he realized that, as far as his fellow townfolk were concerned, he would fall firmly into the category of responsibility himself, and he felt his heart soften just a bit. Farnham had always been bad at holding a grudge. He tried it a couple times in the past, but it always wound up seeming like it was more trouble than it was worth, as the grudges he often bothered him far more than the people he tried to hold them against. Besides, the fat Crichton had been thrown into the enclosure with Farnham and his friends served as a pretty good indication of Crichton's position among the Piglins. Maybe the little trader had been betrayed too. That made Farnham feel a little bit better. He realized it also meant there wasn't a reason he should work with Crichton now, at least to escape the enclosure. Farnham knelt down to the Piglin and helped them to their feet. They wiped their tears from their faces as they stood in front of him. The expression transformed from dismay to determination. "Farnham," the Piglin said to him in a warm snort. The zookeeper wasn't ready to betray behind him yet. "Crichton," he said in a much colder tone. The Piglin pointed at the gates of the zoo, and made squeals and gestures that Farnham could only interpret as Crichton saying, "We need to get out of the pen, fast." He couldn't help but agree, but he wasn't sure he could trust his judgment any longer. After all, his trust of Crichton had endangered the entire town and gotten his friends beaten badly. He looked over at his pals. Grinch had fallen unconscious, which is probably for the best. Micro, though, was watching him, and she looked at Crichton and gave Farnham a sudden nod. "That Piglin pal of yours might be a traitor, but they have nothing to lose by working with us at this point." Micro's voice was weaker than Farnham would have liked, but that didn't detract a bit for a point. "You can't take on all those Piglins yourself, and Grinch and I are really in the kind of shape to help you." Farnham shook his head, still hesitant. "But how can I trust them?" Micro chuckled, then turned to a painful cough. "You can't, but you know that now. That should make working with them easier, right? They can't shatter your illusions without them a second time." That was the wisest thing Farnham heard all day. He turned back to Crichton and gave Piglin a hard stare. "All right," he stuck out his hand. "Let's do whatever we can to take those invaders down, partners." Partners? He pointed himself and then Crichton back. "Partners." Crichton took Farnham's hand and shook it, grunting something that Farnham charitably interpreted as partners. Chapter 24. Get the Obsidian. Crichton's entire body was sore, but at least he didn't feel so alone anymore. When Upgub had decided to drop the facade of tolerance and throw the advisor into that animal cage with the overworlders, that they already defeated, Cretan had been relieved. They had feared that Upgut was going to kill them on the spot rather than save them from a horrible torture that they planned to inflict in the future. As long as Cretan was alive, they had a chance. Being imprisoned in a cage wasn't great, but it was better than dying. The first thing they did was throw themselves at Farnham's feet and beg for mercy. If they'd been in his position, they would have felt justified to put an end to someone who had betrayed them so badly, and Cretan seemed to eliminate that possibility straight away, one way or another. Once again, to their surprise, they remained breathing. Cretan couldn't hardly believe that Farnham had been fool enough to forgive them, or at least put aside his hard feelings long enough to work with them. But they weren't going to let that go aside. No Piglin would have given them a second chance like that, and if they needed to make the most of it. Within moments, Cretan concocted a plan to foil the Piglin invasion overworld, but the trouble was that they needed to communicate this somehow to Farnham, and they only had a few words that they knew how to use with each other. Gestures would have to do most of the heavy lifting in their explanations. It wasn't that Cretan was against looting the overworld. If they were in charge, they would launch a similar campaign of pillaging, but they weren't in charge, and that was something that they now realized needed to change. Working as Bungus's advisor only got them banished and then thrown into a pen. If Cretan wanted to stop living under Bungus's rule, or worse yet, Uggub's, then they were going to have to take charge of the clan themselves. That's the only way. They weren't quite sure how they were going to manage it, but they knew it started with them getting out of this pen and then spoiling all the loot, which made Farnham and his friends were the perfect allies, for now. Cretan put their hands and mimed chopping away at something with a pickaxe. At first, Farnham had no idea what they were trying to say, but his friend, the one called Micro, figured it out. They needed a pickaxe or some kind of tool if they were going to get out of here. It wasn't all, of course, but it was a solid start. Farnham needed to remember something, and he raced off to the far corner of the pen to find it. A moment later, he battered an iron shovel over his head in triumph, as if he had just uncovered the greatest treasure of all time. Cretan found it hard to argue that Farnham's enthusiasm, but they had to bring them back down to earth. The shovel he produced would be fine for digging their way out of the enclosure, but it wouldn't be enough for what they really had to do. For that, they needed a diamond pickaxe. It had been the main reason that Cretan had bargained hard with Farnham for such a tool. They had known that such a powerful tool might be vital to them at one point or another. They just hadn't dreamed that it would be a situation like this. But when you wanted to work with obsidian, there was no better tool. To get Farnham to understand this, Cretan pointed at the shovel and nodded. Then they walked over to the part of the closure where they could see the obsidian portal, stabbed their finger at it as well. Farnham furrowed his brow at the advisor and shook his head. He didn't quite understand what they meant. He pointed at the edge of the pen, and he hefted the shovel, indicating that he could dig their way out of there with it. He just wanted to think far enough ahead of that yet. Cretan ran over their hands over their face and tried again. Farnham was sharper than Uggub or Bungus for sure, but it was just frustrating to have to work with him like this. They should have spent more time learning how to talk to each other instead of concentrating on getting on what they wanted out of each other and moving on. Mentally, Cretan put that to the top of their list of things to do once all of this is over. Cretan kept pointing at the shovel obsidian portal over and over again until Farnham finally figured it out. He leaped up in excitement once. He knew what they wanted. He hooted in his triumph at Micro. Then his face fell. He knew the Cretan needed, but he didn't have the right tool at hand. He turned to Micro and asked her if he could help. It sounded like Cretan she had something positive, but then she gestured out of Farnham's living space. Cretan frowned too. Micro had been the only one of the overworlders from Cretan that seen the diamond pickaxe. They coveted it from the bow, but they always kept an eye peeled for an opportunity to swipe it, although the chance had never come. Micro had just left the wonderful tool in Farnham's place, perhaps in the kitchen. Either way, it was far out of reach. Upon reflection, Cretan supposed that he had an excellent stroke of luck. If Micro had been carrying the diamond pickaxe when the Piglins had crushed her, they would have no doubt taken it from her. Bungus, or worse yet, Uggub, would be charging around the settlement with it right now. Since she had left it in Farnham's quarters instead, that meant it was someplace safe, at least for now. They needed to go out of the pen and grab it before the rest of the Piglins returned, decided to loot every corner of the zoo too. Farnham asked Cretan the question then, and they didn't understand a word of it. He pointed at the shovel and then the obsidian portal and shrugged. He confused light on his face. Why? Cretan nodded at him to show they recognized the confusion. They mimed knocking down the obsidian portal with a pickaxe. Then the advisor pointed at themselves, and at their snout in particular, and pretended to start choking in the overworld poisonous air, finally collapsing in a heap. Ah, that Farnham understood. If they could destroy the obsidian gate, they cut the Piglins off and the supply of the potion that protected them here, and eventually the protection would wear off. It would take some time, but the Piglin problem would take care of itself. Maybe that would put Cretan in a similarly bad situation, but they knew something no one else did. How to make more of the cure. With any luck at all, they'd be able to leverage that into the advantage. Best they could do now is just cause as much chaos as possible, and then they lay angels better than the idiots currently in charge of their people. But that was something Crichton felt good about betting on. Far enough motion that they should get started right away, but then Crichton hadn't filled him in on the whole of their plan. He needed to know the rest of it, or he might blow the whole thing for them. It wasn't enough to destroy the obsidian portal, they had to destroy all of the obsidian they had here as well. Crichton cast out for a bit, trying to spot the place where the piglins had stored the chest of obsidian that they brought back into the zoo with them from the nether. When they did, they jumped up and down and pointed at it until Farnham came over and saw exactly what they were excited about. Once he did, Crichton didn't mind using a pickaxe on the stuff as well. He seemed to confuse Farnham more than just about anything they tried to discuss so far. They wanted him to destroy the rest of the obsidian. Otherwise, the Great Bungus would simply repair the broken obsidian portal with that fresh material, or maybe even just build an entirely new one from scratch. They had to take care of all the obsidian first. Otherwise, destroying the working portal wouldn't mean a thing. It would only slow the piglins down a bit, and that wouldn't be nearly enough to defeat them. Farnham wasn't getting it, though. Maybe it's because Crichton was pretending to use a pickaxe on the obsidian, which wouldn't really destroy it, would it? It would simply mine the material, breaking it down a bit further, but not actually getting rid of it. They needed to do something that did much more than breaking the obsidian down into big chunks into smaller chunks. They needed to get rid of it entirely. They could move it back to the nether before they broke the obsidian portal. That might work. But there was a lot of obsidian there. Carrying the obsidian through the portal one chest at a time would take forever. They'd have to come up with a different way, though. Crichton didn't know what it might be. Well, they knew a lot about the nether, and they had learned a great deal about the overworld. The only thing they knew about the obsidian was that it was extremely tough material, and you could use these amazing interdimensional portals out of it. The advisor had never minded actual obsidian. They only hauled away that Farnham had been able to produce for them every time they made a trade. They'd never been built an obsidian gate with it. Not yet. They had come to the overworld with great plans for such construction, of course, but had all fallen apart almost immediately. Crichton wondered how the Great Bungus thought they would continue with their conquest of the overworld without the advisor, if they actually were in the betrayal of Crichton, as Abgub had said. While Crichton might not know everything there was learn about obsidian, the rest of the piglins knew even less. Abgub had claimed that they would beat the secret and cure out of Crichton. It wouldn't be any more trouble than to knock what they knew about the obsidian portal out of their head at the same time. That was probably the only reason Abgub hadn't killed Crichton on the spot. Somewhere in that tiny, violent brain of theirs, they were just relieved that they needed an advisor, at least until they could get the information they required out of him. At this point, Crichton threw up their hands and snorted in despair. They crumpled on the ground, sat on their haunches, and stared off in the distance. They couldn't come up with a solution to this problem on their own. They didn't know enough to make it happen. Farnham came over and stand next to Crichton, and then put his hand on his shoulder, and in the way, much to his surprise, brought them comfort. The advisor looked up the overworlder's eyes and saw clarity there. Maybe Crichton didn't know what to do from this point, but Farnham seemed like he did. The advisor was going to have to trust what he could figure all out at the point at which Crichton had let off. They didn't have any other choice, and that scared them most of all. Chapter 25. Time to dig in. Farnham could barely believe what he had learned from this wordless conversation with Crichton. While they wouldn't understand each other's languages, turned out that the time they'd spent together making deals had put them in a similar wavelength. They could just get more from gestures, grunts, and meaningful expressions than he would ever expected. Crichton wants to destroy the obsidian portal, he said aloud to Micro of anybody else. Well, that will trap the piglins in the overworld. Is that really such a good thing? Micro wanted to know. I mean, I'd much rather we trap them in the nether instead. Farnham gave her an amused grunt. If you could figure out a way to have them file peacefully back through the portal before we destroy it, I'd be delighted to hear it. Micro barked with a bitter laugh. But we can't destroy the obsidian portal until we destroy all the obsidian floating around there first, right? Right. Otherwise, they'll just repair and rebuild the gate. And we're right back where we started. Micro raised a feeble hand, as if she were a young child in the class. So, if we destroy the gate, they'll be trapped there. And they'll get sick like Crichton did when they first got here, right? That's the theory. And I guess that assumes they didn't bring gallons of cure for that sickness along. He eyed for the chest of the piglins that hauled with them, unsure if it's really in them. Either way, let's stop them from killing us before they fall over and die. Farnham scratched his chin and pondered that. That's a good question. He should probably make sure there's somewhere else than this happens, if at all possible. Seeing as how Grinchard is in any condition to flee with us, that's going to be a neat trick. If you have a better, I don't. Of course I don't. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it anyhow, even if they kill us all. Micro trailed off and gazed at Grinchard. They not quite ready to finish that thought. At least we'll have stopped them. Their reign of terror will end here. Exactly, Micro gave him a weak smile. So, how are you going to pull this off then? You need to get us out of the pen first, right? And then go for your diamond pickaxe, then destroy the obsidian, then destroy the gate. Probably in that order, Farter tried putting on a brave face so he wasn't sure it would convince anyone, much less someone he known as long as Micra. Simple, right? She coughed her lungs, still laboring to work properly. You better get going then. Wish me luck. She did so with a nod, and he left her there, hoping he would see her in Grinchard again. He walked over to the edge of the enclosure, hefting the iron shovel in his hands. He lined on the floor in the enclosure with stone to keep the animals from trying to dig their way out, but they didn't have access to tools like this. He also hadn't quite finished this enclosure, which was why no creatures were already in here when the piglins tossed them into it. There were still a few spots where the floor was lined with netherrack instead of stone. The battered little shovel would probably get through that just fine. He held up the shovel and readied himself to get started, but he found himself hesitating. Despite having mined his way out of the cavern in which the waterfall had left him, the idea of digging his way through the underworld, as he continued to think of it, still terrified him. He forged his way out of the cavern only because there had been no other choice. It had been a matter of dig or die. And he had the Strider with him then, the creature he'd felt responsible for and he couldn't just abandon. This time instead it was a piglin who already betrayed him once. Crane came up beside him and grunted the ground in front of him, then into the shovel and then to the ground again. They nearly couldn't understand what he was waiting for. He knew he had to do this. It was going to be hard and terrifying and awful, and he was going to hate every second of it, but he still had to do it. He held the shovel before himself for a moment and then started digging. The dirt before him gave way easily enough, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, voices grew nearer to the zoo's gates, and a platoon of piglins burst squealing back into the blaze. Farnham froze for an instant, unsure what to do. Micro knew, though. Keep going, she shouted at them, stage whisper, from where she lay in the back of the enclosure. Once you're on the underground, plug the hole back up. They'll never know. Unsure if he was going to do the right thing and still scared of being caught, Farnham followed Micro's orders. He dug down into the netherrack as fast as he could, listening to the hoots and hollers of the piglins' warriors echoing through the zoo above him. Gritton followed him down into the hole and stood next to him. He still wasn't sure that he wanted the piglin with him. It was one thing to shake his hands with them and another entirely to be trapped in a tight underground tunnel with them. As the grunting above grew louder, Farnham heard a deep grunt, calling out all of the unintelligible babble. It was the voice of the great piglin who had been the first through the portal, the one who had thrown Crichton into the enclosure. It sounded like they were snorting out orders to the others. Farnham couldn't make out much of what the piglin was saying, but he made out the same Crichton. If they came looking for the little piglin and discovered they were missing along with Farnham, they would be sure to tear the place apart looking for them. He didn't make sure he couldn't find them. Farnham filled the hole and he just dug, sealing them both himself and Crichton into the underworld, and plunging the two of them into complete darkness. For a moment, Farnham froze, unsure where to dig or what to do. It was hard enough to dig away from the underworld, but doing so blind seemed utterly foolhardy. Then Crichton lit a torch, and things seemed better. The piglins had taken everything from Farnham before throwing them into the closure, but apparently Ugub had been quite careful with Crichton, having just tossed them with everything they were carrying into the pen. The little piglin might not have a weapon of their own handy, at least Farnham didn't see one, but the torch was far more valuable to them than anyhow. The light steadied Farnham and gave him hope. Now, at least, he could see what he was doing, if not where he was going. Still, he knew the zoo better than any part of the overworld. He'd been over every bit of it himself countless times, and had personally built most of the structures inside it. If anyone could figure out how to get there where the obsidian was being stored, it was him. He dug down a little deeper first, afraid the piglins might otherwise hear him tunneling through the ground beneath him. Then he headed up the direction of the obsidian stores that Crichton had pointed out to him. The stockpile sat just on the edge of Strider's enclosure, and Farnham felt completely confident that he could judge the distance to there. He paced back and forth between the pen and his empty one over and over while he'd been building the enclosure. Of course, then he'd been able to walk freely rather than having to dig his way through the underworld, so he wasn't quite sure what he would have liked. He would have to do his best. Even if they wound up the Strider's pen, that wouldn't be so bad. The Strider was such a kind animal that Farnham had never put a lock on the cage to its pen. If it somehow managed to get out, what happened sometimes, it always stuck close. And the visitors do love to be able to meet it up close and pet it. Of course, if they wound up coming up from the underworld beneath one of the piglins is much worse. Much worse than he might wish it, though. Farnham didn't have the real control over that. He couldn't see where the piglins were now, any more than they could see them. He just had to trust that there wouldn't be wherever he and Crichton emerged. The going under the zoo wasn't all that bad. Although the iron shovel wasn't Micra's prized diamond pickaxe, it was good enough for mining through the underworld beneath the zoo. Although, when he ran into the odd stone formation that dig his way around it Despite that, Farnham tried slowly and methodically. He didn't want to ruin and run into any surprises like a vein of lava or an unceremonious drop into a deep cavern. Then he thought he'd gone far enough. Farnham stopped and rested for a moment. He looked at Creighton, who had followed behind the whole way, illuminating a new tunnel with a torch, and pointing at the ceiling and shrugged. But does this look like a good spot? Creighton seemed to understand what he meant, and that didn't mean they had a good answer for him. They gave him a shrug and even more helpless than his own. He admitted to himself that a guess was probably far better than the Piglins would be. He wasn't sure he'd bothered to ask for a second opinion. Other than that, he was frightened by the possibilities of what might happen next. Despite that, he started digging upward. As he grew closer to the surface, he slowed again, not wanting to alert anyone above his presence. If he was lucky, he'd emerge near the obsidian. Then he and Creighton could figure out what they were going to do with it. Maybe they could simply ferry it around underground and bury it where the Piglins would have a hard time finding it. He wasn't sure that would be enough. If the choices for them were to find obsidian or die, they'd dig up the entire zoo hunting for it, and probably succeed. As he reached the surface, Farnham stopped digging for a moment and listened to the thin layer of earth above him. He could still hear Piglins snorting at one another all over the place, just as urgently as before, but he didn't understand anything they were saying. At least he didn't hear any of them bellowing out orders anymore. Farnham raised the shovel and removed the last layer of netherrack standing between themselves and the overworld. Light from the zoo poured in from above, along with a rush of fresh air. Farnham allowed the sense of relief to watch him over with all that. Then a long arm reached in the hole in which he was standing, grabbed him by the back of his neck, and hauled him bodily out of the tunnel. Farnham screamed in terror as he listened into the air. For a while moment he was disoriented and had no idea what was happening to him. He was just going on for the most awful ride of his life. When he finally came to his side, Farnham found himself gazing at the biggest piglin he had ever seen, snorting their hot and humid breath directly into his face. It was one who had come through the portal after the most of the others, swinging his golden flail, sending the rest of the piglins ravage off the town. He had been captured by Fungus. They set guards at every one of the places they wanted to protect. Maybe Fungus had personally chosen to keep an eye on the obsidian, knowing just how vital their plans in the invasion of the overworld. Or maybe they'd just gotten lucky. Either way, they seemed awfully pleased with themselves, right up until Farnham slashed him with the shovel in Fungus's arm. Squealing in pain, the gigantic piglin let go of Farnham, then also flung him away, ensuring that he wouldn't just drop back onto the ground where the piglins would have a hard time extracting him, and where Creighton will still be hiding. Instead, Farnham went tumbling across the zoo's open floor and eventually came to rest against the gate of the Strider's pen. The animal nuzzled up against Farnham's then, as happy to see him as ever, hoping for a treat. Farnham wished that he'd been in a position to reward the Strider at that point, but it took everything he had to push himself to his feet instead. Fungus, which honestly seemed like a terrible name for such a terrifying creature, although perhaps it referred to the scent of the Piglins' leader's breath, turned toward Farnham and let out a bellow of blind rage that curdled Farnham's blood. It seemed like the noise alone shook the whole of the world. And maybe that was just because it set Farnham trembling so hard. Despite desperate to escape, Farnham spun around and opened the gate he landed against. It came open easily, and he shoved his way in, right past the Strider, and ran. Fungus lumbered after him and stood there in the gateway for a moment, surveying the Strider's enclosure. To Farnham's great dismay, there was no way out of the place. He and his friends had built a tall and solid fence all the way around it, and a pool of molten lava lined its back wall. The only way out would be for Farnham to start digging, but he knew that it would take too long. The moment he started, Fungus would just rush over and grab him before he could get away. Still, he had to do something, try something, anything. That's when he saw the Strider coming at him, and a plan came to mind. It was a ridiculous and probably pointless plan, but if he was lucky, it could buy him enough time to come up with a better one. And at least it would be something other than waiting for the great Fungus to storm in and brain him. Farnham whistled for the Strider to hustle over to him, patting his thigh to keep its attention. The animal trotted right over, and without missing a beat, Farnham leaped off to his back. Fortunately, Grinchard had left their saddle on the creature's back, and Farnham could slip right into it. The explorer had also been experimenting with leading the Strider around with Ward Fungus dangling from the end of the fishing rod, and he left those atop the Strider as well. Luckily, to the creature's frustration, unfortunately, Farnham hadn't practiced riding the Strider much before, and he almost fell off the creature's other side. It took everything he had to hold on, and he dropped the shovel he'd been carrying in the process. When Fungus saw Farnham jump atop the Strider, they clearly knew that some sort of trick was coming, and they charged straight for the zookeeper as he tried to find a solid seat and a firm grip on the Strider. The gigantic piglin's snorting roar frightened the Strider and took off as if someone had jabbed it in the rear with a sword. As challenging as it made for Farnham to find a grip he was searching for, this turned out to be a good thing, as he kept both of them and the Strider out of the reach of Fungus's savage flail, which crashed into the ground behind them. Farnham was still struggling to ride himself atop the Strider, then sprinted straight into the pool of lava in the back of its pen. Under most circumstances, this might have stopped Farnham's heart, But in this case, he'd be planning to guide the Strider back to the pool anyhow. This only served to impress upon him how imperative it had he not let go. The Strider hauled up the halt and then it reached the back of the enclosure, setting right at the far edge of the pool of lava, exactly where Farnham wanted it. With the animal not moving for a moment, he was able to ride himself atop it and get a firm grip on it. So he snatched up the fishing rod and moored Fungus. As he did, he looked back across the lava to see Fungus standing there on the edge of the pool, glowering at himself in the Strider. The gigantic piglin reached out with their massive flail, testing the distance from themselves to Farnham. Although the zookeeper could feel the powerful breeze that Fungus' swings generated, the head of the flail itself wound up well shy of him, much to his relief. Farnham resisted the urge to stick out his tongue at Fungus and taunted the piglin leader. While he might be safe from this direct blow from that awful flail at the moment, he didn't mean that he wouldn't throw the flail at Farnham instead. But it would only take a glancing blow to knock him off the Strider, or knock the Strider over, and he would be incinerated immediately. It was hot enough for Farnham sitting on the Strider's back. He couldn't imagine how the animal could withstand in contact with the molten rock, but it just rolled around on it all the time like it was nothing. In fact, it preferred to hang out on the lava, which kept it far warmer than any part of the enclosure could manage. Any other creature that Farnham knew would be burned into a crisp in an instant, and apparently that included Fungus. The piglin boss roared at Farnham from the edge of the lava pool, snorted all sorts of things that were surely so horrible that the zookeeper for once felt glad he couldn't understand the piglin tongue. He just hoped that curtain could protect their ears. As Fungus berated Farnham, some of the braver piglins came up behind to cheer their leader and mock the trapped zookeeper's plight. The few of them carried crossbow, which sent severe fear through Farnham. As soon as they started firing arrows at him, he had to start moving. The lava wouldn't offer him any protection from their shots. Furious as Fungus was, though, the moment one of the piglins bumped up against them, the leader reached down, grabbed the gloating creature, and hurled him at Farnham. The horrified zookeeper hunkered down and clung to the Strider as tightly as he could, and the animal leaped inside from the incoming piglin. The poor warrior burst into flames. They landed and reduced to ashes in an instant. The rest of the piglins gave Fungus a wide berth after that, keeping well clear of their leader's reach. The huge piglins roared again in frustration, but now none of the others rallied to their side to egg them on. Infuriated by the lack of support in their underlings, Fungus raised their golden flail over their head. Knowing that what was coming next, Farnham whipped and warped Fungus out right in front of the Strider's nose, spurring it into action. The head of the flail in its change came spinning at them in a flat circle, and it just barely missed them. It was close enough to mess up Farnham's hair as it skimmed over his head. It crashed into the far wall, knocking a hole in it before it tumbled into the lava and began to burn. Unfortunately, the hole in the wall was too far away for Farnham to reach it. He wasn't sure he could wriggle through it and get away anyhow. If he tried to leap for it and missed, he would certainly pay for this mistake with his life. Instead, he guided the Strider back on the spot of the pool of lava, and the farthest way he outmost Fungus had listened to the leader rail against him once more. The rest of the piglins edged even farther away from the ruler's ridiculous fury, terrified of becoming entangled in it. Just as it seemed like Fungus had finally calmed down, which meant that they would really become dangerous to Farnham and the Strider, the second in command came up behind them, the one called Uggub. Fungus didn't notice Uggub at first. They were too engrossed in cursing Farnham and coming up with new ways to berate him. Fungus finally did hear Uggub chortling as they approached from behind, though. The leader turned to the last second and chewed out whoever was brave enough to get them the reach. That probably saved Fungus's life, but it wasn't enough to stop Uggub from laying into the leader with a cowardly attack. Uggub slammed into Fungus from behind, but because the leader had started to turn, it was only a glancing blow. Even that was enough to knock Fungus off balance, though, and send him staggering toward the lava pit. The leader stuck out one foot, steadying himself, and it landed in the lava. Flames instantly shot from the molten rock, setting the leader's leg ablaze. Rather than falling into lava, though, Fungus managed to shove himself away from the burning leg, and they tumbled backward onto the stones lying in the deadly pool. The leg had been ruined, but they managed to knock the flames out by rolling on the ground before curling up into a tight ball and bellowing in excruciating pain. Uggub stood over injured Fungus then, raised a fist into the air, and snorted something that Farnham might have translated as, "Now I am the great Uggub." Thus the piglins hesitated for the briefest moment before they raised their weapons in the air and began to grunt in unison, Uggub, Uggub, Uggub. Chapter 27. The Great Uggub. From the moment the Great Bungus dragged Farnham out of his tunnel, Crane had not known what to do. Part of them wanted to crawl out of the hole, follow Bungus, and demand that they leave Farnham alone, but the advisor knew exactly how well that would go. Another part of them wanted to race back through the tunnel that Farnham just dug and see if they could scrabble their way back into the pen in which Farnham's injured friends were being held. Maybe the advisor could pretend that they had been in a pen the whole time, waiting for the Great Bungus to come and set things straight after Uggub had tossed Creighton in there, which Bungus would surely see had been a mistake. The most cowardly part of Crichton thought it might be best to just remain there in the tunnel, maybe little bit farther back than in hopes that no one came in after them. Then, when things had calmed down a bit, they might be able to sneak up into the zoo and maybe slip through the obsidian portal and back into the nether where they belonged. No matter what, though, Crichton had long ago learned the hard way to interfere with the great Bungus when they were in rage, so the advisor waited a bit to see what happened to Farnham. If Bungus killed the zookeeper quickly, that would probably put the leader in a good mood. If they decided to play with Farnham a bit beforehand, or maybe just toss him back into the pen after beating them senseless, Crichton might be able to talk to Bungus into showing mercy. But that would have to be later. Despite their fear of discovery, Crichton's curiosity got the better of them. They poked their head up out of the hole and saw that Farnham had done a far better job of guessing how far the dig than the advisor could have hoped. The chest of obsidian sat right there next to him, scant feet away. When Farnham managed to leap on the strider to escape, Crichton couldn't help but silently cheer them for them, even if they knew this would probably mean a violent and painful end for them. When they managed to evade both the Piglin and Bungus' massive flail hurled at them, the advisor couldn't believe their eyes. They had never seen anyone evade the great Bungus' wrath for so long. And then Ugub ambushed Bungus from out of nowhere. Crichton all suspected that Ugub would do their best to get rid of Bungus the first opportunity. That was when the Piglin wave took power, and those who did that. Trouble for Ugub was Bungus was bigger and stronger than him. It didn't mean that Bungus had any of their cunning and ferocity over the years, and they had been in charge of their bastion. From Piglins who would have been content to wait for age to weaken such a leader, for the years to humble them in the way that other Piglins could not. But Ugub had never been all that patient. They had been looking for the chance to put an end to Bungus for years, and now have found out where they take it. Ugub was a coward, the kind who would attack their leader without warning from behind. But Crichton knew that those other Piglins would never hold that against them. With Bungus out of the way, Ugub would take charge. None of the other Piglins were anywhere close as tough or large as devious or enough to challenge him about it. Crichton had worked with Bungus for so long, had advised them since they were young, and they weren't prepared to see them fall. Mentally, they knew it would happen someday. In fact, they had decided they might have to take action to make that happen themselves. But emotionally, they didn't know how to deal with it. Something inside them broke when they saw Ugub knock Bungus into that lava pool, when they watched the leader's leg go up in flames. When Bungus rolled back onto the pool's shore, the remains of their limbs still smoldering. Dismay overtook Crichton at that point and threatened to swallow him whole. They found themselves emerging from the hole next to the obsidian without even realizing that their legs were moving. They simply pushed them up and out of the forward. At first, Crichton thought that they were moving toward Bungus for their longtime leader, their oldest friend, while the Piglin leader had been brutalizing for years. They had at least understood each other, depended on each other. Sure, Bungus had banished the advisor from the bastion, but that hadn't stuck for long. Crichton had honestly never expected it to. Crichton knew, though, that life for them Ugub would be like most Piglin's life, brutal and short. The traitor had affection for the advisor. Ugub would kill them and replace them with someone far duller, if they replaced them at all. Many Piglin leaders refused to rely on advisors of any kind, thinking that listening to someone's opinion made them look weak, in a job in which weakness invited aggression. And that's why when Crichton realized that their legs weren't carrying them toward Bungus but Ugub, they were surprised at all. The day the Bungus might be over, the day Ugub hadn't quite begun. Not if Crichton could help it. Crichton drew the blade that they carried with them, the one that they kept hidden from Farnham, and even from Ugub when the brute had tossed him into a pen, and they marched straight up to the traitor. Ugub didn't even notice Crichton approaching. They were too busy gloating over the betrayal of Bungus and basking in the glory of having claimed leadership of the Piglin warriors. The other Piglins, for their part, were too busy cheering for Ugub. It hadn't taken them long to recognize that Bungus was finished and Ugub would be in charge now. To make sure that the new leader didn't take them too, they made sure to cheer as loudly and obviously as they could. They probably all thought the Crichton was doing the same thing. Perhaps the advisor was marching up to prostrate themselves before Ugub and beg for mercy, which everyone knew they would never get. The best that the advisor was disgraced leader could hope for was a quick death. Crichton had higher hopes than that, but they depended entirely on Farnham stepping up and helping them out. The advisor hoped the zookeeper would figure it out fast, or they would both be doomed for sure, and the entire settlement along with them. Crichton kept their knife close to their chest, right up until they reached Ugub. Then, instead of kneeling in front of the celebrating the loot, they hauled the knife both up in their hands and brought it down hard, point first, right on top of Ugub's foot. The blade stabbed right through the brute's foot until it struck stone below it. The look of triumph on Ugub's face instantly transformed to one of agony, as Crichton hauled back to the blade. Ugub drew back their foot and began to hop away an uninjured limb, howling in pain. For a long moment, the rest of the Piglins had no idea what had just happened. Ugub had looked so strong and in charge. To see the brute already injured and wailing took their face and Ugub's ability to lead their people and instinctively recoiled it. Crichton did not waste any time. While Ugub hopped away from them, they pursued the brute with their knife. looking for another opening fresh tap. The advisor also shouted out, "Farnham!" Plus one of the few other overworlders words that they thought they understood, probably because they heard Farnham muttering it to himself while confronting his fears. "Dig!" Farnham had been gawking at Crichton to that point, marveling at the advisor's bravery. Or so Crichton hoped. Crichton couldn't see how someone their size taking on someone Uggub's size would impress an overworlder, but if the zookeeper didn't get moving right away, the act would turn out to be not one of bravery, but of stupidity. To their great delight, Crichton saw Farnham get the strider moving again, using some kind of strange contraption that dangled something in front of it. The animal launched forward, carrying the zookeeper from the relative safety of the lava pool and sprinting right toward the enclosure's wide-open gate. Then the strider reached the gate. Farnham leaned over and scooped up the iron shovel that he dropped where the great bungus had flung him away. Farnham kept moving them, then, not even bothering to slow down. Crichton would have watched where they were going, but they already had their hands full with Uggub. After the initial shock from the attack had worn off, the brew had put their injured foot back on the ground and focused all their pain and rage toward the advisor. Every step on the foot caused them horrible agony, which they expressed with a furious snort that made Crichton shudder in fear. "You're going to die," Uggub bellowed at the advisor. They lumbered their direction. "I'm going to break you into tiny pieces and smash every bit of you flat." Crichton did the only thing they could do in other circumstances. They turned and fled. Which Uggub injured, Crichton thought they might actually have a chance to outrun the brute. Normally, it wouldn't have been much of a contest at all. The brute's legs were no longer than faster than the advisor's, and Uggub would have caught Crichton in a matter of a few strides. Unfortunately, the best of the piglins saw that as well and leapt to give their most likely new leader a hand. Under other circumstances, most piglins would have stayed back and let their leader establish dominance by destroying their attacker. A few of them had started after Farnham, though, and now found themselves standing between Crichton, the gate the advisor was charging toward. They spun around and brandished their axes and crossbows, the advisor more in self-defense than anything else. When Crichton saw this, they peeled off to the side and avoided the direct confrontation with the piglins in the gateway. This is, however, kept them inside the pen, which gave Uggub a much better chance of catching them. If they wanted to keep out the brute's gas, they're going to have to move sharp and fast. Uggub roared at the others, "Don't you dare let the little traitor leave. I'll kill anyone who does." The rest of the piglins got a hint and joined in correlating Crichton away from the gate and toward Uggub. None of them would attack Crichton directly, or to do so would have been to cheat Uggub with a chance of revenge on the advisor, which would incur the brute's gratitude but their wrath. So they kept their distance from Crichton, but made it clear that the advisor came near them and would force them back into the center of the pen. While Crichton didn't appreciate being forced into close quarters with Uggub, they immediately saw how it would work in their advantage. If Farnham figured out what the advisor wanted them to do, then Crichton would need to defeat Uggub. With this all impossible anyhow, they needed to keep from being killed long enough for Farnham to complete this mission. "Go ahead, coward," Uggub snorted at Crichton. "Run all you want. Wear yourself out. You're going to get tired before I stop getting angry, then you're going to die." Chapter 28. The Pit and the Obsidian. Farnham had just about given up hope that he might survive the night when Crichton emerged from the tunnel he dug. After the piglins' earlier betrayal, he had assumed he couldn't count on any help from the quarter, so it heartened him to see the climb out of the hole, then not run in the other direction. Then, as Crichton and Uggub began to fight, Crichton had squealed something at him, something that none of the other piglins would be likely to understand. "Farnham, dig!" As Crichton said that, they pointed at the lava pool with a hole. Then they emerged from. No, to a stockpile of obsidians the piglins had brought with them from the nether. Farnham was entirely clear on what Crichton was telling him, but thinking back on how he and his friends had made the obsidian helped him figure it out. Using a part of water to cool the lava produced obsidian, but he had to be careful about how you extract the obsidian after that. If you weren't careful, the obsidian would fall back into the lava, which would melt it and destroy it. Farnham was literally riding on top of the source of the lava. If he could somehow dump the obsidian in it, he could destroy it all. But he didn't see a good way to do that. There was too many piglins standing between the chest of obsidian and the lava pool, including Uggub, who would kill him the moment they got the chance. Crichton had to hold him to bring the obsidian to the lava, though. They squealed, "Dig!" Farnham hadn't understood that at first. It wasn't like he could dig through the lava. It would kill him instantly. But he could dig through the underworld from the spot where the obsidian stockpile was, right next to the lava pool. If he could bring the obsidian to the lava, he could bring the lava to the obsidian instead. Of course, trying to do this while Uggub and the rest of the piglins invaders stomped around overhead would be a challenge. The only thing that would give him a bit of hope was how Crichton was keeping Uggub busy. The little piglin wouldn't be able to keep away from the brute forever, so Farnham would have to move fast. The moment Farnham reached the hole next to the obsidian stockpile, he leaped off the back of the strider and dove into it. Then, he set to work with his shovel. First thing he did was dig out a space directly beneath the stockpile, as he already knew he'd placed the lava to flow onto. He considered collapsing the entire stockpile into the pit he dug, and he decided against it, as he didn't want to raise suspicions of Ugub and the other Piglin warriors yet. With that done, Farnham poked his head up the surface to see how Crichton was faring against Ugub. It did not look good. The brute got their hands on Crichton and hauled them high through the air to choke the life out of the little Piglin, who was kicking their feet like a man in a vain effort to hurt Ugub's arms. The rest of the Piglins had gathered around Ugub to cheer their efforts and watch their new leader take a horrible and painful example out of Crichton. Farnham knew that he couldn't do anything about this. Crichton had betrayed them, and now was only using them to try to betray their new leader, too. The little Piglin likely deserved everything that Ugub was about to do to them. But Farnham couldn't just watch and let that happen. As mad as he'd been at Crichton, their horrible duplicity, he couldn't just watch them be killed, no matter how appropriate it might be. Without thinking, Farnham climbed out of the hole and leaped atop the Strider once more. "Go!" he heard Micah calling from the distance. "Go save them!" He heard the Strider toward and charged toward Ugub, shouting as he went, "Drop that Piglin! Drop Crichton, you brute! Drop my friend!" Ugub tore towards Farnham and stared at the zookeeper in utter disbelief. No Piglin would go such lengths to save anyone, much less someone who betrayed them so badly. To the brute, it just didn't make sense. That's probably why Ugub wasn't ready for Farnham sped past the shocking Piglin and smacked them in the face with the iron shovel. The attack surprised Ugub even more than Farnham's appearance. They toppled backward, dropping Crichton as they fell, and clutched at their face. Farnham held up short of the edge of the lava pool. For an instant, he considered going back to Crichton, scooping them up and riding off with them in the top of the Strider. But he knew that he would get away wouldn't be enough. He had something else to do first. Without even getting out the Strider, Farnham started digging. At first, he went straight down, just far enough to get both himself and the Strider on the ground. The lava began to flow in behind him, and it grew almost unbearably hot. If he had not been on top of the Strider, the molten rock would certainly have burned him to a crisp. Once he was deep enough, Farnham began digging underground toward a stockpile of obsidian. He worked as fast as he could, moving forward as he went, watching the lava continue to flow behind him. By this time, Ugub had recovered from the blow in their face, and was snorting loudly enough to shake the walls of the tunnel. Farnham was digging. Then, while Farnham continued to burrow through the ground, he heard the sound of digging happening above him. The roof of the tunnel he'd been digging opened up and let light in. He glanced back and saw that Ugub had dug their way into the tunnel from above, searching for Farnham and hoping to kill him. Farnham was at the digging in renewed vigor. He knew that if Ugub managed to catch up with him, he'd be finished for sure. There was always a chance that Ugub would figure out where Farnham was headed and try to head him off before he got there. The only hope the zookeeper had was that Ugub wasn't quite that clever. Not that Farnham had any other options left. The roof of the tunnel behind him disappeared again and again and again as Ugub dug through it, searching for him. Each time the brute bellowed in disappointment and fury, and each time Farnham kept digging harder. As Farnham went, his arms grew more and more tired, and the Strider became more scared, harder to control. He knew he could last longer, but stopping there could mean certain death. By the time Farnham reached the pit, he dug beneath the obsidian stockpile. His arms felt like they were made of stone, almost too heavy to lift. When he broke into the pit again, he almost cried in relief. Despite that, he kept the Strider moving as the lava was flowing in the light behind him. He heard the mighty snort that Ugub broke through the ground above once again. This time, though, the brute was no longer staring into the lava-filled tunnel, but into the pit. Being a much larger cavity below it seemed to cause Ugub to follow in frustration. Perhaps the brute thought that Farnham had found a cave to hide in, which would make finding the zookeeper nearly impossible. Farnham hoped that Ugub would leap down into the pit to see for himself, but the brute was apparently too canny for that. Instead, for waiting for Ugub to figure out a way to reach them, Farnham worked his way around the edge of the pit, knocking out the ceiling above him as he went. He felt like he could barely move his arms, but it was easy going. Rather than chirping away the solid earth, he needed to remove the layer of gravel overhead, so that he could reach the chest above and break them, sending their contents into the lava below. Farnham had always gotten all the way around the pit when the ceiling in front of him disappeared. Suddenly, Ugub had finally figured out the pattern of what Farnham was doing underground and decided to get in front of him and stop it. Trouble was that, by doing so, Ugub had taken out the last remaining bit of edge of the pit ceiling. Rather than catching Farnham, the brute had knocked out the final bit of the gravel ceiling support, and the entire roof of the pit plummeted into the lava below. This took all of the chest of obsidian that Piglins had brought with him to Overworld, destroying every last bit of it. A couple of Piglin warriors who had been trying to protect the chest of obsidian tumbled into the lava with them. Farnham felt horrible for them, and given the chance, he would have pushed the Strider headlong into the now filled lava pit and tried to save them, whether there was wisdom in that or not. But Ugub didn't give them that chance. With the roof of the pit entirely gone, the Piglin brute could see Farnham clearly now, so they reached down and plucked Farnham straight out of the Strider's back. The zookeeper had done his best to evade Ugub, but before he could turn the Strider around, he found himself in the Piglin leader's grasp. Farnham struggled as he lifted in the air, trying to work his fingers in beneath Ugub's meaty hand and pry himself loose. Ugub was just too big, too fast, and too strong, though. And no matter how hard Farnham tried to work his exhausted arms, he couldn't prevail. If he had forever, Farnham might have been able to figure something out. But Uggup cocked back their arm and tried to hurl the zookeeper into the lava, which would have meant certain death. Somehow, at the last of his strength, Farnham managed to hang on. Frustrated and furious, Uggup spun around and hurled the zookeeper toward the enclosure in the back of the zoo instead. This time, Farnham felt his grip give. Farnham rolled as he hit the ground, tumbling over and over until he smacked up against the gate in front of the enclosure. He hit it so hard he knocked the hole clean through it. "Farnham!" he heard had to be Micro's voice, but that moment Farnham was too stunned to do more than recognize it. The impact had knocked the wind out of him, and it was all he could do is keep his eyes open and look at Uggup storming after him and finish the job. A pair of hands reached into the hole. Farnham's landing it created grabbed him and hauled him back into the enclosure. "What?" Farnham didn't understand who had come to help him. What was going on? He looked up to see Micro holding him in their arms. As both she and Grinchard grinned down at him. Before Farnham could even thank you, Uggup slammed right into what was left of the gate and began tearing their way through it. Chapter 29. The Final Betrayal. The gate to the enclosure nearly gave way under Uggup's ferocious assault, but Grinchard leapt forward to block the brute's path and refused to yield. They put their shoulders against the gate and jammed the edge of their boot against the base of it, and even the massive piglins shoving against it was enough to give them more than a few inches. "Give me a hand here," Grinchard shouted to the others, who had been gaping at the great bravery and awe. "I can't hold this much longer on my own." Micah dropped Farnham and dashed over to add her strength to Grinchard's. Uggup smashed against the gate at the second time, and two people resisting the brute's effort both howled out in pain. What noise got Farnham moving again? He stood up and still wondered where his feet were and found them flapping around underneath his knees. Armed with that knowledge, he tottered over toward the gate and, rather than throwing himself, fell against it. Uggup hurled their bulk against their gate a third time, setting Farnham's teeth rattling. The zookeeper didn't see how this is going to end well. He thought that maybe he could dig an escape tunnel like he had before, but then he looked down at his hands. He didn't see the shovel there. He must have dropped it when Uggup tossed him aside. He remembered then about the tunnel he already dug out of the enclosure. He then staggered over toward it. When he reached it, though, he saw that it had been filled up with lava that had flowed from the lava-flooded pit. That way was sealed off for them, too. To Critten's frustration, the great Bungus had taken a bit of convincing just to get a massive piglin back up on their good foot. The injury they sustained from the lava pool still had them in agony, but if one thing burned even stronger than Bungus in the end of their leg was their desire for revenge. Once Critten had managed to slap Bungus back to the consciousness, all the advisor needed to do was point the wounded giant in the right direction. "There they are," Critten had whispered to Bungus. "Uggup is right there before you, wounded and distracted with their back to you. You never get a better chance to attack them. If you wait for them to be done with the overworlders, they'll be sure to finish you off at their leisure. They might not bother to dirty their hands with you. Just have the others roll you over into the lava instead." The prospect of getting revenge and avoiding the nasty death had prodded Bungus to push aside the horrible pain they were in, mount their retaliation against Uggup then and there. As Bungus lumbered over the last desperate shot, that Uggup Critten stole away and disappeared into Farnham's home. From there, Farnham stood in the enclosure. He could see that Critten hadn't been idle while Uggup had been chasing him down and trying to kill him. In fact, the advisor had spent most of the time doing something that might have seemed all that wise at the time, but now turned out to be vitally important: waking up Fungus. The great, gigantic piglin with the burned-off leg had been crawling up behind Uggup the entire time the infuriated brute spent trying to smash down the gate. He was still a ways off, but the other piglin warriors had spotted their former leader by now, had taken snorting and grunting about it and raised the alarm. Pointing at Fungus and gaping at them, the supposed leader had risen from the dead. Uggup grabbed the gate in the enclosure at this point, and rather than trying to knock it over to Farnham's friends, seemed like they were about to tear it off its hinges. Just as they were starting to put their legs into it, though, the ruckus the other piglins were raising finally got Uggup's attention. They looked back to see Fungus lumbering at them. The sight of Fungus stomping their way toward them on a still smoking leg, armed with nothing more than sheer wrath and determination strong enough to overcome their agonizing injuries, shook Uggup. But the traitor wasn't about to hand back the leadership to the piglin invaders. Instead, Uggup let go of the gate, turned around, and squared off against the massive piglin they betrayed, ready to finish them off for good. Farnham rushed over to his friends, his head growing clear by the moment. They looked better than when he had left them before. "I got us patched up the best I could," Micro said. "Grinchard is tougher than they look." "As you are you," said Grinchard. "If it's not for you, I'd still be out cold." Near-splitting snort ended the conversation, and they turned to see Uggup charging straight at Fungus. The traitorous brute would normally have stood a head shorter than the old leader, but with the bigger piglin's ruined leg, Ugub looked down on them now. Fungus braced himself for the impact, but Ugub lowered their skull and smashed it into Fungus's chin. The impact knocked Fungus flat over the back. Ugub leapt on top of them, pressing their advantage. The rest of the piglins stood aside, none of them apparently clear on whom they should be rooting for. Farnham had no doubt that they would be cheerful for whoever emerged from the fight victorious, and they would pretend that they had been rooting for them the entire time. Meanwhile, they wouldn't interfere, satisfied to merely watch and enjoy seeing the two most powerful piglins around battle each other to the finish. What should we do? Grinchard asked. One of them is going to eventually win. Then they're going to come after us. Maybe they won't, Farnham said, with the hope he really feel. They were content to let us sit here before you escaped and before we woke up, Micro pointed out. Things have changed. There's no other way out of this pen. Grinchard glanced around, hoping to prove everyone else wrong. Not unless you have hiding a shovel somewhere, Farnham said. I mean, another shovel. The three of them glanced at one another and shook their heads. Once inside Farnham's quarters, Creighton turned the place upside down, looking for the diamond pickaxe that they coveted since the first official obsidian for animals deal that they had with Farnham. The obsidian had been crucial to their plans, of course. With it, you could build your own obsidian portals, from the nether to anywhere, then wanted piglin forces to appear in the overworld. But the diamond pickaxe gave them control over these portals. Not only could they build them, but they also can shut them down. Bungus and Ugub was still, and all the rest of the piglins might not have considered that angle, but Creighton had. And now was the time to part of the plan of the action. Now that Farnham would destroy all the piglins stockpiled obsidian, Creighton knew that they couldn't just build a new obsidian portal to get back to the nether. There was only one way for them to return home, the obsidian portal in the back of the zoo, and the ruin that for them, the only one tool, the diamond pickaxe. Despite that, understanding not much of what Farnham and his friend Micro said about the pickaxe, Creighton found it quickly. It hadn't been hidden so much as tucked away. When the advisor picked it and hefted it in his hands, they felt compelled for a moment to admire it. Not for its amazing utility, but for its incredible beauty. A bellow from Bungus, but sharp and at the moment, and Creighton realized not much time left then before Ugub and the rest of the piglins would come searching for the advisor. When that happened, the chance for the perfect escape would come to an end. So Creighton sprinted out of Farnham's home, straight for the obsidian portal, the diamond pickaxe firmly in their hand. They glanced over to see what was happening between Bungus and Ugub and saw that their old friend had been beaten flat into the ground. It would only be a matter of moments before Ugub finished him off. He could just make a run for it, Micro said. The gates have broken. We're not locked in anymore, and the piglins seem pretty occupied with a big battle going on right now. As if to punctuate that statement, Fungus found an opening to poke Ugub in the eye, sending the brute squealing and clutching the injured orb. This is just the first good blow that Fungus had gotten in. It seemed like it might turn the tight tide. That was a cheap shot, Farnham said. It's a duel to the death, not a sparring match, Grinchard said. There's nothing such thing as cheating when your life's on the line. And probably not any other point for the piglins, Micro pointed out. They don't seem to care much for the concept of honor. So, are we going to make a break for it or not? Farnham asked nervously. His legs were itching to run. But as battered as he was, he didn't know if he would outpace any of the piglins in a foot race. I say we stay here, Micro said. She wasn't looking at the others, though. A brutal fight taking place before them. She had her attention fully focused on something else happening beyond the big battle. We're not going to outrun them. More to the point, we're going to outrun that. What are you talking about? Farnham stepped over next to Micro and craned his neck to see what he's gazing at. There in the distance, Creighton had emerged from Farnham's personal quarters, the part of the zoo's complex where regular visitors weren't allowed. Farnham had wondered where the little piglin had gone off after rousing Fungus and sending him back to battle Ugub. He wouldn't have blamed him if they simply stepped through the obsidian portal and disappeared into the nether forever. Apparently that was still part of Creighton's plan. That's exactly where they were heading. With all the other piglins focused on the titanic duel taking place before them, none of them had noticed Creighton moving off before, and they were even less likely to pay attention from them now. When Farnham saw why those piglins had made all the terrible mistake. Creighton has the diamond pickaxe, Micro nodded. The little traitor must have found it right where I told you it would be. They might not be able to speak our language, but I think they better handle an understanding than we might have guessed. What is that little piglin pal of yours going to do with it? Gringer said, it's still groggily. Steal all the obsidian? Farnham chuckled at that. I already destroyed all of that. There's no obsidian left. Other than what makes up the portal, Micro pointed out. One of the piglins on the far side of the battle finally spotted Creighton and gave a little piglin a mean stare. No matter who won the battle, it was clear that Creighton had run out of friends among their people. Hey, Farnham picked up a rock and tossed it at the staring piglin. I didn't hit them, but it came close enough to draw their attention. Hey, over here. The piglins glared at Farnham, but they didn't move a direction. They would have involved trying to skirt around the fight, which had drawn closer to the enclosure's gate. Farnham picked up another rock and threw it at the glaring piglin. This one caught them in the leg and elicited the high-pitched squeal of offense. That brought a smile to Farnham's face, but it evaporated. The rest of the piglins all turned to see what the problem was. When they did, they saw a glaring piglin hopping around on its injured leg. But they also looked past that one and saw Crichton sneaking off behind them. Even Uggup saw this and paused the beating of fungus. Given another moment, the small piglin would have probably put permanent end to the larger one. But when they spotted Crichton skulking away, they moved themselves away from fungus and started bowing at the little piglin. Crichton froze for an instant, perhaps hoping that all the commotion would possibly be focused on them. But it turned out to be pointless. An instant later, every one of the other piglins, besides Fungus, who was too battered to move, rushed to Crichton, snorting and screaming through their blood. "Run!" Farnham shouted. The sound of the zookeeper's voice shocked Crichton into action. They turned and fled away from the other piglins as fast as their little legs could carry them. "They're not going to make it very far," Grinchard guessed, "and they're not going to last very long if they get caught." "They might make it through the front gates of the zoo in time," Micro said. "After that, who knows? Maybe they can get lost in the dark." "They're not going for the gates," Farnham said. "What?" Farnham shook his head, but he never took his eye off Crichton's progress toward their actual goal. "They're going for the obsidian portal." A moment later, Crichton plunged through the portal's field of swirling purple and disappeared. Some of the piglins close to the portal slowed up, unsure if they should try to follow the little piglin back to the nether or not. "That's good, that going to do to them," Grinchard said. "They're not any more likely to get away in the nether than they would here, right?" "You saw what they were carrying, right?" Farnham couldn't help but smile about it. "My most precious diamond pickaxe," Micro explained to Grinchard. Grinchard was mystified by now that Micro was taking a theft of her precious pickaxe. "And you're happy about that?" "About that? No. About what's happening next? If the little trader's fast enough, very much so." The rest of the piglins are close to the obsidian portal. A few more are almost close enough to touch it when the purple field of the swirling side stuttered and went out, leaving nothing inside it but air. The piglins all hauled up short, Uggup included. The brute began grunting out orders of some sort, trying to get the piglins to figure out a way to obsidian portal restarted. They fired arrows at it. They threw axes at it. They smashed it with whatever they could find. Nothing worked. The frame remained empty. Uggup snorted in absolute frustration, and the rest of the piglins, including even the half-conscious Fungus, joined in with them, raising a horrifying chorus of anguish. Chapter 30. To rule the Nether. Crichton's plans had worked out better than they could ever have hoped for when they first got banished from the Bastion. It had been bad enough that the great Bungus had lost all faith in them, but the fact that they couldn't count anyone else in the Bastion stand up for the shatter of any other plans that they might have had. Then the advisor had left the Bastion. The only thing they hoped for had been to figure out a way to survive the night. What would have been enough accomplishment to start with? Now they realized that they could be in charge. No more being power behind the throne. They would sit in the throne themselves. How would they do that? The Piglin society people followed those who had power, mostly in physical variety. The larger you were, the better the chance you would be in charge and stay that way. It had never fit that mold, so now it was time to forge a new one. It never would have been possible if they had not been able to get rid of Bungus, Uggup, and all the rest of the Piglin warriors that stood behind them. And none of that would have been possible if Crichton had not met Farnham. The advisor smiled as they thought of the fateful encounter with the terrified zookeeper so far under the surface of the overworld. Both of them had been where they'd likely the lowest parts of their lives, but they'd risen a long way from there, or at least Crichton had. Farnham's fate would have been the problem, not theirs. They'd done everything they could to help him out, far more than any other Piglin would have dared. Of course, all of those actions had helped Crichton too. They had just been sharp enough to understand that all of the time. The whole plan might have fallen apart if Crichton had ever showed Bungus or any of the other Piglins how to ignite the obsidian portal, or how to put one out. The moment they had entered the nether, Crichton had turned around and extended the portal that they had destroyed the entire thing with a diamond pickaxe, one block of obsidian at a time. It didn't take long to remove one piece of it, ensuring the Piglins following them were trapped on the other side. Just in case someone on this side managed to find a stray piece of obsidian to help them rebuild the portal, though, Crichton kept chipping away at the frame until they destroyed the entire thing. Only then did they allow themselves a moment to sit down and catch their breath. They slumped against the spot where the obsidian portal's frame had just been, the diamond pickaxe in their lap, and they took a moment to collect their thoughts. Then they let out a wild whoop in triumph. Crichton had gone through the worst time of their life, and they had emerged victorious. Now nothing stood in their way. The advisor marched all the way back to the remains of the obsidian portal of the Great Bungus Bastion. When they got there, they walked through the front gate, tall and proud as they ever been. The guards were goggled at Crichton, shocked to see them return without any other Piglin warriors leaders who had gone off to conquer the world. "What happened to them?" One of the guards finally dared to ask Crichton and strode past them as they followed the advisor into the bastion to hear the answer. "They failed at their ambitions and were defeated. However, I was not." Both of the guards trailed after Crichton as they worked their way through the bastion to the throne room. Others who spotted them joined them, curious of what was going on. By the time the advisor made it to the throne room, they had full possession of the Piglins following in their wake. But no one to stop them. Crichton climbed on the great Bungus's throne and sat down. They wiggled around the moment until they felt comfortable enough, then gazed at all the piglins who had assembled there before them to see what was up. The great Bungus is dead, Crichton said, or at least close enough to it. They waited for a gasp of the crowd to die down, then spoke again. Ugub, who betrayed the great Bungus, is also dead, as are all those who went with them to the overworld. It caused even more of the hubbub in the crowd remaining piglins, realizing how much the people they had lost. Not just their two most powerful leaders, but also the greatest of their warriors. What would happen to them all now? Crichton had a plan for that. I am now in charge here. I have tried the way of brute force, but simple muscle, and it has failed us. What we need are intelligence and strategy and wisdom. The kind of wisdom that can guide through the horrors of the stunning loss to help us aspire to even greater heights. One of the guards from the gate stood close to the Crichton, and they were brave enough to ask a question in the mind of some of the other piglins in the room. Why should it be you who leads us? Crichton had anticipated this. They pulled out the diamond pickaxe, struck a guard on the head with it. As the injured piglin reeled away, the advisor stood up in the center of the throne room and said, Because I know the secrets of the overworld. I know how to get there. I know how to protect us there. And I know how to conquer it. The poor piglins, already shocked by the loss of so much of their people's strength, were cowed by Crichton's declaration and showed their strength. They had never seen such an amazing weapon before, and were unsure how to stand up to it, much less the advisor holding it. When the other guard who had allowed Crichton to stroll into the bastion started up a chant, Hail the great Crichton! Hail the great Crichton! Hail the great Crichton! The other piglins close by joined in, and then more and more piglins, and soon the entire throne room. Then the entire bastion rang with the chants of every piglin around. Hail the great Crichton! Hail the great Crichton! Hail the great Crichton! The advisor, the ruler of the bastion, held their diamond pickaxe over their head in triumph, thrusting into the air every time the crowd called their name. As the bastion's newly minted ruler, Crichton wasn't sure exactly how they'd manage to conquer the overworld, but they swore to themselves that they would dedicate every ounce of their smarts and their fellow piglin power to making that happen. One day, and someday soon, the overworld would tremble beneath their marching boots, and the creature who lived there would be chanting Crichton's name too. Chapter 31. Last Chances. When Ugub and the rest of the piglins were done squealing about Crichton's utter and incredibly successful betrayal, they all turned their attention back towards Farnham and his friends. The rage had focused on something and seemed like the creatures trapped in the unused enclosure were doomed to serve that purpose. Ugub returned to the gate, put their massive hands on the bars there, finally ready to tear off its hinges so that the brute and the rest of the piglins would storm into the pen and kill everyone in it. As Farnham gazed up at Ugub, though, he saw not only the fury on the brute's face, but abject terror. The brute noticed that Farnham had recognized this in them, and Ugub fell to one knee and struggled with anything trying to tremble in fear. Farnham let out alongside. They're dead, he said to his friends. Crichton just killed every one of them. Are you sure? Micro said, far more concerned that the three of them were about to be killed than the fate of their attackers. They don't have any more of the potion with them here that allows them to survive outside the nether, and they have no way back to the nether before the potions they did take wear off. It's only a matter of time before they're all kneel over and die, just like the Hoglin did. Grinch swallowed, and then return as zombies like that Hoglin did too. We can't just wait them out here, Micro said. We don't want any zombified piglins wandering all over town. We could just reignite the obsidian portal for them, Farnham said. That would allow them to go back home. But then come back here and invade again whenever they like, said Grinch. Don't you dare. We're just lucky they hadn't been able to figure that out themselves, Micro said. Otherwise, we'd already be dead. As a horror of notion grew in Farnham's heart, they realized there was another way. Maybe they could just needed to get Ugub to listen to them. I have an idea. He walked toward the gate and waved gently at Ugub to get the brute's attention. Please tell me you're not going to save them, Grinch said. I don't know, Farnham said, but I'm for sure not going to save them here. Ugub spotted Farnham and responded by rattling the gate and getting loose a savage snort and hit the zookeeper like a hurricane-forced wind. Farnham didn't let it cow them. He couldn't afford that. I know what Crichton did to you, Farnham shouted to the brute, hoping that they could figure out what he's saying. When Crichton's name, the vicious glint of recognition flared in the brute's eyes. Farnham mimed himself of choking to death on poison and falling over. Under those circumstances, Ugub might have been amused by such silliness, but the sight of the fate that time had been in store for the brute for the rest of the piglins instead plunged terror into their heart. Now that he had Ugub's full attention, Farnham held up his hand and mimed an obsidian portal. Micro saw that he was doing and helpfully walked right through the imaginary doorway that Farnham had framed out. Then he got to the other side. She breathed easy and free. Ugub grunted to Farnham and pointed at the empty frame of the obsidian portal that Crichton had left through. There would be no escape through that. True, Farnham said equatably. But there's not the only obsidian portal you know of, is it? There's another one out there. He arched his eyebrows and raised his voice as he mimed crawling underground and finding another obsidian portal, reacting with relief and delight. Then he returned to Ugub for the kind of response he really hoped would be coming. The brute stared at him and blinked several times. It took Ugub a long time, but they eventually got there. Farnham could see the spark of the idea finally catch fire in the brute's eyes. Uggup cocked his head, as if they were thinking, and Farnham guessed he knew what the piglin were contemplating. Did the piglins here have enough time to make it to the other obsidian portal? One way, the one in the watery cave, or is it already too late? Farnham shrugged at the brute. I don't know, but do you really have any other choice? It's either you give it a shot or die. He knew that the piglins couldn't understand his words, but he hoped the sentiment came across. Uggup let go of the gate and backed away from it, looking defeated but far from done. The brute gave Farnham a grim nod and pointed to the zookeeper, then to the exit of the zoo. Farnham's eyes grew wide as he realized the brute was trying to say to him, "They want me to lead him to the obsidian portal." That sounds like an awful idea, Micro said. Grinch agreed. I can't think of any good reason why you would want to help save any of their lives after they did to us and the rest of the town today. Micro grunted at that. Well, there's always another option they have, which is to spend what time they have left trying to kill us all. Farnham chuckled with a low-key delivery. Good point. He gazed up at Uggup and nodded. I'll show you where it is. Are you out of your mind? Grinch glared at the zookeeper for the moment, then seemed to think they'd figured out something clever. Are you really going to guide them to the obsidian portal, or are you just going to lead them out of the middle of nowhere? The thought had occurred to me, Farnham confessed as he walked through the gate. It would be better than letting them run amok in town for sure, but yeah, I'm actually going to show them where the obsidian portal, or at least do a tunnel I dug that leads to it. Richard fell in line behind Farnham, as did Micro. But why? You don't know what they do that for you. Piglins never know mercy of any kind. Farnham led his friends right through the center of the Piglin warriors. None of the invaders seemed to give him a mean glare. They just bowed their heads and grunted softly as they passed by instead. I'm not going to hold myself to their standards, Farnham explained. I wouldn't have attacked their home either. Maybe this can teach them a lesson about kindness. And if it doesn't, Micro asked, then maybe it can teach me one instead. The others only could nod at that. Farnham glanced around at the zoo one last time to make sure he was ready to go. As he did, he spotted Fungus lying unconscious on the ground. What about him? Farnham said, pointing at the Piglin's former leader. Uggup sneered at the downed creature in disgust. Farnham wasn't about to abandon Fungus here, though. Not if he could help it. He led his friends over to Fungus and roused him. The ex-leader managed to get to their knees, but that's the best they could do. They would never make it to the obsidian portal like this, Micro said, and they're too big for the other Piglins to carry him. We can't just leave him out here, Grinch said, then waved off the happy-looking Farnham gave him. No, I mean, we can't let him just wander off through town, right? Fungus had listened to all this, and they clearly knew what Farnham and his friends were talking about. Instead of insisting that they could take them along, the injured ex-leader crawled over the empty enclosure and shut the gate behind himself. Can we really just let him leave in here like that? Micro said. Of course not, Farnham responded. We need to seal them in. With no ceremony, Farnham sealed the gate, with what held up admirably even under Gubb's most forceful efforts. While he did this, Micro hunted around for Farnham's iron shovel and found it. Miraculously, it was still intact. Fungus did not object to being sealed into the pen. They just waved Farnham off the moment the work had been done and collapsed in the softest bit of the ground they could find. I think we're ready, Farnham said. He walked out of the front of the gate of the zoo. It lit a torch and began hiking into the darkness, where they had a long way to go, but he knew what time was short for the Piglins. He had no idea how short it might be. So if he could have run the entire way, he would have. He would have paced himself for sure. He was sure to collapse. I don't think we're moving fast enough for Ugly Bub, Grinchard said, pointing the thumb back at Uggup. You can see why we're eager to move faster, Farnham said as they trotted along, but this is about the best pace I can maintain. Uggup strode forward with their long legs, scooped Farnham up before he could protest, and set the zookeeper on their shoulder. When they were set off at the blazing gate, staring at the rest of the group and keep up with them. As they went, Farnham guided Uggup by pointing out the proper path, and the brute immediately obeyed. Some of the Piglins fell away as they raced along, but Uggup refused to slow down for them. Myra and Grinchard stayed behind and those Piglins to take up the rear, prodding them to hustle along as best they could. Eventually, they reached the top of the tunnel that Farnham made leading up the obsidian portal, as if he found the underground cave. He clapped Uggup on the shoulder and pointed at it. The brute set him down next to the open hole. Farnham pointed at Uggup and then the hole with the arms, but as far as he was willing to lead the Piglins. Uggup had started to turn a little green by this point. Otherwise, they would want to argue that Farnham's decision instead. Uggup plunged into a hole, trying to race to the bottom of the tunnel before he could succumb to the illness. The rest of the Piglins followed after Uggup one by one, squealing and grunting as they went. Some of them knocked the others over in eagerness to escape, but they all kept moving until every one of them dived into the tunnel and disappeared. Farnham pointed at the hole to suggest something, but Micro was already on it. Using Farnham's iron shovel, she sealed off the tunnel, making sure that at this point none of the Piglins could change their mind. I can't believe we did that, Grinchard said, shaking their head in disbelief. What if they survive and come back to hurt us? Farnham shrugged. We know they're out there now. Next time we'll be ready for them. Us and the rest of the town. He had no better answer. They didn't look good anyhow, Micro pointed out. That problem might solve itself. They might make it back to the Nether in time, Grinch guessed, but there's no way to be sure. Farnham agreed to that and sighed as he returned and began to lead his friend back home. Hopefully we'll never have to find out. Dawn was breaking by the time the three of them got back to the town. The rest of the townsfolk were already out and about, cleaning up the mess the Piglins had made and tending to the injured. The invaders had done terrible amount of damage in the short time that they'd been there, rampaging about the place, but it seemed, to Farnham at least, that his neighbor had all survived. Farnham would have explained everything about what happened and his involvement in it to the whole town at some point. But he wasn't quite able to tackle the duty right now. Instead, he led his friends back into the zoo so that they could grab a much-needed rest. When he entered the place, he heard a horrible low moaning. It seemed to reverberate around the entire zoo. He suspected what it might be the moment it reached his ears. He headed to the enclosure where he and his friends had held prisoner to confirm it. Inside, he saw fungus had succumbed to the poisoning that the overlord inflicted on the Piglins who left the Nether. Critton's portion had protected them from what had torn off, although it was impossible for Farnham to tell when. He just knew that fungus had known there was no more, but also that they were still moving around, making all the groaning. It was the biggest zombie piglin I've ever seen, Grinchard said. Their mouth was a weary twist. Micro nodded in agreement. Farnham hadn't seen nearly so many undead creatures like this, but he could probably agree that his well-traveled friends, fungus was just as big now as they had been in life, exception of their burnt leg, of course. How is it that fungus now seems a lot less threatening than they did when they were breathing, Grinchard says. For one, they're no longer trying to leave an invasion, Micro said. For two, they're just groaning now rather than bellowing at the top of their lungs. And three, they're trapped in an enclosure, right? Right? It took Farnham a moment to realize that Micro had asked him the question. Right? Right, he said. He built the thing to hold anything that might find, large zombies included. Grinchard just kept staring at the undead fungus and shook their head. That's good to know, but what now? What do you mean? Micro gave him a good-natured elbow in the ribs. They mean, what are you going to do with them? Farnham's face broken and wide inside his mouth. Oh, that's easy. I'm keeping them. They're looking at the latest, greatest addition to the zoo.